Welcome to America's Day at the Races, Sunday edition. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. I'm Greg Wolf. Good to be with you on our Sunday card here from South Ozone Park from Aqueduct. We'll have the entire card for you, including the Nashua a little bit later on. Tempted as well, and we have live coverage from Churchill Downs. Paul LaDuca will be live on site. We'll check in with him in just a little bit. Take a look at the races we'll be bringing you this afternoon, presented by Claiborne Farm. The entire card from Aqueduct. Race 1 is going to kick off that early pick 5 on the turf at 1 mile and a 16th. We'll have the Tempted and Nashua as mentioned. Grade 3, big scratch, by the way, in the Nashua with Signature coming out for Shug McGahee. Coverage from Churchill Downs as well. We'll get to their first race coming up in just a little bit. With me, champion jockey Richard Migliore. We're going to recap everything that happened on a sensational Breeders' Cup Championship weekend as well, including big performance from Flightline. News just coming out that he has, as expected, been retired to stud. He'll stand at Lane's End. Yeah, you understand from the economic standpoint why it would force him almost to retire. But us as racing fans are going to miss seeing an incredible performances for him going forward. But boy, what an indelible mark he's made on the game. He like a shooting star. He just streaked through the sky. People are going to say, well, he didn't do it for long enough. It's a different era, different time, different age. Horses are worth too much money. He is and should go down as one of the all-time greats. No doubt. He's as good as any horse I've ever seen, and I've been blessed to see pretty much every great horse since the 70s to current day. Listen, life is good. You give their connections a lot of credit. They went for it. They weren't trying to be safe and let's just get a check. They tried to beat him, and they made him work for it early. If you could say work for it, you could see Flavien Prat just trying to ease back off him. Doesn't want to get too engaged, save a little something. They got to the far turn, though. Irad Ortiz tried to put some separation, and Flavien just opened his hands a little bit, and then it was like, oh, wait, I've got to slow him down. I'm going to take him too soon. This was a scintillating performance. Life is good. You know, he tired, rightfully so. Olympiad rallied for second, but this is greatness, and we should appreciate it for that and not question the amount of efforts he had, but appreciate the ones he did have. 121 Beyer for the victory. Another massive number. Not quite as big as that romp of the Pacific Classic, but dominant to see that kind of margin with this really good group of horses behind him in a classic on the biggest stage in the Breeders' Cup. A horse that is, again, you don't see horses like this come around very often. And John Sadler, as you can expect, he echoed the same words that we heard from Buddy Delp many years ago. With Spectacular Bid, one of the all-time greats to ever look through a bridle. No doubt. It's funny, as a kid, I probably didn't appreciate Spectacular Bid as much as I should have because I didn't like that braggadocio. But in reality, he was just telling the truth, just as John Sadler is now. And, you know, again, as a fan, I wish we'd see more of him, but I'm just really grateful that I got to see him. Yeah, and we got a chance to see him here in New York, too, in the Met Mile. A brief, shining star, one of the greats we've seen in this sport, and we may not see one like him in a long, long time to come. They don't come along that often, not this brilliant. But you know, the Met Mile, not only did he show he was brilliant, he also showed a toughness, a tenacity that he hadn't showed before because he had to overcome some adversity. So I thought his Met Mile proved maybe more than even these incredible performances of the last two. So he will head off to stud, reportedly worth between, I think before the Classic I had read, he was worth between 60 to 80 million. That number's now jumped. Wow. It's kind of like a Powerball right now. It just keeps on getting higher. What a performance. What a tremendous weekend of action. It was fun. I hope you enjoyed it as well out at the Breeders' Cup. Let's look at the Distaff. This is one of the great finishes we had the entire weekend. We thought this division was ultra competitive going in, and it certainly played out that way. It really did. And listen, Malathat, I'm happy she went out a winner. She always seems to find a way to get there. Got a feel for Hector Berrio on Blue Stripe, narrowly defeated, gave his horse an absolutely beautiful ride. I mean, look at the two-horse Blue Stripe here. He's saving all the ground. Hector Berrio's riding a cool, confident race, moving up, doesn't get stopped, gets up in that spot, just comes around one. And then he's able to get out before Malathat can kind of, you know, put the block on him.
He gave his filly every opportunity, gets beat a nose, but Malathaat a very deserving winner.
Brief moment here, too. Oaks winner. Secret Oath looked like she might be a factor in the race. Winds up fading in the stretch.
Yeah, she was strong all the way to almost the 8th pole, and then she lingered on her left lead and started a tire. Ness didn't have the best of trips, kind of strung out 4 or 5 wide throughout. Clariere rallying gamely along the inside, but Malathaat has that knack of getting her nose down in front, and just a tremendous performance for her. What a nice race mare this is.
That's how close it was between these three. Just a brilliant finish. And it was close last year as well with one of the biggest upsets we have ever seen with the Japanese Hearts, March Lorraine. She has sealed a championship now. Champion 3-year-old filly. She'll be the champion Distaff this year. Malathaat has just been sensational. And again, you know, we talked about it a lot. Just does enough what she needs to do to win. Not usually that close, though. Todd Pletcher was watching the race, and he got a little animated, pumped his fist, said yes, and they said, hold on, did we win that race?
And Todd doesn't usually get too animated. He stays pretty stoic, pretty level-headed about things. But, you know, when you have a mare like this that just shows up and brings it every time, and it's her last start, you'd like to see her go out on top.
Tremendous performance. We want to hear Acacia Clement, her take on everything that transpired as well, including Flightline and his dominance. Acacia, what a tremendous weekend.
It really was, Greg, and the Breeders' Cup World Championships did not disappoint, and it was really exciting to see Flightline truly live up to all of the hype that he's gotten. It is sad that we won't get a chance to see him on the racetrack again. I was hoping we would see him at least one more time in the Pegasus World Cup, but his Breeders' Cup Classic victory yesterday was sensational. I know that he didn't break the 2-minute mark, but he had to chase a very talented horse in Life is Good who took it to him, kept him wide. I think that Life is Good, and Irad Ortiz did everything right, came out swinging, went down swinging as well, and I thought that the way Flightline just so easily pulled away from that talented foe. When you saw Flavien Prat take a look behind him and put his riding crop away, you knew that that was it. He's been a lot of fun on the racetrack to follow. And this was a very, very good group of horses that we did see line up in the Breeders' Cup Classic. One of my favorite renditions from top to bottom as far as the quality that we did see. So Flightline delivering yesterday in a thrilling performance in that Breeders' Cup Classic, Greg.
Greatness, and I don't think we've seen the likes of his type of greatness in a long, long time in this sport. As we take a look at the winners from Saturday's card, Goodnight Olive, she was much the best in that filly and mare sprint. Yeah,
she was very good, and you know, always had good position. Kicked away, Caravelle, biggest price of the day, but you know, a filly that's always shown, a mare now that always shown she's capable.
Bill Mott with 2 wins, Cody's Wish, Elite Power.
And a good second in the Breeders' Cup Classic with Olympiad, so he had a good day.
Europeans, we didn't expect them to be this dominant with the group they brought. They completely exceeded everybody's expectations.
Modern Game got it done. Nice ride from William Buick there. Obviously, the Tuesday getting it done in the filly and mare Distaff. And Charlie Appleby again, this time with Jamie Doyle aboard, winning the turf.
It's unbelievable what Charlie Appleby has done. We're going to have more on his numbers and what he has accomplished in the Breeders' Cup. Just sensational. The most dominant trainer in Breeders' Cup history.
Incredible. And just what every horse he brings to North America, you better respect them. They know what they're bringing.
Going to kick off the Aqueduct card on this Sunday afternoon on the grass. Rails out on the inner turf, by the way, where we'll have this race run 32 feet. That's pretty significant. $75,000 maiden claiming race, mile and a 16th. And 9 to 5 cookie crumbs. Todd Pletcher. And look who's back. Irad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard.
No Moss on that Rolling Stone, huh? He came right back from Kentucky. He loves to ride.
You can play all the races, including this early pick 5, with Nara Bets. That's the promo code to use for new members, Match 200. Go to NaraBets.com, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. Tall girl, Dylan Davis, major contender in this opener. He'll ride for Christophe Clement. She comes from Delaware last time out. She's going to be coming from pretty far back, but she has an imposing late kick against the likes of this group. She'll drop in for a tag for the first time. We'll have the post parade when we come back.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. It is brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Opener, again, on the turf. Mile 16th. $75,000 maiden claiming race. And we'll get a look at this group here. Coming up, the one Night Saber. Blinkers go on. Lone turf start with sprinting.
Yeah, 2 sprints, 1 dirt, 1 turf, stretches out. Mare was a stakes winner turf sprinting, and they had blinkers for the stretch out. Should probably be forward.
Here we go again. Big price 18-1 with Mike Leslie.
I actually thought this filly ran well when she was up on the pace 2 back. Last time got shuffled back early. I think she'd be better served to be forward again.
Somewhere out there, first-time starter Hoochie-Coo for Gary Siaka, and Eric Cancel will be aboard. Waiting for that one to show up at 13-1.
Yeah, it does have a turf work up in Saratoga and a kind of a slowish but steady work tab on the dirt.
Hard spun out of a Tappet mare for Hoochie-Coo. And there's Cancel. So big number for this debut coming up. Welcome to my world, Rob Atras. The 5 actually debuted on dirt against Crypto Mama. We're going to see later in the card.
Yeah, and I mean, when I dug into it, I didn't really see a whole lot of turf pedigree there, but this horse did work well on the turf in Saratoga back in August.
Kendra Carmouche on board. There's the 5. Tall girl. Came from very far back at Delaware on a soft turf to miss by a neck last out against Straight Maidens.
Yeah, drops in for the maiden 75. Think she's a player here. Does have to kind of get out of the gate better, maybe get a little better position.
Words of praise. This one has shown speed for Mike Maker, Joel Rosario.
And it gets tougher at Kentucky Downs and at Keeneland, so maybe here for 75. And actually, that's a rider change. Trevor McCarthy, excuse me. Yeah.
Addressable market. Chad Brown, Manny Franco.
Yeah, Chad Brown horse debuted at Monmouth, drops down in class as well, gets Irad Ortiz. No, I'm sorry, Manny Franco.
And here's Cookie Crumbs for Todd Pletcher. Faced Pleasant Passage in the lone turf start. Pleasant Passage would go on to win the Miss Grillo for Shig McGahee.
And runner-up in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Fillies. This filly was only beaten 2.5 lengths there, rained off the grass last time. They ran her. She ran okay a second, getting back to her preferred surface.
Let's head down to Acacia for more.
And we'll start there to the outside with your current favorite, Cookie Crumbs, for the always potent trio of Todd Pletcher, Mike Rapoli, and Irad Ortiz. And I do think she's getting back on her preferred surface, this filly by Mendelssohn, but she's also just built so much more like a turf horse. She really lacks a bit of a hind end. I do wish that she had some more muscle mass in her hindquarters and across her flank, and she actually ran okay, albeit in a short field, and being forward on the dirt and that off the turf race last time, but she just looks much more like a horse that would get over the turf course a little bit better. She wasn't the fastest out of the gate in her debut, and looked like kind of on the turn, as the short comment says, leaned on. She lost her footing a little bit while her foe Haystack to the inside was being very green and hanging on that inside lead. So I think that she absolutely could build off of that first turf race. I do prefer a couple others in here though. So take a look to her inside, the number 8 Addressable Market. She drops in class second time out for Chad Brown, debuting at Monmouth, and not surprising that she did take a lot of money that day. Was bumped at the start, didn't get out great off the pace, 3 wide, not settled, really hard to handle, and then she did run on well. I think that she fits nicely here. She's very fit. Minnie Franco took her away from the pony. She had a lovely warm-up out on the track too. I know that she's dropping right away, but I do think the fact that we didn't see her debut at Saratoga, she debuted at Monmouth in the summer, they've always been kind of expecting this course for her, and I just think that she finds herself in the right spot in here today. Tall Girl, the number 6, she also takes a bit of a drop, and the same thing. She's run at Monmouth and Delaware, first time actually on the NYRA circuit. She is a leggy, tall girl. Very pretty filly put together by First Samurai. And last time out, she was still a little bit green too. She was kind of hanging on that inside lead as well. She's been the consummate professional here throughout. Kind of felt like she maybe should have got it done last time out. As we do see the rider off, the number 3, Hoochie Coo, that first time starter. Looks like we are having a late scratch there as Eric Cancel has collected his tack. So a late scratch of that first time starter, who was a firster and a big price on the board, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. So, yeah, back to the barn for Hoochie Coo, who is a big price on the board anyway. Tough to win first time out against this group. So Eric will wait another day with this filly.
Yeah, and all these horses go through a physical the morning of a race, an examination by the veterinarian, and she obviously passed this morning, but sometimes you won't see something visually that a rider can feel from on top. So there's a vet positioned at the gate, another safety protocol in place. Rider doesn't like something, or the vet sees something they don't like, horse will be scratched, reevaluated, have to go through the protocols to become eligible to race again. And to me, always better to err on the side of caution. It protects the horse, it protects the riders, and it protects the betting public.
And the whole sport, too, as a mandate to be doing that.
Yes.
Doing a good job at it as well. As the 9, Cookie Crumbs, wow, down to 9-5 favoritism, but the 6-horse Tall Girl, Christophe Clement, not far behind. And this is that Delaware race on that soft turf when she was very far back, wide move, and just looked still a little green in this stretch run here to just miss by a neck.
Well, you can see what Acacia was talking about. She's on her left lead, and she's kind of laying in. She takes their momentum towards the inside. If she had panned out to her right lead, right there, finally she does. And that's when she hits her best stride. Did you see how dramatically her stride changed and how the position of her body went from being kind of angled to the outside to being straight? And that's when she really dropped her head and ran on.
Will she figure that out today and get that sorted? That could be the difference between winning and losing here. She's 2-1. Dylan Davis will hop aboard for the first time. As behind her, you see the Chad Brown runner, Klarovich Silks, Addressable Market. She was favored in that debut at Monmouth. 4th beat 5 lengths. Filly that won the race. She'd actually come back and win a stake at Monmouth. It's a race that was taken off the turf, though, in the slop.
Yeah, and she broke okay. She broke into step, brushed with the inside rival, and then just didn't really have much speed.
I like the way she ran on well late in the stretch, though.
Yeah, and sometimes, with a young horse, now she wanted to get a bit keen going into the turn, but the die was cast. You've got to sit then at that point. But she did really finish with interest. So I think you've got to give her some high marks for that. I mean, she's well back, and you can see she's finishing best of all. She's going to appear in your picture right there. And she was finishing with the most energy, just probably needed to start to figure it out.
Yeah, that shows you that stretch run, that late interest, that there's some talent there. But being realistic to these connections with what she's capable of, putting her in for a tag.
Well, I think they're very practical. I mean, to run a big stable, Carvich Stables, they have a lot of horses. If a horse doesn't appear to be stakes bound, be realistic. Spot them where they can excel. Set them up to succeed, not fail. And I think they're just very practical about where their horses belong.
Pick 5 pool up and over, wow, that's a big jump, over 350,000 now, 370,000 and growing. You can play it by getting signed up with Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com. Match 200. That code to use at sign up. So Mig with the 6 for Clement Tall Girl, and Acacia going to addressable market for Chad Brown. And Manny Franco, 3-win day yesterday. He'll ride.
Yeah, a big day for him. And, just watching Tall Girl's last race, as a rider, now Dylan Davis, if he's done his homework, which I would expect that he did, understands that he's got to help this filly early on in the stretch get over to her right lead. Because it was 2 different horses in the stretch last time. The filly that was hanging on her left lead and her stride wasn't fluid, and she was a little bit discombobulated, and then she got to her right lead and her head dropped about a foot and she really finished. So I'm sure Dylan has watched the replay and knows that he has to be prepared and have her in his hands to set her up for that.
How quickly can you make that adjustment as rider to get that horse to I mean, obviously sometimes they don't do it at all, but how quick can it be?
Well, again, if you're aware of it, you're going to have that horse in your hands and prepared to shift your weight and their weight to the outside foreleg, helping them get onto their proper lead, their right lead in the stretch. The rider last time, and I'm not blaming him, he no fault of his, he had her kind of making her run, and she was sideways. And now if he goes to make that move with her, she's going to bump the horse inside of her. So Dylan's got to make sure he gives himself enough room to work with her.
Can she get clear sailing and put in that move that we saw late in the race? If she can, she's going to be tough in here. She's 2-1. Favorite, though, still Cookie Crumbs on the outside for Tom Pletcher with a Rat Ortiz Jr. Well, you're set for the opener on this Sunday card from Aqueduct. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
They're all in. And they're off. Tall Girl broke well. Night Saber down at the rail. Here we go again in between horses, and from the outside it is Words of Praise. As they come past us for the first time, it is Night Saber who has the lead over Here We Go Again. Tall Girl now back running in 3rd, and Words of Praise is next in 4th. Then comes Addressable Market in 5th, and the 2 trailers are Cookie Crumbs and Welcome to My World. Around the clubhouse turn, the opening quarter mile, 24-1 over the firm turf. Night Saber shows the way here by a length. Here we go again on the outside is 2nd by a length. Tall Girl, 3rd by a head with Words of Praise. She's saving ground down at the rail and in 4th. Then comes Addressable Market in 5th, Cookie Crumbs on the outside, and the trailer Welcome to My World. The field races midway up the backstretch. Night Saber continues to lead in front here by a length. Here we go again, remains in 2nd after a half mile in 51-3. Tall Girl, Words of Praise, those 2 are right together, 3rd and 4th. Addressable Market is in 5th, about 4 lengths from the lead. Then comes Cookie Crumbs and Welcome to My World. They head for the far turn. Night Saber now by a head. Here we go again, getting closer. Tall Girl now moves up on the outside to join the front runners, so 3 of them are right together, and just in behind, Addressable Market, Cookie Crumbs on the outside, Words of Praise down towards the rail. Welcome to My World is last as the field comes through the stretch, and here comes Tall Girl now up to challenge Night Saber, and here we go again. So it's 3 of them across. Tall Girl now inches forward to take over the lead. Words of Praise putting in a late run. Here we go again is right there. It is Tall Girl to take it. Tall Girl by a length and a half. Photo for 2nd between Here We Go Again and Words of Praise.
Tall Girl breaks her maiden 4th time out. Christophe Clement, Dylan Davis. Big run from this long shot. The 2, Here We Go Again.
Yeah, here we go again. Being forward was the key. Last time she kind of got shuffled back. Mike Leslie got better position with her today. Tall Girl was much the best, though. She was basically strung out 3 wide throughout the entirety of the race, but she got over to her right lead, what we talked about before, early in the stretch, and panned out and ran on to the finish. Got desperately close for second. Did the 7 get up for second, or was it the 7 holding on? Its head's up and down on the wire, and it looks like
the 7.
The 7 out-nodded her, but a big effort for it by the long shot. The 2, here we go again, and Tall Girl gets it done. As I think she wound up going off your favorite, didn't she?
Second choice.
Second choice?
Yeah, the 9, Cookie Crumbs, your favorite, slightly at 9-5. And it's been posted unofficially, 6-7-2-8. Tall Girl ships in from Delaware. Prior 2 starts were at Monmouth, so the New York debut, a winning one here on the drop-in class.
Yeah, for Christophe Clement, put together another good year, winning it better than 20%.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, better than 20% on the year with about 110 wins on the year now. Another year over that century mark.
It's always a good number to hit and eclipse. 6-7-2-8 finish. Slight second choice, 2-1. Takes your opener on this Sunday card. We're going to take a timeout. Bill Mott's got an intriguing first-timer coming up in the next race. He is coming off a big championship weekend. Couple of victories. Meg mentioned his runner-up of the Classic as well. And one of the great feel-good stories of the entire weekend, Cody's Wish, winning for young Cody Dorman. We'll have that story when we come back.
Standing at Gainesway.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets. Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
War Dancer. The momentum continues with recent stakes winners on turf and dirt. Dancing Buck going wire to wire in the Grade 3 Belmont Turf.
Dancing Buck has opened up on the field. It is Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
And 2-year-old filly War Saichi with a wire-to-wire win in the Ladyfinger Stakes.
War Saichi asserted her authority immediately out of the starting gate, and she has not relinquished the lead.
War Dancer, the #1 third-crop turf sire in North America. Proud to stand in New York.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal racing experience.
I would just say that it's a smaller, tighter-knit group. Everybody has a common interest. We spend a lot more time together than some of the bigger operations, and I very much enjoy that.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Contact us to get a taste of the Adelphi Racing experience, and let's win races together.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races, just getting started on this Sunday card here at Aqueduct. We have Churchill Downs coming up later on in the afternoon. It's presented by Naira Bets, where you can play all the action. Go to nairabets.com to get signed up and started. Tall Girl, Dylan Davis aboard. Christophe Clement trains, owned by Michael Dubb and Michael Caruso.
Nice ride. Got hung out a little bit wide throughout, but she was best and got over to her right lead right on cue and dropped her head and finished well and got it done.
Let's head downstairs to Acacia.
Pleased to be joined by winning rider Dylan Davis. This Tall Girl gets the win. And Dylan, I'm sure that you had seen that she took a little while and still a little bit green with as far as her leads were concerned. She did it pretty seamlessly today. Talk a little bit about that preparation and what you had to do.
First off, just watching some replays on her, and then what the assistant trainer, Christophe, told me. She doesn't tend to break well, and also she kind of loses her focus like mid-pack, mid-race. Today I just wanted to break well. They told me to break well, try to get her into the race. She broke sharp for me, and I was just trying to tuck her in a little bit into that first turn, but then they started slowing it down. She was taking me so easily. I just put her back in the 3 spot, and that's all we needed to do. She kind of got a little green there being on the outside to switch back over to that right lead down the stretch, but she figured it out, and then she leveled off for me that last 1/8 of a mile, and she was finishing strong.
Has to be such a good feeling, too, especially on the turf when you have one that, like you said, it's carrying you there to where you want to go.
Oh, definitely. That's pretty much what I want for every race. You know, you can't get it, but it's definitely nice when they're doing a lot of running for you, so then it makes your job a lot easier of what you need to do.
People watching races see you guys on the horses, and of course criticism always comes, but as we all know, there's so much preparation that goes into it as well.
Of course. I mean, you're just talking about physical, mental, hoping that the horse is ready for the race, you know, the trainer side, owner side. Everyone has a big part of it, and you just have to do your best. We're always trying to win, and I don't want to finish second. You just want to keep winning, and if I make a mistake, I always try to improve off of it. So very good.
Love that mentality. Congratulations, it all came together today.
Thank you, thanks.
Dylan Davis picking up another win with Tall Girl in the opener, Greg.
Still basically coming off, you know, the first riding title of his career, a big moment for this young man. And it was when we saw him have an injury and go to the bench. He came back with a fire, and it completely changed his career.
Sometimes those kind of things are blessings in disguise because they're wake-up calls. You're taking it for granted. You're a little complacent. It's coming a bit easy to you. Then you're on the sidelines. You're on the bench watching, and you go, man, when I get back, this is how I'm going to do it, and I'm going to go after it, and the hunger's there. And I like what he just said. If you make a mistake, you learn from it, and you improve from it. It's okay to make a mistake. Don't make the same mistake twice. And trainers would be better served when a rider makes a mistake and knows what the mistake was to leave him on the horse, because they won't make the same mistake twice.
Race 2, 6 furlongs. It's made in special weight on the main track. Login required. Got a lot of first-time starters in this race. This horse actually crossed the wire first in his debut. Got DQ'd for coming in on some horses, but showed some talent and makes an equipment change with blinkers off. Had a wide trip that day, too. We'll have more on race 2 when we come back, and we'll look back to another dominant performance by trainer Charlie Appleby. Rebels Romance, one of his 3 winners over championship weekend, taking the Breeders' Cup turf.
Here comes Malathaat. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathaat grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathaat has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
Good to have you with us on this Sunday afternoon. America's Day at the Races here on FS2. It's brought to you in part by one of the best to ever sprint run happy. He was a star, never lost while sprinting, did it all while racing medication free. Now standing legendary stall number 1, Claiborne Farm. He won this race as well in his day. This year's edition of the Breeders' Cup Sprint, Jackie's Warrior, swan song for him. He appeared to be lone speed. He did not make the lead, Mig, in this race. A horse who just broke his maiden in June. This year, Elite Power wins for Bill Mott.
Yeah, Elite Power's really put it together, and he won the Vosburg Elite Power up on the pace because there was no pace. The surprise was Jackie's Warrior couldn't make the lead here, and honestly, he just looked flat throughout. He broke okay. He just was out-footed, had his chance here. Elite Power, he's better from off the pace. He won the Vosburg just because the circumstances dictated he'd be close. But the way he finished here, and this is a horse that's really put it together, regally bred son of Curlin. Man, what a nice performance from him. Disappointing for Jackie's Warrior, wasn't able to get that Breeders' Cup victory, but he had a pretty good career.
A bit of a testament to him, too, because clearly he was not himself. Still winds up third in this race with an off effort for him.
Yeah, and I think that's a very fair point. He just, it was obvious he was struggling from early on. CZ Rocket rallies up the inside to get second, but this is a nice prospect here for Bill Mott.
How about that? You break your maiden just a few months ago, and then you're able to beat one of the great sprinters we've seen in a few years. A horse who very likely is going to be in the Hall of Fame one day.
And it took him till his fourth start to break his maiden, but then it was like that light bulb went on. He said, oh, I know what my job is now. This is what I'm supposed to do.
All right, Ortiz Jr., Bill Mott, Juddmonte, an Elite Power. 5 wins in a row. Meanwhile, Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, one of the most wide open races it looked like going in, winds up being one of the best stories of the entire weekend. Cody's Wish. That name coming, of course, in that meeting with young Cody Dorman, who suffers from a rare genetic disorder, Wolff-Hirschhorn syndrome. He was on hand for this performance. He knew Cody was going to win. Some others of us took a little convincing. He looked sensational in this performance.
He did, and you know, I thought that he might not get as much help pace-wise. Well, he got plenty of pace to run at. He was very game. Cyberknife fought him all the way to the wire, hammer and tong to the wire, but Cody's Wish gets it done, and like you said, Craig, it's as heartwarming a story and just wonderful that this horse, what this horse is able to give to the family and Cody, the rooting interest, and you can see how important it is, but what a terrific race by the 3-year-old Cyberknife, but Cody's Wish.
4 in a row for Cody's Wish.
Easy to root for, right?
I think everybody was hoping this story would have a happy ending, and not just Cody's Wish, you know, becoming a star. Cody Dorman's the star of this sport. He's a great ambassador for this sport now, too. He met this horse 4 years ago in Versailles, Kentucky, and Cody's Wish, who was not yet named, obviously named after Cody Dorman in that meeting, came over and put his head in his lap, and they had a bond ever since.
You know, you understand him doing that as a young horse, a weanling, but as they grow, they become more aggressive. They become tough. They're fit athletes, and when you saw the pictures Breeders' Cup week of Cody's Wish now going to Cody, it was the same thing. It was almost like they have this bond, and it was so evident that there's definitely a connection.
Forgo, one of the biggest upsets. That truly was one of the biggest upsets in the history of Saratoga. Jackie's Warrior was a 1-9 favorite that day.
Sure. Backs
it up now with this Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. Horse on a roll. What a weekend for Bill Mott. Meanwhile, no one can top, though, what Charlie Appleby has done in his career, and does it again with 3 wins at this year's Breeders' Cup. Among those victories, Modern Games in the mile. This horse, sensational winner of last year's Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf.
He's just a top-class racehorse who's shipped around quite a bit. I thought that could possibly make him vulnerable, but obviously Charlie Appleby and his team have the key to keeping horses in good form and healthy. William Buick delivering another sensational ride, saving all the ground before tipping out into the stretch to give his horse a clear run. And he's just got that turn of foot that the Europeans displayed all weekend. Big run from Cheryl Spike to get up for second at a big price. Last time he won was at Keeneland in the Maker's Mark, but Modern Games. Oof. Charlie Appleby, William Buick.
It very easily could have been 4 wins for Charlie Appleby, too. Silver Knot had a very tough trip on the rail, wound up second This horse is so good right now. He was dominant in the Woodbine Mile. Huge effort here with Ivar running a pretty big race. He faded late a little bit. Long shot that you liked, yeah, hitting the board. But what can you say about, he is the most dominant on the world stage in these races. He's the most dominant trainer on the planet.
And it's just not an easy thing to pull off, shipping into different places, different styles of racing, identifying the horses that will excel, faster paces, tighter turns, the ones that are handy enough, the ones that have the mental aptitude to handle the ship, and then having a great team behind him. I'm sure he's got a team of traveling, grooms and exercise riders to do an amazing job.
Well, he had two in the Breeders' Cup Turf, Charlie Appleby. He had Nation's Pride, 3-year-old, who had shown success in the States, race including that Yabir had used to win this race. But Rebel's Romance for Appleby as well was undefeated on the grass. Of course, Warlike Goddess, the mare facing the boys in here from Mott. Rebel's Romance had never lost on the turf. Older horse who had better figures, went off at 6-1 in here. Nation's Pride was the favorite.
And I wonder if it's, two things. One, that people here in North America are a little more familiar with Nation's Pride because he's raced here 3 or 4 times now, 3 times, I guess. And William Buick landing there, who is the #1 rider for Godolphin right now. And Jamie Doyle, a very capable, very good rider, picks up Rebel's Romance and gets rewarded with a terrific trip and a big win in the Breeders' Cup Turf. But
first Breeders' Cup win for Doyle.
But you and I were talking about it before, and we thought he was the stronger one of the Appleby.
Yeah, I'm still surprised he went off at that price. The biggest overlay, in my opinion, of the entire weekend. Charlie Appleby, 3 wins. Rebel's Romance, Modern Games, Mischief Magic as well, winning the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. He is 9 for 18 in his career on racing's biggest stage at the World Championships.
9 for 18, 50% of his starters.
Incredible.
Yeah, but now I want to see him win on the dirt.
Hey, before you laugh about it, he has said Rebel's Romance may actually, he's capable on dirt. He won the UAE Derby. He may go back to dirt at some point, he said.
I'm just trying to be a wise guy, but I mean, honestly, what they've done is miraculous. Nothing short of incredible.
All right, let's get back to action here in New York. Race 2 starts the pick 4. This horse, big pedigree for Bill Mott with more. Let's go to Acacia.
We have some chatty Cathys here in the paddock for these young 2-year-olds, and I think that the prime offender is probably the #1 Mercant, who has been a little bit vocal since coming here into the paddock. But what a beautifully put together colt by Gunrunner, and he does have that big pedigree. He's out of Caressing, a Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner. She produced West Coast, a Travers winner, of course, including Gold Hawk and Juan and Bina graded stakes runners as well. But he's being studdish here in the paddock, and he's just not focused at all. He looks very fit. I mean, he's a really, really good-looking horse. I just really wish that he would be focused on his job at hand. The #2, Cool Kathmandu's, will continue with the first-time starters in here. This one Bifrosted, debuting for Charlie Baker. The dam was a stakes winner. She was good on both turf and dirt. He certainly looks prepared for this debut. I think this is the right spot. I just do think that he will strengthen up after a start, particularly across his top line and his hind end. Sometimes that's just all you can get from having a race under your belt. The #3, 6 Will Be Rich, debuts for Tom Morley. And this one sold at the Timonium 2-year-old sale at Fasig-Tipton for $75,000 after working 10 and 3. And at Timonium, those works are on a conventional dirt track versus at OBS, where you will see them work on a synthetic track. So typically they do tend to be a little bit slower. So with the 10 and 3, I actually really liked the way that he did it. It was a nice mover, a little bit high-headed, but after a few strides did lower himself nicely. I do think that he will benefit from a start under his belt from fitness, but a good-looking horse, and one that I'm going to watch with interest because he seems to be training very sharply for this debut. Greg?
Acacia, thank you. The Mott Firster went by out of the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner Caressing, her produced Travers winner West Coast. Here's Cool Kathmandu, Charlie Baker.
I really like the work tab on this horse. Go back to October 13th, at 5 furlongs in a minute on the training track. That's a nice work.
Monster work, at least it was quick. Quickest of 208 in the morning out of the gate for 6 Will Be Rich.
Yeah, 6 Will Be Rich. Acacia talked about his 2-year-old in training work, and that's on a 5/8 of a mile track.
This horse won the debut, got DQ'd out of that victory. It was a 2-length crossing the wire first effort in the slop, but interference deserved to be taken down.
Yeah, and takes the blinkers off after it says fractures drifted in. Kind of an interesting move.
Disturbed, the 5 went by.
You have to improve off of that one turf effort.
You better be joking. First time out for George Weaver. Dam's lone win was on the turf going long.
Yeah, they tried to work this horse on the turf, and they opted to go to the dirt, and he's taking money, so he must be showing something in his morning trials.
And 23-1, biggest price on the board here, Golden Bird Forest. Debuted on grass.
Debuted on grass, was well beaten, is really going to have to turn it around from that effort. Tries the dirt for the first time.
So let's show you the favorite here in that debut race. It came on a sloppy track at Monmouth. There he is for Jose Camejo. Was a little fractious in the gate. Makes this 4-wide move. Got off slow as well. And you're going to see him come over here, and that's the reason he gets taken down.
Yeah, I mean, this big, wide, sweeping move for a 2-year-old, and now he drifts in a little. You see he's hanging on his left lead. Finally gets his right lead there and pans out. And I'll be honest with you.
Maybe should have stayed up.
I don't think he did a whole lot to come down there. That didn't seem like much of an infraction to me.
Little tighter on the head-on, but yeah, I'm with you. You could have made a case probably either way. He'll get a chance to earn a little extra more money and try and break his maiden again here. 49 buyer in the win. You look at that number and you say, well, some of these first-time starters wouldn't have to run that huge of an effort to beat him. But you can see a big jump usually from that first to that second start, so don't discount that this horse takes a big move forward. And
also when you see a 2-year-old make that wide, sweeping kind of run, they don't usually win like that first time out. You know, and like you said, he should take a step forward. Mercanti's taking a lot of money on the inside, the one horse with the big pedigree, by Gun Runner, half to the Travers winner, West Coast. He was very studdish in the paddock, though. You know, horses like that, I tend to take a wait-and-see approach. He seemed like he hooked up with his pony okay and seemingly minding his manners. Well, you see now he's away from the pony. I shy away from horses like this first time out, Greg, when they're acting a bit studdish. Sometimes it's just their nervous energy manifesting itself that way, but it certainly speaks to their focus. I'm a little bit high on the 2-horse, Cool Kathmandu.
What'd you like?
I like the way he looks. Very balanced, son of Frosted, good-looking individual. Like his work tab, and he seemed much more focused than Mercanti next door. And I wonder, Arthur Mercanti Sr. was a great boxing referee, ref the Joe Frazier, Muhammad Ali fight. He was my friend and neighbor in Garden City. I wonder if there's any connection here with the name Mercanti.
Let's go back to Acacia for more on this first-time starter for Bill Mott.
I like that, Richie. I would love to hear the story behind the name, but just quickly wrapping up on that Bill Mott firster, as yes, he was very naughty back in the paddock, and Junior Alvarado just right out of the post parade took him off for a big gallop, which I really did like, just expend that nervous energy, and he actually has settled down quite nicely here too. I am also taking the wait and see approach just with how he was acting, but I do like that he really came back to Junior nicely, and again, just physically, he is the best looking horse here. Taking a look at one other first time starter, You Better Be Joking. This one sold at the Timonium 2-year-old sale for $40,000, also working 10-3. And he had his tail extended straight out throughout that work and a little bit high-headed. Not something that I really do love to see, but he's by Practical Joke, and out of a mare whose only win was on the turf, but she's the sister to Magna Light, who's precocious and good on the dirt, and also second in the Hopeful. So I thought this one was intriguing. Does debut with shortcut blinkers on and probably will need a start from fitness, but he had a lovely warm-up. He was exuberant with a nice, good energy, with his ears pricked, moving really nicely out there. So one to watch. The number 4 login required, though. I agree. I didn't think it was an overly egregious lug in that debut, but he did drift, and the blinkers come off, which sometimes with young horses as well can allow them to really kind of see their competition, and maybe with the blinkers he was just getting a little bit too keen, a little bit too sharp, and of course my first time seeing him, but he's an energetic, feel-good kind of horse. You can see that, but he's also so strong. He's really, really built up, really muscular coming in here for his second start for Jose Camejo. also out of a mare who was good sprinting on the dirt as well. I do think that he's the one to beat. We'll see if he can break his maiden outright today. Greg?
Got a second chance to do it after crossing the wire first, getting DQ'd in the slop at Monmouth. And he'll get a fast track this afternoon. And, you know, too, Mig, he got out slow in that debut race. He may have some speed. We'll see what he does out of the gate today.
Yeah, they usually improve out of the gate in their second start, just having the experience. And also the fact of the matter is 5 furlongs at Monmouth. Monmouth is a track where the riders tend to be more aggressive. They send hard leaving the gate. Speed has always been a strong commodity to have at Monmouth Park. So with that experience, and again, a sharp-paced 5 furlong race, he very well could be on the lead here. Majority of this field is first-time starters, aside from 2 horses that debuted on turf and really didn't show much.
Do you have a few DQs that still sting? You felt that you shouldn't have been taken down?
Oh, there are more than a few, but 4-star Dave getting taken down in the West Point in Saratoga years ago was about as egregious a takedown as you're going to get. And a colt named Silver Squire, when I infamously ripped the steward's phone out of the wall and let them know my displeasure in that takedown.
How long did that take to get replaced?
Well, part of I was a $2,500 fine, and I was supposed to pay for the phone and the window I broke.
You threw the phone through the window?
Yeah, make it a point. Towards the steward's office.
And did you find that helped or hurt you going forward?
Well, they changed, but that's what precipitated them changing the rule in New York. It used to be a foul was a foul. And now it's if it costs the horse a placing. I don't think I did the racing world any favors, because sometimes you go, wait a second, how can you say that didn't cost the horse a placing?
Post time coming up for the second here at Aqueduct. Maiden special weight, 6 furlongs. Cool Kathmandu for Charlie Baker, the 2. This is Mig's pick. Dylan Davis, he'll look to take the early double. It's for Happy Face Racing Stable. Dam won the second start of her career. Actually did in a big way with a 90 buyer. Wound up being a 9-time winner. See if this one has some ability first time out. 9-5 favorite, though, the horse with experience. Login required. Crossed the wire first, only to get taken down. And a disqualification in Monmouth. We're set for the second. It's the start of the Sunday pick 4. Going to go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
We are set for the second. And they're off, and it was a hesitant beginning for number 1, Mercante, who is at the back. Up front, Cool Kathmandu is out for the lead, but quickly challenged on the outside by Golden Bird Forest. Golden Bird Forest has a head in front of Cool Kathmandu. It's a break of 2. Back to You Better Be Joking in third. Another 3 lengths to 6 Will Be Rich, who is down at the rail. And on the outside is a Login Required, who has moved up a spot further back in the field. Mercante is in 6th position, and the trailer is Disturbed. The leader here is long shot Golden Bird Forest in front through a quarter in 22 and 2. You Better Be Joking, ranging up now on the outside. Cool Kathmandu is down at the rail, and then it's Login Required off the turn into the stretch. You Better Be Joking has taken the lead. Cool Kathmandu at the rail. Golden Bird Forest has dropped out of it. Login Required is on the outside as they pass the furlong marker. You Better Be Joking is in front with Login Required moving up on the outside of Cool Kathmandu. You Better Be Joking. A serious winner today, won by 3 lengths. Then Login Required and Cool Kathmandu. You Better Be Joking. First time starter.
You Better Be Joking. George Weaver, Manny Franco. Impressive here, first time out.
Yeah, and he got the right trip when the 7 Golden Bird Forest streaked to the lead. He allowed him to clear. He set that nice trip just outside of him, the kind of trip you want to give a first-time starter. And he was good, well prepared, took money, login required, rallied to be second, just second best. And the other first-time starter, the one that I liked, Cool Kathmandu, ran well and tired just a little bit late to get nipped for second, but nice effort by You Better Be Joking, George Weaver, first-timer.
Excuse me, 6-4-2-3, 4-1 on your winner. So on a practical joke, George Weaver owns part of this 2-year-old as well. And Manny Franco, we said 3-win day yesterday, early on the card, right back in the winner's circle.
Yeah, solid son of practical joke here. I mean, I like the way he strode out to the wire, Greg. It was a nice effort.
It certainly looked good doing it. So You Better Be Joking, debut victory for the Weaver Barn at 4-1 prices when we come back. Underway in the pick 4. And we got the Tempted for 2-year-old fillies coming up next on the Sunday card.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One partner, one horse, one victory at a time.
Flight line, 20 lengths clear.
Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
Code of Honor, multiple Grade 1 winner and 6-time graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 Travers, the Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup, the Grade 2 Fountain of Youth. He was a debut winner at 2 in Saratoga, following up with a gutsy performance, running second in the Grade 1 Champagne Stakes. Son of a champion out of a graded stakes winner, with an outstanding physical to match. Code of Honor, standing at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We are back on America's Day at the Races on FS2. Sunday card through the first 2 races. Pick 4 is underway with You Better Be Joking at 4-1 here. First time out winner for trainer George Weaver. Manny Franco aboard. Let's head downstairs to Acacia.
Very pleased to be joined by Manny, as You Better Be Joking was not joking today. Manny, this horse kind of tipped his hand in that warm-up too. How encouraging is it for a jockey when you start warming up a first-time starter and he's doing it so professionally?
Yeah, because I spoke to George early and he told me that it was a lazy horse. So I want to warm him up good and try to get a clean break and good break. And that's what I did, and the horse put me in a perfect position for a first time. And he just did the rest.
Getting a good trip too, and getting to just position him where you want to. How good a feeling is that as you see things unfolding, how you hope they might?
Man, it's the best feeling when you plan something and everything go the right way. It's just excited, and I'm just glad to get a win for George today.
I'm curious your plan too a little bit later in the Nashua. You'll be aboard Full Moon Madness, who you broke his maiden last time. He's stretching out today, and there's no signature in the race. How do you see it panning out? Are you going to send from the inside with him?
I don't know. I had to I had to talk to Michelle, see what we're gonna do. But I think last time he showed speed going short, so I think definitely today he's gonna be in ball early. So
We look forward to seeing him. He looks fun.
thank you, guys.
Manny Franco picking up a nice win with a first-time starter and has an exciting 2-year-old with a big pedigree waiting in the wings for later, Greg.
Yeah, we look forward to that coming up. More immediately, we're going to get to stakes action. And the Tempted coming up. You better be joking. $10 for the win in the debut. Login required. That win taken away, and now winds up second in start number 2.
Yeah, he's gathering up the checks, and another good performance from him, rallying from off the pace.
Here we go. Early stakes action on this Sunday card. 1-turn mile, 2-year-old fillies in the Tempted. And a little surprising here, Rosie's Alibi for trainer Todd Pletcher. Coming off a maiden win at Parks. Is an odds-on favorite right now. Good Sam figures to be a pretty heavy favorite.
It is a bit surprising that Rosie's Alibi opened up the favorite. Good Sam ran big in the slot and finished strong last time, going 6.5.
And beating a Pletcher first-time starter as easy as could be. We'll have the post parade for the Tempted 2-year-old fillies, 1-turn mile when we come back here on America's Day at the Races.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the law, pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law, tis the law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
There goes Violence with a 4-wide move into contention here. Violence up on the outside, really sharp in between horses. Then Vegas No Show, and down at the rail is Darwin. They move for the 8th pole. It's Violence and really sharp, and taking up there at the rail was Darwin. Vegas No Show on the outside. Violence with the lead. Vegas No Show moves into second. Really Sharp is now third. They come for the line, and it's Violence, a 2-length winner.
Second start of his career after a debut win at Saratoga. Violence taking the Grade 2 Nashua under Javier Castellano.
With that sweeping run we talk about, so difficult for 2-year-olds to do, she tipped his hand about his ability here, making that steady, long, sustained run, if you will. Tried to lug in a little bit, had to be corrected, but tough to do your second start. Go a mile and make a run like that.
This horse, too, his one start, his 3-year-old campaign in the Fountain of Youth, had the lead in the stretch against eventual Derby winner Orb, lost by a half length, and that was the last time we saw him. What could have been?
I mean, and obviously he passes along that precocity to his foals. So, son of Medaglia d'Oro, you're going to get stamina influence there as well. Grade 1 winning Violence, who has thrown some very nice runners.
Our program brought to you in part where Violence stands, Hillendale at Alapa. Proud to have them as a sponsor. Coming up later today, feature on the card, Grade 3 Nashua. Boys, 2-year-olds getting their turn for $150,000 purse, 1-turn mile. Big scratch in here with Signator the 3 coming out for Shug McGahee. He looked very good going a mile in his second start. Full Moon Madness, this horse could be very talented. Dam, multiple Grade 1 winner of the Frazette and Ballerina, earned $1.5 million. This horse really woke up, start number 3 on the slop.
Yeah, and I just think he was a bit compromised his first 2 starts, having post 1. He was always covered up in kickback. Now, he handled it well, very professional, but I do think it inhibited him a bit. This time being drawn 6 of 6, he was able to use that stride of his, beautiful stride and Son of Into Mischief. Like you said, By the Moon, multiple Grade 1 winner. This is her first foal. She was out of By the Light. By the Light has just been a prolific producer, a 10-time winner and stakes winner here in New York as well. Really nice pedigree.
Is he the quickest of the quick in here, and he's got the rail to take advantage of that?
Well, I think he's going to have to deal with Champion's Dream, who showed high speed on debut. But from the inside, you have to come out running. And if Champion's Dream really wants it, then it creates separation, gives yourself options.
Yeah, Champion's Dream for Danny Gargan. He looked very good at Saratoga. He was bet down to favoritism, so the word was out. And he did not disappoint with a gate-to-wire win.
No, and the word was out. I mean, he took all the money, went off as the favorite, showed high speed that day, going 7 furlongs. Didn't have quite the same speed against Grade 1 company in the Champagne, but that was also on a sloppy track. Maybe he wasn't happy with that, but he's the key to the race. How much speed he shows under Irad Ortiz Jr.
No, he was put in deep waters, telling of how much talent his connections thought he had. They put him in the Grade 1 Champagne off that debut effort.
Yeah, and again, a horse that takes that much money on debut has obviously tipped their hand in their morning training that they have that kind of ability, and obviously the precocity to win first time out, wire to wire.
That's race 9 on the card. That's the boys with potentially some Derby dreams. We got fillies who are hoping to get to next year's Oaks coming up next in the Tempted in a 1-turn mile. Still strange that Good Sam, the 4, is not your favorite right now. That should change by post time. But Rosie's Alibi for Todd Pletcher, even money favorite. Out of town at Parks, she broke her maiden. Odds on right now at 4-5, but there's Good Sam. Looked very good winning her debut in the slop at Belmont at Aqueduct. Well, the post parade when we come back.
We're closely associated with Todd Pletcher, and for as long as I've known Todd, he's as high on Constitution as any other stallion that I can remember. It's resulted in us buying 5 Constitutions here at this sale for Mike Rapoli and Vinny Viola, and then Mike himself. He loves being able to train them. Todd always thought that that horse was uber talented, and we're seeing him pass that on to his progeny.
You don't have to be a multi-millionaire to get into this game. You can have a few $1,000s and have fun with it. But with the bonds, you're actually going to win. I've had the opportunity to win multiple races. In fact, this year won 2 times in one day, which is almost unheard of to be able to do. This is going to happen with them. You will get into the winner's circle in Saratoga. You will walk that horse in, and you will stand there, look at the crowd, and the bonds will take you there and get you into that winner's circle. And it won't cost you a lot of money.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
They are in the stretch, and Malathon has the lead, and Malathon is opened up by 3 lengths. Then American West in second, and Cafe Society. Malathon with the lead at the 16th pole, and Malathon is going to win Aqueduct's Tempted Stakes, and it's been a heck of an opening day here at Aqueduct for trainer Todd Pletcher and jockey Kendrick Carmouche.
Malathon, soon to be a dual champion, showing her talent early on in her career in the Tempted.
Her first stakes winner of her career, and just a time when she drew off a little bit. Not something she would do very often, but that distinctive white face. I'm going to miss seeing that charging down the stretch, but we'll look forward to little Malathon. She's got a sister that just broke her maiden at Keeneland last week, so look forward to that. But Malathon, tip in her hand early, the abilities she possessed.
Biggest margin of victory, as you might expect in her career, because she usually does just enough to win. She's soon to be crowned champion. She has been so much fun to watch. Let's take a look at who's going to line up in this year's edition. Todd Pletcher, can he do it again? He's got you don't see this a lot. Todd Pletcher filly went to Parks to break her maiden, and she still is hanging on as the 4-5 favorite. Let's go to Acacia.
And we'll get to her in a moment, but starting with the number 4, Good Sam, who has been a really bad actor here in the paddock when trying to get the tack on. I liked her when she first walked in, as she's incredibly strong. And while she does have to show that she can get the distance in just her second start, she was really, really tough to get the tack on. They took her out away from the rest of the field, and she acted up really badly. She's settled now that they've gotten the tack on. Maybe it's just something with putting the saddle on. Physically, she looks like she can get the mile. Now, she did get a little bit green last time, and it was a wet track, but it was kind of almost that she got distracted when there was nobody else around her, when she was clear away from the rest of the field, as she started kind of lugging in and out and swapping her leads. I like her in this spot. The number 6, Rosie's Alibi, not too surprising to me that she's the favorite, but she is a My Racehorse owned horse, and there are quite a few My Racehorse partners in the paddock here today, too. And her win picture at Parks, which was on Pennsylvania Derby Day. So it wasn't just that she went to Parks. It was on the Pennsylvania Derby undercard. So it was a big day at Parks. It seemed like there were 200 people in the winner's circle. Yes, she did it impressively. She has grown a bit. She is a leggier type of filly now. But as far as the pedigree does go, on the bottom side with Rose's Vision, the half sibling, leans more towards sprint. I just don't know if she's really fast enough in this spot. Finally, the number 3, Foggy Night. She did that maiden win so easily, going 1 mile and 70 yards. She's big, she's strong, she looks like distance. To me, she's the wild card, and in my opinion, the biggest threat to Good Sam. Greg?
Well, she's another one coming in from Parks. Butch Reed, of course, has had some big moments on the New York circuit. Here's Crypto Mama, speed from that inside post.
Yeah, and should utilize that speed from that post. Make sure she grabs forward position, avoid too much kickback.
Well, she was just second to Almarosa, who was in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. Granted, she was 30-1 morning line. Binsky broke her maiden, Belmont and Aqueduct last start.
Yeah, and was very game, dueled throughout, and got her nose down in front.
The Butch Reed filly, dominant at 1 mile and 70 yards at Parks. She won by more than 11 lengths last out.
Butch Reed is a trainer that has been winning races for years because he's practical about his horse's chances. He's not shipping here unless he thinks she really belongs.
What are you seeing from Good Sam?
Well, she was a handful in the paddock. I saw them trying to get the tack on her. She's a beautiful filly, framing up nicely. Her grand dam was Twist of Fleet, a multiple Grade 1 winner for John Kimmel.
She wasn't even asked much for in the stretch, and she won so easily. Here's Rosie's Alibi, still the even money favorite for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, Pennsylvania bred, probably another contributing factor why she ran at Parks. Being a Pennsylvania bred, you get bonus money for winning races there, and she can improve.
And La Vida Sofia, big price. Rudy Rodriguez broke her maiden in a race meant for the grass that was taken off and run on a sloppy racetrack.
Yeah, and I think they probably found out that what she really wanted, the surface she really wanted as far as dirt, should be forwardly placed from the outside. Jose Gomez keeps them out. Remember, apprentices do not get the weight allowance in stake races. That's a big vote of confidence when a trainer keeps an apprentice on in a stake when they can get a journeyman, because there's no incentive with getting the weight off.
I have a favorite. I know what Mig's favorite tempt it is. It came back in 2000. And talk to us about this ride on 2-item limit.
2-item limit was just such a tough little filly. Hickory came from last, saved all the ground, but she would take the kickback. She was able to come up the rail, come out around the leader, and then drew off readily. Just a really, really nice filly that I was fortunate to ride for owner Joe Graffio and trainer Stephen L. DeMauro, my contract holder's son, who's more like a brother to me. And then she came right back to win the Demoiselle as well. Really Hickory kind of horse. And again, your young horses, 2-year-olds, taking all the kickback she took coming from last on the inside. And she did it like an older horse. Just had a lot of class, a lot of desire. She was a really good little filly. I remember, Greg, after this, we're pointing for the Demoiselle, and I had to go to Saudi Arabia and ride in a cup race. And I was going to leave there Friday night, get back here Saturday morning. And Joe Graffio, who's a good friend, was worried about, if I'd be okay to ride. I'd be too tired to ride. I had to convince him, and then she won the Demoiselle as well, probably in spite of me.
You'd go on to win the Black-Eyed Susan as well on her at Pimlico in her 3-year-old campaign. Nice filly. As we get set for this year's edition coming up, we'll see what Good Sam, could she be any kind? She looked very good in that debut. She did it so easily, too. She broke so sharp from the rail. She was pressed by Spelterini in that race, who wound up 3rd. And it didn't really take anything out of her. She went on to win by more than 4 lengths.
Well, what was impressive about it, too, and we don't know for sure, that's going to translate to a fast track. I believe it will, but that being said, she went very easy fractions early, 23-3, 48-1, and then she flew home. 3/4 and 11 from 48-1, and then 111 and a fifth to 117. That's 16-4, the last 16th of a mile for a 2-year-old filly. That's rolling.
Start number 2 coming up. Again, a lot of question marks. Stretching out to a longer distance than she's ever gone. Getting a fast track for the first time. Winners for the first time. We will see, but now she has become, as we expected, the 4-5 favorite. Our program, as you see, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. And here's a look at Rosie's Alibi. Pletcher, My Racehorse, Flavian Pratt, and a Justify filly. And Triple Crown champ. She was very easily a winner in the second start of her career.
She is out of a Bernardini mare. Maybe the feeling is, too, that stretching out she could get better. She is well posted. It just feels like that's way too short a price on her.
Let's go back to Acacia.
I want to take a look at the number 1 Crypto Mama, who we have seen face Stakes Company before. In fact, the only one in this field to do so. And she does have some foundation, finishing second behind Alma Rosa, who was the short price favorite in that stake at Delaware. It was also on a wet track. I noticed that she hesitated ever so slightly at the break and then moved up quickly to get the lead. So getting out of the gate cleanly from the inside post today is going to be key. And immediately out of the post parade, Trevor McCarthy broke right away from the pony and gave her a big exuberant warm-up on the track. She's much more focused, too, than when I saw her back at Saratoga now. And even that day I had written, wants to go longer. So I like her at this distance. And I think with her speed, that could really be the key. The number 2, Binsky, did win at a mile last time out to break her maiden. Now, she was in a pretty game stretch duel with Peace Cruiser. The 3rd place finisher, Grand Entrance, came back to win her next start with a 64 by her speed figure. Yes, Binsky was game. Yes, she got the mile that day. It just was a slower race, and she will, I think, have to take a big step forward to be competitive with a couple of the other fillies in here. I do wish that she was carrying a little bit more condition. Typically, Linda Rice horses do have a lot of substance to them. And I just wish that she had a little bit more strength, particularly in her hindquarters, coming back off of that tough effort. Since it's a compact field, let's touch on all of them. The number 5, La Vida Sofia, also had a win at the mile last time out, though on a wet track and an off the turf race. I noticed that she drifted out a little bit in the stretch last time too. Yes, she pulled away, but she did seem like her strides were shortening a bit against those turf met runners. For me too, she's one that will have to take a step forward. She was a little bit green first stepping onto the track, kind of freezing and trying to back up when it's that kind of surface change of the pavers from the paddock onto the dirt of the main track that some young horses get a little spooked by. So I think that this filly is still figuring things out. Let's see if she can build off of that maiden score, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Meanwhile, down to 1-2 favoritism on Good Sam. Solid favorite off a very eye-catching and impressive debut.
Yeah, and I think that's appropriate. I mean, she really finished the deal. I mean, she got to kind of, walk the dog on the lead going 6.5, but when she was asked, she accelerated. And when they finish like that, you have to think going further is not going to be an issue. She's got, a nice pedigree. Like I said, the female side of the family. Twist of Fleet was a really talented filly that possessed a lot of speed for John Kimmel.
So despite that early money, which we see a lot from the My Racehorse ownership group, floats up to 2-1 now, which it seems to be a race for second in here. Good Sam was that good first time out. Foggy Night, Crypto Mama, Rosie's Alibi, they all figure to be in the mix.
Yeah, and I think there'll be decent enough pace on here. I ended on Foggy Night because Butch Reed ships in here. He's not a guy that comes here unless he thinks he can win. She had 2 sprint races. She ran okay. She ran on, but really found herself when she went 1 mile and 70. She's got a lot of foundation, particularly 1 mile and 70 at Parks, and now turning back 70 yards to a 1-turn mile. If there's going to be an upset, I think it's the 3 Foggy Night. Listen, the 4 Good Sam is a deserving favorite and the most likely winner. I'm just looking for a horse that maybe could take a step forward with more foundation.
Still, it's one start. It came on a slop. It came sprinting. We're going long. It's a fast track. Winners now. You never know how they're going to move forward, but all indications are from seeing what she did first out, she looks like she's pretty talented. Got to do it on the racetrack, though. We will find out. Tempted. Coming up next, we saw Malathot use this race as a stepping stone to a championship 3-year-old campaign, and she's going to be your champion older filly or mare this year as well off that Distaff performance we just saw yesterday. There's Good Sam stepping in. Let's go upstairs. It's the Tempted, race 3 from Aqueduct. Here's John Imbrial.
We are set for the start of race 3. And they're off. There was a bit of a bobble there at the start for number 1, Crypto Mama, but she is moving up now. Good Sam. And on the outside, Rosie's Alibi. And those two were joined by Crypto Mama and Foggy Night, who's in between horses. La Vida Sofia just behind the front 4. And it's a big break, 7 lengths or so, back to Binsky, who trails the field in 6th. Foggy Night by a head. Crypto Mama down at the rail, now moves right alongside. The opening quarter in 23 1/5 seconds. The heavy favorite, Good Sam, sits just off those front runners in 3rd. Then it's Rosie's Alibi racing in 4th, 1.5 to La Vida Sofia. And now Binsky has made up some ground down towards the rail and is a half dozen lengths from the front. And up front, it's Crypto Mama with a neck in front of Foggy Night. Good Sam remains in 3rd. La Vida Sofia towards the rail. Then on the outside, it is Rosie's Alibi and Binsky. Opening half mile in 46 4. They're racing midway on the turn. It is Foggy Night challenged on the outside now by Good Sam. Crypto Mama is at the rail and now back running in 3rd. Then La Vida Sofia, Rosie's Alibi. They're at the top of the stretch. It is Good Sam who now takes the lead. 3/4 and 1, 12 2. Good Sam is in front. Foggy Night down towards the rail. Then Rosie's Alibi in 3rd. It is Good Sam who's getting away now. Foggy Night switches to the outside. Good Sam has the lead. The lead is 3 lengths. Foggy Night giving chase in second. Rosie's Alibi is third, and it will be Good Sam. And she's 2 for 2 as a 2-year-old filly. She takes the Tempted Stakes today.
Good Sam, too good. Now, Rat Ortiz Jr. looked comfortable from the outset. Had her in a great spot early.
He was just galloping offside of the horses. Foggy Night, Crypto Mama were vying for the lead. And you could see going to the half-mile pole, the race was over, that Good Sam was going to win. Foggy Night did good. Watch the move from Paco Lopez here when he decides he's going to jump heels. I mean, this is how you get yourself dropped. You're going to climb out over heels there. You see how she had to almost, tiptoe over heels of that? And for what reason when you have ample room along the inside? It's just not a move that I can't understand. The winner was best. Great run from Foggy Night. And again, I think an ill-advised move in mid-stretch by the rider.
Fierce sailing in front of him, thinking he's going to tip out and get.
I don't know what the thought process there. First of all, you're breaking your forward momentum. And do you think you're going to get back outside of her and re-rally? Why wouldn't you just ride straight at that point? And honestly, he put himself in jeopardy doing that. It's a move I don't really understand.
Rat Ortiz Jr., Chad Brown, Peter Brand, they have a good one here. This 2-year-old filly may be very good. Handles this stretch out to a mile without a problem. As we check in at Churchill Downs, their first race is coming up shortly. Going to begin their Sunday card with a $30,000 maiden claiming event at a mile and a 16th. And now we have an objection, by the way, at Aqueduct. Foggy Night on Good Sam. Doesn't appear to be much there, though. We'll get you back to that in a moment. Here's our post parade. Queen Tapiture kicks things off.
Yeah, Phillies run consistently well. Drops in class now. That was Ella at Belterra, though.
Gamby, Belterra debuter as well. Did not show a lot, but it was against better.
Yeah, and she could improve with the race, but she's going to need to.
Fabulosity showed speed sprinting. Now going to stretch out.
Yeah, it was claimed last time for 30. Now the stretch does have foundation.
3-1 right now. Third choice on the board. Here's the 4, Spunk. For Riley Mott, has been on turf going long 2 starts.
Yeah, second starter for Riley Mott, who went out on his own now as a trainer, left his dad, who was his dad, Billy Mott, assistant for a number of years, goes to the dirt.
5 would have been a major player. That one comes out for Brad Cox. Peaceful Moment, drop down in class from Keeneland.
And with Kenny McPeak, horses seem to do well stretching out and does take more of a drop in class.
Didn't show a lot, though, the first 2 starts, but it was a 50 maiden claimer at Keeneland. And then 16-1. You're a Dandy outside the start, number 5. Another one that comes in from Belterra last start.
And we just really have to turn around because has not shown much of anything in all 4 of her starts.
7-5 favorite. Filly, who's only been on the grass so far, Spunk, in her first 2 starts. We saw her at Saratoga this summer. Let's check in for the first time this afternoon with Paula Duca. Paulie, how you doing?
Doing well, guys, and got to listen to a lot of you guys' broadcasts yesterday. You guys did an unbelievable job, so well done on Breeders' Cup Saturday. On here to Sunday, actually a very, very good crowd here at Churchill Downs. 9-race card, all on the dirt. The next turf race is going to be carded next week on Thursday. So far, so good on the first turf race that we did have. This first race here at Churchill Downs, a lot of people are handing this race maybe to Riley Mott, thinking, okay, let's give Riley his first win here. I mean, how can you play any of these horses on form? These fillies are really tough. And, you made a good point, Greg, with saying the 3, Fabulosity, maybe stretching out. I mean, somebody could get in front in here and just have the courage and just keep on going. It's really hard on form to look at the 4 Spunk and the Riley Mott runner here, this filly, and take 7-5. I get it. She might just run around these horses, and you got a horse in Peaceful Moment who ran a 34 buyer, the 6 in here, and here's your 5-2 second choice. The 7, You're a Dandy, has run 4 times and has not registered a buyer and is 17-1. There's actually a horse higher than hers. I mean, so that just shows you, I guess, the quality of this field. So now I guess you go towards the jockeys and maybe the connections, and maybe it's 3, 4, 6 in here, in and out. I thought this pick 5 is a pick 5 that could be gettable, because in the next race, Suanella, Michigan, and the 4, Girl Like Me is going to be very tough. Wolfie In race number 3, Baby Billy from the inside, and I thought Irish Aces, do not throw out the 5, putting the blinkers on. And then the single is going to be Cyclone. You look at Cyclone, this horse has got elite power on his PPs and is dropping for 50. So I thought this was a pick 5 that was gettable. This race was confusing, so if you want to stick with the favorites, but I wouldn't be surprised if something jumps up here because this is just a confusing race.
Paulie, thanks. Yeah, that 4th race, Cyclone, was in that Elite Power maiden race. Elite Power, your Breeders' Cup Sprint winner. That was back in June at Churchill this year. Ran a distant 5th to him, but you see that show up, and I think that was going to be a big standout for Joe Sharp dropping in class.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I love it. Paul comes on. He's obviously done so much work because he, like, the facts he rattled off for the first few races, just miss being up in the office with you guys in Saratoga.
We had so much fun, the 3 of us sharing an office this summer. I hope we're doing it again next summer.
I sure hope so. And don't forget the hairspray.
Inside joke, but I will bring it. Don't worry. 6-5 favorite is, and Paulie talked about it, this field, I mean, they have not shown much. Spunk, 2 starts, has beaten a total of 3 horses going long on turf in both those 2. So this is the dirt debut coming up, and really not much ability shown on the grass where Bill Mott wanted this horse initially.
Yeah, but interesting that his son, going out on his own now, gets to run a even money shot with his 2nd starter.
Let's go to Acacia.
Back at Aqueduct in the Tempted, it was Good Sam, as I'm pleased to be joined by her winning jockey, Irad Ortiz. Irad, Good Sam, impressive win from her today, this filly. She really built off of that maiden score.
She's a nice filly since day one, since I get on her at Saratoga. I love her, and the trainer really liked her. She had told me how much he liked that filly, how much he liked this filly, and she's been amazing out there. I rode her first time out from the 1 hole, and she overcome everything. She did it pretty easy in a sloppy track. And today the question was the distance, but we was pretty sure that she can get the distance, but you never know, and she handled it pretty well.
Now, there was the objection. She did drift out a little bit. Can you tell us what you felt from her? Because we also saw her lugging in and out a little bit in her first race, too.
Yeah, in the first, she's a little green. When I hit her last time, she went in, so I was aware today I don't hit her. I turned her for home and start making the lead. She was moving great, so I don't want to hit her. I got a horse inside of me. I corrected. She went in a little bit when she changed lead. I corrected, and then I let her go by, and when she go by, I hit her a couple of times, and she keep going forward. Try to correct it and teach him to run straight to the wire.
Fresh off the Breeders' Cup and back into the winner's circle. Congratulations, Irad.
Thank you very much, Akash.
Irad Ortiz, it's been a good weekend for him, Greg.
2.5. Turns to the backstretch through a quarter in 25-1. With 5 furlongs remaining, continues unopposed. Spunk has come off the rail and is getting closer and is now 2nd, heading to the half-mile pole. Peaceful Moment is back into 3rd, 5 lengths behind Fabulosity, 4 furlongs to go. And then it's Gamby, Queen Tapiture, and Your Adendi. The half was 49-1. They're on the far turn. Fabulosity trying to see it out. 3 furlongs from the wire, still clear by 2.5. Spunk is given a nudge in 2nd, but has dropped 3.5 lengths behind now. Peaceful Moment comes on from the outside in 3rd. Queen Tapiture's in 4th, and Your Adendi's in 5th. In 1st is Fabulosity. Fabulosity in front by 4 with 3/16 to go. Peaceful Moment has run up to grab 2nd. Spunk gives way into 3rd, and Queen Tapiture's 4th. Single file, spread out field, 100 yards to go. Fabulosity went to the front and never looked back. Fabulosity by 4 lengths in the end. Peaceful Moment was 2nd. Spunk was 3rd. Queen Tapiture was 4th.
Well, Paulie pointed it out. If you could get the lead in this spot, it's not like there was a lot coming at you with a lot of heart. Fabulosity able to go gate to wire. Paul McGee off the claim. Joe Talamo rides to victory. Daughter of Exaggerator, former Preakness winner.
Yeah, and you know what? She had a pedigree that said that more distance would suit being by Exaggerator out of a Tis Now mare, and made the lead very comfortably under Joe Talamo, threw her ears up, and you could see early on that Spunk was kind of spinning her wheels trying the dirt for the first time. So the drop is appropriate, but she just didn't handle the dirt. And Peaceful Moment improved for Kenny McPeak on the drop, stretching out to be second.
Pretty easy here. Excuse me, pretty easy here for Fabulosity. And looking to see what she went off at. Unfortunately, my computer has frozen. 5-2. For the maiden breaker here in start number 4, going long. Wow, we saw a very seemingly frivolous claim of foul by Paco Lopez in this race.
Yeah, I didn't see much there. It looked to me like he wanted to angle out over heels to get to the outside, but there is history between Irad and Paco, and maybe that plays into it when we're talking about personalities.
1-2 favorite. Good Sam, too good for this group. $3 for the win. She's now 2 for 2, and now a stakes winner as well. Early in her career, back on the turf, mile and 16th on the inner turf here in this 4th race. Starts a middle pick 4. Maiden special weight. Dylan Davis with a big chance here in this 4th. He'll ride for Barclay Tag on a colt who has speed to get him very good position early. And this is a horse who fought to the wire with a Chad Brown winner Activist Investing last time out.
Yeah, I mean, and he was good in his debut where he had a steady, lost position in the first turn, finished well, now showed improved speed second time and ran all the way to the wire. So, he's versatile as well. Looks formidable here.
That is Scramble. Barclay Tag trains. Again, Dylan Davis will ride. Right now, the 5-2 favorite. There's a few ways to go in this race, though. We'll talk more about the field when we come back. There's the one we were just talking about. Scramble, 3rd time will be the charm for this 2-year-old son of Glen Eagles, trying to break his maiden after a very good effort at the Belmont at Aqueduct meet.
Warfront. On the racetrack, his accomplishments included this victory in the Vanderbilt at Saratoga.
It will be Warfront to win it by 2.5 lengths.
Now this son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. With over 100 stakes winners, Warfront's progeny includes some of the world's most talented runners, both at home and abroad. Ranked number 1 by percentage of lifetime stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races here on FS2. Our coverage brought to you where you can play it all. Go to NyraBets.com. Get signed up. Started. Match 200. That promo code to use for new members at sign up. And get that $200 deposit match sign up bonus in your account. There's Scramble. Barclay Tag trains. Dylan Davis will ride. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
We'll start down around to the inside with the number 1 Fly Right for Leah Giamatti, who is the full brother to graded stakes winner Sail By, also trained by Leah. And Sail By, who is very precocious too. This horse I thought ran a really good second on debut and then went right into the deep end in the Pilgrim as a maiden. We did see Major Dude for Todd Pletcher win that day in his first turf start, and I think that it's worth giving this horse another chance. He comes back into the maiden ranks. He showed speed. It was a yielding turf course that day. He's a big, solid horse, too. He looks much more defined, strongest that he's looked now in his third start. It's funny, he's actually a bigger version of Sail By as well. I like him in here. I do think that he's very intriguing coming out of a graded stakes try and back into the maiden ranks. The number 5, Scramble. He has run 2 similar races, but he did run very well, finishing second by Justin Neck last time out. Comes in here, an interesting, very strong European pedigree as well, being by Glen Eagles. And he's a horse that has a lot of length to his frame. He has a very long stride as well, and you can see that. He's very fit coming in here for trainer Barclay Tagg. And he has some early foot as well. He showed a lot more early interest last time out, which I do appreciate. He certainly could take a step forward in here. I think it's intriguing, and I do think that it is dominated by the horses who have some experience. I don't know if he will necessarily be the quickest early on, because that could go to the number 9 Ari Gold, who showed speed in both of his starts so far, and he gets back on the turf, which I do think is his preferred surface. He puts blinkers on today, just shortcut blinkers added, and I think that was by virtue of the fact that we did see him drifting in that debut, maybe a little bit more focus early on in the race as well, and he's sharp here in the paddock. He's energetic, but he's not doing too much. He's a really, really well-built son of Medaglia d'Oro, and I think getting back on the turf, some early speed, and Flavian Pratt, he comes right in after that impressive win on Flightline yesterday. I like what I see from this horse in the paddock, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Yeah, Pratt for Pletcher, Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners. And that turf debut only beat a length and a half in that Fly Right Scramble race. General Jim, who won that race, would come back to win in any other than a Keeneland for Shug McGahee.
And he took all the money on debut. I mean, he was a prohibitive favorite that day. You think Flavian Pratt took Flightline back here, like he flew back on Flightline?
I bet he wish he could have. Might have made it faster than if he flew.
And, you know, I actually, like, that would be a sad thought if you or his rider to think, wow, I'm not going to get to ride that again. Oh, my gosh.
I mean, hopefully we hear from him at some point today what that felt like at that moment, that classic on Flightline, and just how special a horse this is.
He opened his hands a little bit going to the far turn when it looked like Life is Good wanted to give him the slip a little bit. And he got to him so quick, he eased him back down again. He put him back in idle. And listen, I give the Life is Good connections so much credit. They went there to win. They said, all right, we're gonna throw our best punch. And if you could take it, I mean, to me, that's what sport, you know, that's the sporting thing to do, not to go out there and play it safe. I really, really appreciated that.
And Ryder Ortiz Jr. on Life is Good said he couldn't believe, because he was going fast. They were motoring. And he looked back and he's like, wow, he's right next to me.
He's still there.
Couldn't put any separation there. Here's our post parade. We start with Fly Right, Javier Castellano, coming out of the Grade 2 Pilgrim off a maiden win at Saratoga.
Yeah, and he ran
near miss at Saratoga.
Well, he ran really well in Saratoga, and then he caught yielding ground in that Pilgrim, and now he gets more firm ground. I think the ground played more into it than the company last time.
Seemingly not a lot of turf pedigree for a first-timer for Chad Brown. Usually with him, though, it doesn't matter.
No, Mare was a stakes winner on dirt, but Chad's good at identifying ones that handle the turf.
Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado with Mullingar.
Turned back in distance last time after showing speed. Stretches back out.
Here's Scramble, still the favorite for Barclay Tagg.
Yeah, he looks like he's going to be pretty tough here. He's tactical also.
Fire Baron, Mike Maker. He had a good effort at Kentucky Downs going a mile.
Yeah, Trevor McCarthy picks up the mount. Joel Rosario off his mounts today.
Moonflower, this horse intrigued me. He hit the gate. It really compromised him, and he was last early in that debut, and the horse that won that race was in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf, only lost by 3.5 lengths.
And there was no pace on whatsoever so him to close at all.
Don't Let Me Down, Manny Franco, Chris Engelhardt.
And stretching out after kind of running evenly sprinting.
Here's Todd Pletcher's RE Gold. Blinkers on.
Yeah, and a horse that took all the money on debut. Certainly a major player here.
And 54-1. Sorpreso also eligible, draws in. This horse was in a 5.5 furlong turf sprint last start.
54-1, that's nothing. Andrew Wolfson, this rider, won on a 57-1 shot yesterday.
The prices yesterday, it was just chaotic all day long. We had, going into the last race, we had 4 horses alive to a pick 5 carryover, which is very uncommon. Here's the Chad Brown firster, son of the Triple Crown champ Justify, 9-2. Right now, we see Chad Brown do it a lot. Horses that seemingly don't have much turf pedigree win on the surface anyway.
Yeah, listen, Chad's able to identify the ones that, and he's talked about it. I've asked him about it. The horses that finish their works a certain way or don't gallop out a certain way, you kind of identify that maybe they'd be more turf meant. And obviously, he's got a knack at defining the ones that do. Horse is making a really nice impression warming up. You're talking about a professional-looking young horse.
Meanwhile, here's the favorite, Dylan Davis, start number 3 on Scramble, who looked like he was going to be a winner last time out. I mean, he fought tooth and nail with Activist Investing and did all the running early on, was in perfect position, too. In that mile and a 16th race, Belmont and Aqueduct. Today may be the day.
Well, and, you know, last time it looked like, you know, Activist Investor was going to give him the slip, and he kept fighting on. He kind of came back at him. And, you know, for a young horse to do that shows a lot about their desire, their you know, willingness to fight for it. And I appreciate that. And in his first start, he was just a bit keen and got kind of jammed up into the first turn and lost position, but finished well.
Let's go back to Acacia.
Taking a look at that first-time starter, the number 3 Palace Gate for Chad Brown. And as Richie mentioned, he was very professional out on the track, which was positive because he wasn't the most professional back in the paddock, was being a little bit vocal. But then actually once they got the tack on and brought him out to the track, he settled really nicely. And it was kind of like he said, okay, I know what my job is here. He is one that I do think is carrying a lot of condition, maybe will do better after a start. He's a bigger bodied type of individual, but a really good looking horse. And it's interesting because you wouldn't look at him in just his physicality straight and based off of that pedigree and say turf, but he does have that really kind of bouncy floating stride. And as Richie was talking about, with the way a horse covers the ground in those workouts and how they move, you can often tell which surface they'll move over better as well. And this is a horse that's been based at Belmont. Oftentimes you'll see trainers either work horses over the turf or gallop them over the turf infield. Particularly that happens a lot up at Saratoga, just to see how they move over the grass. And I say it all the time, it's counterintuitive, even with a horse that has much more of a dirt pedigree. When Chad Brown enters a horse to run on the grass, I do take note, and I liked the way this one moved in that warm-up. Greg?
Thanks, Acacia. Pick 4. Again, that new middle pick 4. It begins in this race coming up. So, turf race to kick it off. I will be on the turf again in race number 5. Chad Brown's going to be tough potentially in that race as well with Princess Blakely the 3. But there's a few ways to go there. Dirt race, I thought was wide open in the 6th. Warstopper, Founder, I think, going back to the dirt for Bill Mott's interesting. Nabokov you have for Chad Brown in there. Kinetic Sky. Maiden race in the 7th. That's a good sequence. Mile, one-turn mile maiden race in the 7th, where Ohana Honor for Sugar McGahee is going to be your favorite part of an entry. But there's a few other interesting runners in there with big pedigrees.
Big pedigrees, you know, large field, going a mile, horses stretching out from sprints. I think it's a really tough sequence, but I'm really excited about that race. You know, we're getting the later developing 2-year-olds now, the horses that weren't, you know, precocious early. And we, you know, Cave Rock, obviously the favorite in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Forte, so good, so consistent. There's potential. We haven't even seen the Derby winner yet.
Very good chance. We didn't see, I don't think Fusaichi Pegasus debuted until early or maybe even late December. And he'd go on to win the Derby.
Justify.
Yeah, he didn't debut until February of his 3-year-old campaign. That is extremely rare. I don't know how much more often we'll see that, but it could happen.
I think, obviously I think Flightline is the most talented horse I've seen since the 70s. Just sheer brilliance. But if you had to compare him to another horse, I guess it would be Distaff, because they were both like shooting stars. They streaked across the sky.
Bob Baffert would tell you American Pharoah. And he actually said after the race, this is what, I don't know if it's maybe pretty big conjecture on Baffert's part, but he was obviously talented. But he said this is what American Pharoah would have been at 4 if he stayed around.
That's interesting. But I was just talking about from their campaigns, right?
Yeah.
I think with Distaff 6 starts. Flightline yesterday was his 6th start, right?
Yeah. 6 starts, wins by 71 lengths combined in those 6 starts.
Pretty incredible.
And Flavien Prat right back to business on the Sunday card at Aqueduct after an incredible performance. And yeah, talk about the pressure of a rider, too, to be in that position when everyone in the racing world is expecting not just a win, but brilliance from you. And you can't make a mistake.
Yeah, but, I think that's one of the reasons why Flavien's so good. He seems pretty unflappable. He's just a very calm person. You see the way he gets horses to run into his hands. And listen, he was fortunate, too. He was drawn outside Life is Good. It kind of made life a bit easier. You know he's going to go, and you're going to follow from the outside. And a horse that's willing to cooperate with you. He wasn't keen. Yeah, he was there. He was all horse for him underneath him, but he was like, oh, okay, you want me to wait a little bit? I'll wait.
And you see how going that fast, what it did to a brilliant horse in Life is Good. Just had nothing left in the stretch, but for Flightline, it's just like nothing.
Well, I imagine that, you're running as fast as you possibly can. You're running track, and somebody just runs by you. It basically is going to deflate you even more. Or even better than that, you're in a barroom brawl, and you throw your best punch, and the guy looks at you. And you go, oh, man, I know the beatdown's coming.
Little bit what it was like for everybody in that field going up against Flightline, who's been retired, will stand at Lane's End, perfect record, and will go down as one of the greats, and then we'll leave it to everyone else to argue where he fits in that picture. But brilliant horse, the likes that we haven't seen in a long time in this sport, and the man that piloted him to that victory, there he is, Flavien Prat on the 9 here, Ari Gold for Todd Pletcher. We're set for the 4th. Middle pick 4 begins here. Let's go upstairs to John Embrial for the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. It was a tight squeeze there at the start for number 7 Moon Flyer, and he is the early trailer. There's Ari Gold up to challenge Fly Right for the lead. Ari Gold and Fly Right. Ari Gold takes the lead. Fly Right down at the rail runs in 2nd, and Sorpreso is next in 3rd. Then comes Mullingar, who's in 4th, followed by Scramble in 5th. Scramble's about 7 lengths from the lead already. And then Palace Gate is down towards the rail. On the outside, Don't Let Me Down, followed by Fire Baron. And after that awkward start, Moonflyer trails the field in 9th. The 2-year-old maidens head for the backstretch after a quarter in 23 and 2. Ari Gold, 3/4 of a length. Fly Right has moved off the rail and is now to the outside of Ari Gold. Ari Gold half length. Fly Right runs in 2nd. Mullingar is down at the rail. And then comes long shot Sorpreso, followed by the favorite Scramble, who's in between horses. Break of a length and a half to Palace Gate. The first-time starter is in 6th. Then Don't Let Me Down in 7th. Gap of 3 to Fire Baron and Moon Flyer. The half went in 48 and 2. It is still Ari Gold with the lead by 2. Fly Right remains in 2nd. And now Scramble has advanced up into 3rd, 3.5 lengths from the lead. Mullingar down at the rail, dropping back. Then it is Palace Gate and Sorpreso. They are heading for home with Ari Gold the leader by 3. Fly Right now getting closer. And on the outside, it is Scramble. Those 3 come down for the 8th pole. Ari Gold, Scramble on the outside. Fly Right is in 3rd. It is still Ari Gold. Scramble on the outside, but Ari Gold is going to win it. A front-running victory here for Ari Gold under Flavien Prat.
From flight line to gate to wire on Ari Gold. You think Ari Emanuel is watching? This horse named after the character in Entourage, named after the super agent, Ari Emanuel. Gate to wire win here with the blinkers on.
Yeah, and just a decisive heads-up ride from Flavien Prat. From that post, he said, you know what, I'm going to the lead. You could see, again, I talk about when you want to ride a speed horse and you want the lead, it's like a game of chicken. You cannot blink. And he went, made his intentions clear, crossed over. Javier Castellano said, okay, I'll ease back, I'll follow. He got to dictate things on the front end, kicked away, scrambled, lost position going into the first turn, was caught a bit wide, but came up second best to the 9, Ari Gold. Gate to wire under your Breeders' Cup Classic winner, Flightline's pilot, Flavien Prat.
7-2 in the end. Does it on the front end every step of the way here. Scramble winds up second as the 3-2 favorite. Fly right Palace Gate. That first timer for Chad Brown with the dirt pedigree, rounding out the superfecta.
Yeah, very logical. The horses, Ari Gold, Scramble, Fly Right, all ran on debut together in Saratoga and were all within the same proximity of each other, and they showed up and showed that form in Saratoga was legit.
Going back to Churchill Downs, race 2 kicks off their pick 4. $20,000 claiming sprint, 7/8 of a mile as we get set for the post parade coming up. As they walk through the tunnel, we start with La Turista, who will cut back in distance from a starter allowance at Keeneland.
And she's 1 for 12 at Churchill Downs.
13-1 from the rail. Sue Ellen Mishkin, back-to-back wins at Finger Lakes and Keeneland.
Yeah, New York bred filly there in Kentucky, 3 for 6 lifetime.
4-5 for Jorge Abreu. And those gold square silks we're accustomed to seeing on the New York circuit. A Girl Like Me comes in for Prairie Meadows.
This is what I like, making her first start for our friend and colleague Tom Amos. I like this filly. Hickory shows up 5 for 20.
Princess Tapiture, Belterra has been at, and this horse should show some speed.
Yeah, I think she's the speed of the affair here, stretching out to 7 furlongs. Has got 6 furlong speed.
Aiden Ike has been a popular claim. Right now, 9-1 on the board.
Yeah, this filly just seemingly has dinner in someone else's barn pretty much every time she runs. And I usually think that's a vote of confidence. Horse people are seeing something they like about her.
12 and 19 starts. She's hit the board, too. She shows up. And then Sunny Isle beats Jack Gilligan from the outside, 4-1. Did not show a lot of life at Churchill for 40 last time out. Is going to drop down to 20.
Yeah, and turned back in distance. That race was off of freshening. Maybe she needed that a little bit. Maybe turning back to 7/8 in the drop in class, she can finish well.
2 minutes to post. Pick 4 starts here, and Paulie Sue Ellen Mishkin going to try and make it 3 in a row coming up.
Yeah, she is, and she's been very, very sharp. When you look at her form on fast racetracks, she's basically 3 for 3, except when they threw her in the spin away in her second career start. So, you know, and she lost to Echo Zulu. They made the mist. She was on a sloppy racetrack. Then they tried turf. Then obviously, you know what, Jorge thought, okay, let's just drop here, and it's resulted in 2 gate-to-wire finishes. I do think she can clear this field. I think the scratch of the 3 does help. There is some other pace in here, but I think she'll be comfortable enough on the lead in here. The 4 for Tom Amos, you know, this is a horse that's off the claim for Tom, and I thought had a decent shot as well to come from a little bit off the pace. A Girl Like Me, you know, claim from the John Hall barn. And this horse has got some decent works to go to, and I love this horse has got 4 wins in the last 15 starts. The 7, who some of the money's going to, and a lot of the people here like here on the track, I get it. Matt Scherer is very good off the claim. He's 20% in a 41 horse sample, but it's really tough for me to get behind a horse that's 0 for 23 the last 2 years at 5-1. So I'm 2-4 in here, 4-2. And to get back, guys, to the Breeders' Cup, I just wanted to throw a little bit of note in there. Obviously, some great storylines with Flightline. Cody's Wish, the biggest storyline. But I thought what was really, really special is Roger Atfield. And I know, Mig, you liked Cheryl Spite a little bit. Lady Shakespeare out of Lady Sherrill, who he trained, and then Sherrill Spite out of Perfect Sherrill, who was out of Lady Sherrill, runs an unbelievable second at 55-1. You know, and we talk about Dwayne Lucas at age 87 doing what he's doing. Roger Atfield's going to be turning 83 here at the end of November. He's won 7 or 8 Queen's Plates, Prince of Wales, you name it, he's won them all. He's been a Canadian trainer of the year about 10 times, and I think he just doesn't get his due as being one of the best trainers in North America, period, at least in my lifetime. And I'll tell you what, he had both of his horses ran great yesterday.
They really did, and something that Paul might not know. I rode Lady Sherrill for Noel Hickey, and won the Flower Bowl on when it was a Grade 1, Greg. So I'm all over that family there.
He's one of the greats in multiple Hall of Fames, and well-deserved.
His Hall of Fame,
huge.
His Hall of Fame induction speech up in Saratoga was classic, one of the best ever.
Try and go revisit that if you can. That's always one of the great days up at Saratoga. Tough ticket to get. And usually we're too busy to be part of the ceremonies, but we keep an eye on them.
Hey, we got to do shows. Saratoga Live up there. Come on.
Clock's already on until we return. Countdown begins. 3-5 favorite, Sue Ellen Michigan. You don't think she's going to get the lead in here, huh?
No, I do think she can get the lead, but I do think she's going to have to face some pressure from the 5. You know, who has shown consistently she wants to be up on the pace.
Short price. See if she can make it 3 in a row. She's won her last 2 by 13 1/4 lengths combined. Finger Lakes allowance race and then a condition 20 race at Keeneland at this 7/8 distance, which bodes well for her. We know she can handle it. There she is, New York bred filly.
Where's the name from? Sue Ellen Michigan. Isn't it a character of some?
Isn't it from Seinfeld?
Waiting for Princess again, Sunny Isle Beach. There in the gate. And they're off. And Sue Ellen Michigan breaks sharply and quickly, comes on to grab the lead. Sunny Isle Beach was away well from the outside, but is away second nonetheless as Sue Ellen Michigan builds a 3-length lead as they cross over. Clear-cut leader down the backstretch run. Sue Ellen Michigan in front. Sunny Isle Beach is back in second, just ahead of Adenike, who's now running in third. La Turista pushed along in fourth. A Girl Like Me on the move from fifth. Princess Temperature at the back in sixth as they chase Sue Ellen Michigan down the backstretch run. The opening quarter, a manageable 23 1/5 seconds. Onto the far turn, Sue Ellen Michigan. The lead's down to a length. Sunny Isle Beach is cranking up the pressure from second and is quickly coming after the leader, Sue Ellen Michigan, and has come on to put a nose in front. So these two round the far turn together. Sunny Isle Beach rests a narrow lead away. Sue Ellen Michigan's back into second now. A Girl Like Me comes off the turn third. Adenike is fourth. Sunny Isle Beach roused to the lead off the turn, leading by 3 lengths now. Sue Ellen Michigan giving way, A Girl Like Me, and Adenike. Final 16th coming, Sunny Isle Beach with a 4-length advantage. A Girl Like Me runs up into second, second best to Sunny Isle Beach, who wins it by 3 in the end. A Girl Like Me was second, Sue Ellen Michigan settles for third, Adenike was fourth.
Sunny Isle Beach with a win turning back in distance. She'd faced some good ones of late, including Played Hard earlier this year, who she looked like she was going to develop into a filly we're going to see in the Distaff this year after her Saratoga.
Yeah, you know, I was of the same mind as Paul, though, that like she just hadn't won in so long, but I think she fell into the right circumstances today. Outside draw, going 7/8, turning back in distance, class relief. because she was much the best winner.
And no response in the stretch for Sue Ellen Mishkin.
Who I did read a quick article here. I pulled up that a character on Seinfeld that was in several episodes, but she was quick. Boy, she bounded out of the gate, just a little tired late and wasn't able to hold on. But this filly kind of made that swoop early too, Sunny Isle Beach, and kept on going for 10 strike racing. Jeremy Sussman, Matt Shearer, he had a good summer in Saratoga. He won a couple races up there.
Yeah, did very well. One of the new faces up there. 4th career win for this daughter of Jimmy Creed. Jack Gilligan riding, 10 strike racing. Jeremy Sussman own. Prices when we come back. It's Sunny Isle Beach to start off the pick 4 at Churchill Downs. Stay with us.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets. Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races, our program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Ari Gold, entourage fans all over this one. Todd Pletcher, Flavian Pratt, fresh off his classic victory on Flightline for Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners. Gate to wire score.
Aggressive from the start, put this horse on the lead, cleared by the first turn. So you get to save ground, and then you get to dictate the tempo, and had plenty left to kick on through the stretch and hold off your favorite, Scramble, who ran well again. Another good effort from him. Inside runner, Fly Again, ran well. Kind of got caught in that chasing the pace kind of mode.
$9.50 for the victory. Start number 3, second on the grass for the son of Medaglia d'Oro with the win. Let's go down to Acacia.
Flavian Pratt, who's had a terrific weekend. Flavian, let's start with Ari Gold, the winner here. Aggressive ride right to the front, and this horse was sharp today.
Yeah, he was. He broke well. I thought with the blinkers, try to get him in the race. I had the chance to make the lead, and I was traveling all the way around pretty well.
But not to the front end yesterday. It was Flightline. It didn't even matter. What is it like to sit on a horse like that, who you were 6 for 6 with?
I mean, it's obviously a great great joy to share the journey with him. Just an amazing talent. He has speed and he carries it. As I said, I think he can win the sprint if he wants to. It's just that quick and he just carried the speed. Just the perfect combination for a dirt horse.
He's off to the breeding shed now, but he gave us some amazing memories. And with horses like that, it's almost a relief when they win, right? What were the emotions like after yesterday?
Yeah, no, I think, you know, it's great that he goes as a stallion and he's a sound and he's undefeated. So I think that's great. I think the connection of managing him so well. You know, it's a bit strange because as yesterday, you know, you cross the finish line. You obviously, it's a great relief. Obviously, for my career, it's you know, Breeders' Cup Classic. It's something that it's a goal as a jockey, and in the meantime, you kind of think it might be the last time you get on him. So it was a bit, you know, a mix of emotion. But listen, he's sound. I mean, he has giving us so much. I'm just really happy for him and can't wait to ride his babies.
Yeah, we saw that photo of you taking a peek between your legs when you came down to the wire, and they weren't even close to you. I mean, were you surprised at just how easily he did it? And you're going quick too.
Yeah, I'm going quick, but I'm traveling so well. The thing is, you know, when you travel that way, and you know, it doesn't really matter of the time. It's just the way the horse is moving, and I was just feeling like I was in a good cruising speed where I wasn't using him too much, and that's what he's good at. He has a huge cruising speed, and he relaxed well down the backside. When I had a chance to look back and see that the horse behind us were far back, I had a chance to give him a really good breather and take my time, and when I felt it was time to make a move, then he responded really well.
So special. What an incredible horse. Well done yesterday. Congratulations, Flavien.
Thank you very much.
Breeders' Cup Classic winning jockey, Flavien Prat. Greg.
Flavien Prat, world-class rider, on one of the greats we have seen in this sport in a long, long time. 121 buyer in the victory in a Classic, and living up to the almost unmanageable expectations that were on that horse's shoulders going into the Classic.
Yeah, I mean, it was going to take that kind of performance to kind of silence any critics or, you know, wow those of us who have just been such big fans. Really like that interview, like how thoughtful his words were and how much the horse has given him and the journey that they've been able to, you know, go on together and the experiences the horse gave him, and looking forward to riding his offspring. And that's something now we'll kind of turn the page. He gave us great memories, but now we'll look to the future. That's how racing works. Look to the future and see how his offspring does on the racetrack.
Yeah, and you got to give some credit to John Sadler. What a masterful job he did, showing the patience he did as well, mapping out the campaign for this horse.
Without a doubt, John Sadler, a Hall of Famer.
We're going to take a timeout. Pick 6 carryover begins in the next race coming up. It'll be on the turf at a mile and a 16th. $31,820 carryover into this Sunday Pick 6, and it kicks off in 4 minutes.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
We are back on America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today's Sunday Pick 6. We have a carryover of 31,000, closer to 32,000 coming up that begins in this turf event. Here's Sal's Dream Girl coming off a state-bred maiden claiming win.
Yeah, but has run races good enough to be competitive here and gets a good inside draw.
Rosemary Potatoes double-digit odds at 11-1.
This filly's always hinted like she could break through. She can be a little bit on the keen side. I'd like to see them just let her go to the lead.
Princess Blakely, a lot of gaps in the running line. She's only started 3 times, and her turf debut was last start. She got a number that's the best in this field.
Yeah, and she makes a lot of sense, and she's in for a price that she ran well last time.
Smoking Hot Kitty stretching out with Jose Lezcano.
Yeah, stretching out should be forwardly placed.
45-1. That's the biggest price on the board here on Write This Down.
Yeah, I mean, she's been running for she ran for 10,000 last time at Colonial. She's going to have to really turn it around.
Temperamental, 35-1 with Jose Gomez.
Yeah, her recent form leaves a lot to be desired on the turf.
Diva Reddy, she finished ahead of Princess Blakely when they met at Saratoga, and then she was hiked up in class. She drops back down today.
I think she just gets back to a more appropriate level. Her start 2 back was good enough to win here.
Surprised that disparity between the 3 and the 8 in the odds. Hope for the best. Christophe Clement won first time out, slow figure.
Yeah, slow figure, but she did get up to win on debut. She can take a step forward stretching out.
Mandy Green, Mark Hennig trains with Flavian Pratt.
Yeah, Flavian Pratt's ridden this horse, and the fact that he takes the mount again gives me some confidence.
6-1 Union Dolly, Manny Franco aboard, blinkers coming off.
Yeah, another one stretching out in distance, should be forward.
And a couple also eligibles draw into this race. One of them synonymous for John Pregman Jr.
Ran okay going a mile and 3/8, and this is, back to an easier spot, but still would be a surprise to me.
I thought this one definitely a player. Capital Gal, Heeman Harkey. Maybe public just forgetting about this one.
If this horse had a better post, I think I would pick this horse. I think this filly's last 2 races were terrific, and I think Heeman Harkey has ridden her extremely well. But she's got to overcome the post. I mean, it's just a tough task ahead of her.
Pick 6 carryover again. It begins in this race coming up. Non-winners at 2 lifetime. 30,000 claiming race. Princess Blakely, Chad Brown, the 3, the favorite with a Rat Ortiz Jr. Let's go to Acacia.
And we'll start there, Greg, as of course those connections do hold a lot of power when it comes to the tote board. As far as Princess Blakely is concerned, yes, maybe she has theoretically a little bit more blue sky than some of the others in here that have had a lot of chances, given the fact that she's only had 3 races. But she's only had 3 races. She seems to be one that's very tough to keep on the racetrack because she debuted at Gulfstream on the Tapeta, and I had actually written that day, looks like she'll want long on turf. That's what she got last time. She ran a good 3rd, but it was January to April, April to July, July to now, and she had been a vet scratch leading into this. So I'm not 100% sure what to make of her. Maybe she is one that's a little bit tough on herself in her races because she is a very lightly boned type of filly. There's not a lot of substance to her. She looks fine coming in here. She ran fine last time out. A horse that did run in that same race is Diva Reddy. I think that she's a bigger price because she is a little bit dirtied up. She had a disappointing race last time, but that was stepping up in class, and she comes back down to the proper level today. The race at which she ran a good effort, 2 starts back ahead of Princess Blakely. She is first off the claim for Bob Caceres as well. She was a little bit warm back in the paddock, but she looks like this is the right spot for her. She has a lot of good substance to her. She warmed up nicely under Javier Castellano. I took a shot though with the 11 Union Dolly. Physically, she looks like she wants to go longer. Her demeanor has always said short, but the blinkers come off today, and she is so much more relaxed today with those blinkers off, like a totally different horse. I think that she's going to be forward. Her only start going long, she lunged at the break, and I am really excited to get to see her get some added ground. Manny Franco will be in the saddle. Greg?
Keisha, thank you. 175,000 bet into this pool with that $31,000 carryover. And there's the 8. Diva Reddy, Javier Castellano, was a length ahead of Princess Blakely when they met back on July 16th, Saratoga. And Diva Reddy actually was bumped at the beginning of that race.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the disparity in price. I mean, 9-2s, I think, is a very square price on the 8 Diva Ready. She's a contender. I went against one of my principles, and I am going to go with the 14 Capital Gal. I liked her last 2 races. If she had an inside post, I would have picked her with confidence. I'm just hoping Heeman Harkey could find some place to sift in and not lose too much ground.
She is way too big a price. Also eligible, that's being forgotten a bit, drawing into this race. But does have to overcome the outside slot here on the grass. We'll see if Heeman Harkey can try and tuck in, save some ground. Pick 6 carryover on this Sunday card begins here. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
Waiting for Temperamental, Synonymous, and Capital Gal. Capital Gal now steps up to complete the field of 12 as we begin today's pick 6. And they're off. Smoking Hot Kitty along with Rosemary Potatoes. And Princess Blakely is right there. Rosemary Potatoes and Princess Blakely. Those two are heads apart for the lead. Smoking Hot Kitty runs in 3rd. On the outside is a Union Dolly in 4th. Sal's Dream Girl is down at the rail and racing in 5th. And alongside is Mandy Green in 6th. Capital Gal runs in 7th. Write this down is next in 8th. Diva Ready down at the rail. Alongside is Temperamental. The trailers are Hope for the Best and Synonymous. First quarter was run in 24 seconds, and it is the favorite, Princess Blakely, taking the field up the backstretch. Union Dolly up on the outside to grab 2nd. Smoking Hot Kitty advances towards the rail in 3rd, and Rosemary Potatoes is right alongside in 4th. Then comes Sal's Dream Girl, who's on the inside of Mandy Green. Those two are heads apart, 5th and 6th. Capital Gal in 7th, followed by Diva Ready, Write This Down, and Temperamental. Hope for the Best and Synonymous, and they are all chasing Princess Blakely, who ran the opening half mile in 49 seconds. Princess Blakely by a half length. Union Dolly on the outside in 2nd. Smoking Hot Kitty is just in behind in 3rd. Then Mandy Green on the outside in 4th. Sal's Dream Girl comes through at the rail. Capital Gal is on the outside, and now there's a 1/4 mile to the finish. It is Princess Blakely and Union Dolly. Union Dolly pokes ahead in front. Princess Blakely trying to fight back on the inside. Mandy Green in the white blinkers is in 3rd. Smoking Hot Kitty is next in 4th. They're moving for the 16th pole. It is Union Dolly who has come away with the lead, and Union Dolly is going to take the first leg of today's pick 6, and she does it at odds of 7-1.
Union Dolly, Manny Franco, the equipment change here, and as you heard, 7-1 start to this pick 6 carryover.
Yeah, nice pick by Acacia. She liked this horse. She was able to get a good trip under Manny Franco and kicked away nicely through the stretch. Ray Handel having a good meet. Nice win yesterday, nice win today.
Wakes up with that equipment change. We saw Ray Handel win the other day. Winning here for Brew Lion Thoroughbreds, who have Morello as well.
And you want to start a group that's passionate about this game, and they have a good time. They have a lot of fun rooting their horses home here.
Gotham winner. It's on the comeback trail. This horse, good effort today, and a price at 7-1. There's Ray making that winning phone call. That is always a fun thing to do as a trainer.
I'm sure there's a lot of phone calls they make that aren't a lot of fun, but when their phone's out by the winner's circle, it's all good. Really never see anybody unhappy in the winner's circle.
It's a place everybody wants to be. You spend more time there than any jockey in the history of the sport here at Aqueduct.
They used to have the winner's circle downstairs. At one point, they had just a chalk outline on the racetrack. I went through all different metamorphoses of winner's circles here.
11-4, 110, 7-1 start to this pick 6 already. With a start like that, looking like it could be lucrative on this Sunday card.
Yeah.
So an upset to begin it. And wow, Princess Blakely not part of this at all in the end.
Yeah, she went to the lead today. Looked like she was comfortable and just really had nothing when the real running began.
So 7-1 Union Dollywell. These prices coming up in a bit. Manny Franco with the victories. We get back to Churchill Downs, race 3, 6 furlongs. One of these restricted maiden special weight races, horses that sold for $50,000 or less, their most recent auction, this condition. And our favorite Baby Billy, Norm Cassie, faced Cortez in the debut and just missed with a compromised beginning at Churchill back on October 2nd. So start number 2 coming up. Let's go to Paul for more.
Yeah, Greg, and that's turned out to be a really live race. Cortez has come back to win again, so 2 wins in a row. But when you look at the field, it was only a 5-horse field. So how do you gauge the one in here, Baby Billy, for Norm Cassie? And I don't know why they named this horse Baby Billy, because he is by far the biggest horse in this race. He is a tank. He looks like a sprinter. So I'm a tiny bit worried maybe getting out of the gate from the 1 hole, but I think he's just a horse to beat, considering he was right behind a next out winner in a live race. I get it was only 5-horse field. When you look at some of the other runners in here, now the 8 is taking a ton of money in here for Brendan Walsh. This horse debuted at Indiana Downs on the turf, was not the favorite, had a ton of trouble, got steadied way back. Edgar Morales had a swing to the outside, and it closed up nicely and run about 6 1/4 lengths behind horse named Gent. This is a nice type. Now gets on the dirt for the first time, and they've been working well. Has a bullet work going 3 furlongs. I'm just wondering, Norm's horses, Cassie's horses on the 1, they improved second time out. So I don't know about taking 3-1 on the 8, but I was wrong about the 7 in the last race. The other horse in here that's, I thought was kind of interesting when you look at the Will Pays, the 6 and the 7 are kind of getting played in here in the Will Pays, and they're getting played off 6 off his last race, and the 7 is playing off a bad trip where the horse got left. And you look at some of these other horses in here, the 5 is the dangerous horse to me, or somewhat of the wild card. This horse is owned and trained by Brian Lynch, showed speed first time out in the same race as the Baby Billy race. Now the blinkers go on. Does this horse clear and try to take this field gate to wire? This horse has got actually a turf pedigree. I'm surprised that he has not found a spot maybe sprinting on the turf. Again, this is a restricted race where if you sold for under 50,000 or RNA'd or under 50,000, you're allowed to get in this race. I just think the 1, Greg, the way Norm Cassie's horses have been running and the way they run second time out, they improve a lot. We saw it with Pretty Birdie at Saratoga, and I just think Baby Billy might be tough to beat in here.
Yeah, Pretty Birdie, he brought up Schuylerville winner on opening day of the week. There's Mary Lou Whitney Silks for Norm Cassie. Big moment for him. Baby Billy, Tumbarumba coming out of that same race. They were 2nd and 3rd, but it was a long way back behind Baby Billy to Tumbarumba, 5 lengths back in this race, which both could improve second start, but Baby Billy looked pretty good here.
He really did, and I like the honor of that Norman Cassie is paying to his grandfather with the Cardinal Hill Racing. That was his grandfather's racing stable, and he's named after his grandfather Norman, Mark Cassie's dad. This horse is going to be formidable. He's going to have an inside post. He's probably going to have to take some kickback, work out a trip under Joe Talamo, but he's got that experience under his belt. That was a real nice run. I'm looking at it all Cassie exacta here. I think the 7 Smart Price can improve off of his debut, where he was slow early, got bumped around, and finished with interest going 5.5. Now he gets an outside draw, and he gets another 1/16 of a mile to negotiate. I'll take Baby Billy over Smart Prize, the 7. Norman Cassie, the son, over the father, Mark.
Yeah, father-son dueling here in the 3rd at Churchill. Back at Aqueduct, pick 6 underway with Union Dolly. It's 7-1 to begin the sequence. On a carryover day, Ray Handel, Manny Franco, Blue Lion Thoroughbreds, winning connections with a daughter of Constitution.
Yeah, another winning from Manny Franco, who got his position going forward, had her in the right spot, turning for home. She kicked on nicely, stretching out with the blinkers off. And that's a really good angle. A good friend of mine, Michael Canali, taught me years ago, when horses going from short to long, and they take the blinkers off, he just feels like they respond positively to it. Well, this was definitely a positive response. Union Dolly at $16.
11, 4-1 finish. Trifecta for 50 cents, $166 with Princess Blakely out of the mix. Get a nice return there in that early pick 5, $1,044. So late pick 5 is next. Right now it's back to Churchill. They have a pick 4 that begins in this third race. And I love the finish from Baby Billy in that debut.
Yeah, it was a really nice finish. And, you know, my one question, that was a smaller field. It's a little bigger field, the inside post. I do think he's going to win, but I just wonder if he's going to have to negotiate any adversity.
The more, you know, I've been in this game, just the more trepidation there is when a horse you like has the rail.
It's more chances for things to go wrong, right?
How did you feel about it as a rider?
If I had speed, I loved the inside because then I didn't have to worry about getting down there. On the turf, I always wanted the inside no matter what kind of runner I was on, because if you break from the outside, even with a closer on the turf, you spend the first eighth to quarter of a mile trying to find your way to the inside, find that position that you want and save ground. If you're already there, it's done. You know, you've already put one of the decision-making process to bed, right?
Could it be mentally taxing too, or are you just in the moment?
No, I think you're just in the moment, you know. But you do have to have a plan. I mean, you know, I criticize riders sometimes, but I criticize them when it's obvious to me they didn't do their work. They didn't prepare, and they didn't have a plan. They open the gates, and they basically let the terms be dictated to them. It's okay to make mistakes. Make them an aggressive mistake. Don't be passive and have a race dictated to you. To me, but that was something I think I learned riding with the riders in the early 80s into the 90s. You know, Angel Cordero, George was Eddie Maple, Jerry Bailey. They weren't guys that were going to have terms dictated to them. So you had to learn to prepare properly and make sure that you were aggressive to get your position.
8-5 favorite, Baby Billy from the rail, and a horse who, at least in the debut, came from off the pace but did get bumped at the start. So maybe a horse who potentially does have a little more speed than what we saw first time out. Trying to win for Norm Cassie. He's tackling, among others, his dad, Mark Cassie, I should say, with Smart Prize the 7, who is 6-1. Start number 2 for that son of Connect as they battle here head-to-head. Here's the third from Churchill. Travis Stone, the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Tumbarumba breaks alertly and is racing for the lead. Joey Freshwater is there. From the outside, Irish Chasers racing fourth. Smart Prize is fifth. It was This Big is back in sixth. Blanton in tight at the step on the brakes there. Shuffled back just a bit. Passed outside by In Spite of Trainer. Far turn run. Tumbarumba goes head to head with Joey Freshwater. That opening quarter. Swift indeed, 21-2. Pace is sharp round the far turn. Tumbarumba grabs the upper hand once again. Joey Freshwater trying to keep pace toward the rail second. 3 lengths back to Baby Billy third. They're off the turn. Tumbarumba comes wide off the turn, but Tumbarumba's in front by 2, heading for the 8th pole. Baby Billy runs up into second. Joey Freshwater's back into third. There's 1 furlong to go. Tumbarumba's a leg-weary leader. Here comes Baby Billy down inside. Baby Billy and Tumbarumba. Tumbarumba, Baby Billy. Tumbarumba digs down deep and would not be denied. Baby Billy couldn't get by. In Spite of Trainer and Joey Freshwater.
Paul, I talked about the turf pedigree with this horse. It may wind up on the grass one day, but in a fight, looked like going to get passed by Baby Billy, finishes it off with a win.
Yeah, keep an eye on Baby Billy on the inside here. He's got horses outside of him. As a rider, you don't have ownership of that spot when you're not all the way in there going to the turn. This is why Joe Talamo's going to have to tap on the brakes and back out of there. If you're a half a length, or if your horse's head isn't past the other rider's boot, you do not have ownership of that spot. Horse is going to switch leads. They're going to come over. They're going to shut you off, and it's not a foul. So you have to know, well, I either got to get all the way up in there or I got to ease back out of there. Joe Talamo eased back out of there.
So he was in no man's land.
He was basically in no man's land there, and he would have had to go in a hard send to get all the way up in there. So I think he did the right thing, easing back out of that spot. And it looked like it was going to pay off here. When Tumbarumba drifted out and was in that hard press duel, it looks like Baby Billy's going to run right by him. But watch Tumbarumba. He's going to get close to him, pin his ears, stick his head out, and he just did not want to be passed. As soon as he felt that challenge, he dug in and found just a little bit more.
Some horses love a fight. Tumbarumba, as the name would suggest, does as well as he digs in and holds off Baby Billy here. Brian Lynch owns this horse as well. And again, with that pedigree, maybe a horse eventually we're going to see on the grass down the line.
Well, you got to like his tenacity. He was a horse that fought for it. He faced the challenge after being in a speed duel early and found more. Nice effort from him.
Tumbarumba with the victory. Third at Churchill to start a pick 4. We get the late pick 5 coming up at Aqueduct on this Sunday card. Nabokov, for Chad Brown, Peter Brandt, Arad Ortiz Jr. the 6. Right now, the 9-5 favorite coming off the second win of his career. We'll be back.
Here comes Malathaat. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathaat grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathaat has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curlin, the classic sire.
Launch your thoroughbred ownership experience with Flying Partners Racing, a New York and Florida-based racing partnership with winning percentages over 20% at Belmont,
Lone Rock to win,
and 25% at Saratoga in 2021.
Ice Princess.
Limited opportunities available now, with yearling partnerships coming this fall.
It is Tell Your Daddy.
Meet the Flying Partners team at our open house. Visit flyingpartnersracing.com to learn more.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
We're back at America's Day at the Races on FS2 Sunday card. Getting set for the late pick 5 here in South Ozone Park at Aqueduct. And there is the current favorite, Nabokov, for Chad Brown, who had a huge maiden win at Belmont back in May, and big enough that this connections put him into the Grade 3 Dwyer. Unfortunately, ran into a horse who just freaked in that performance and Charge It. So it's kind of been back to the drawing board, but he is coming off the second win of his career. Arad Ortiz Jr. will ride. Let's go to Acacia.
And we'll start there with Nabokov, who I loved turning back last time. He is built much more like a horse that wants to go short. I had no faith in him trying the 2 turns of the mile and an eighth 2 starts back. It's just not what his physicality suggests. That being said, yeah, I wish it was 7 furlongs versus a mile today, but I don't mind him going the mile. I think 1 turn is best. He's very fit, very, very strong. And last time out, he beat a horse that was very highly regarded in Expressman because he had wired the field on debut with a 107 Beyer speed figure. I thought Nabokov, who, yes, had to wait a little bit to get his clear run, ran an exceptional race last time out and has continued to move forward. Talking about a couple of intriguing prospects in here, both for trainer Bill Mott. We'll start with the number 5 Founder, who goes back to the dirt. He broke his maiden on the main track, though on a wet surface, and has run some good dirt races, but was switched to the turf. And coming back and moving into the barn of Bill Mott this year, he has looked in his last 3 races so much stronger, particularly behind the saddle, because that's something that had always been a complaint of mine with him back in 2021, where he just didn't carry good condition and was very angular. He looks great again today, and I like him going longer, but he cuts back to the mile today, and I think he's a very intriguing prospect. He was the one, for what it's worth, that immediately caught my eye first coming into the paddock, and has been nicely energetic here in the paddock, but does tend to be that big late closing type. The number 2, Will Sing for Wine, also goes out for Bill Mott, and is second off of a big layoff of about 13 months. He's a horse that I've always had a little bit of a soft spot for, but while he didn't do much running in that last race, it was off the layoff and it was on the slop. He had run some very quick races before that extended layoff, and I'm hoping that last race he just needed, as far as fitness, to get his mind back in the game. And for a 5-year-old horse coming back here, he's so fit. He's really, really strong. I do like the 1-turn mile for him. I think that suits him perfectly in this spot, and he's dappled out from head to toe too. I thought he was a little bit of an intriguing possibility, and we'll see if today he can run back to some of those good races he had last year. Greg?
Thank you, Acacia. Will Sing for Wine, 8-1 right now. Mott Lescano. I thought the other Mott runner interesting too. Founder, who's 8-1. He's getting back to dirt, and you look at some of his dirt races. He beat Highly Motivated in his maiden win in his debut. Ran 3rd to Mandaloon. 3rd start of his career. They put him in a grade 1 against Essential Quality, start number 2.
Yeah, I mean, he thought enough of him to step him up to that. And I mean, that race against Mandaloon, only beaten 3 1/4 lengths, points him out. Maybe he's getting back to a preferred surface.
8-1 on the other Mott with Junior Alvarado. He had a pretty big win the other day with Cody's Wish. We take a timeout. We'll be back. Late Pick 5 begins race 6 here at Aqueduct. Stay with us. We'll have the post parade when we come back.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions, and offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
We are back on America's Day at the Races. Our program is brought to you by Run Happy, who never lost sprinting and now standing at legendary stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm. Post parade coming up for the late pick 5 here. This 1-turn mile, allowance optional claiming field. 20-1 Laughing Boy kicks off the post parade.
Yeah, had a clear lead in off the turfer last time and couldn't hold on. This is a race meant for the dirt, so I think his competition's a bit stiffer.
7-1, 1 of 2 in here for Bill Mott. We'll sing for wine.
I thought he was interested and had a race to shake off the ring rust. His younger sister, Tall Girl, won the opener today.
Face Speaker's Corner, face Forza de Oro, 2 very good runners. War Stopper, I like this horse a lot today. 7-2, Javier Castellano.
He's consistent, hard knocking, like his last race a lot.
Truck Hill in 17-1 with Manny Franco.
Yeah, a horse that's stepping up after a good effort last time for 40,000.
Founder, here's the one getting back to dirt for Bill Mott.
Yeah, switching surfaces for a trainer who had a tremendous Breeders' Cup weekend.
Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, Breeders' Cup Sprint wins, second in the Classic for Mott. Here's Nabokov for Chad Brown.
So impressive, breaking his maiden, well beaten in the Dwyer, well beaten going 2-turn Saratoga. Kind of got back in the beam last time.
Kinetic Sky, the 8. Just missed by a nose in this condition. A race meant for grass that was taken off. And here's the 7, Market Alert. To face Baby Yoda last time out. He was a very distant 3rd.
Yeah, but Baby Yoda would be formidable here, wouldn't he? And this is a horse that always leaves the post parade. Can be a bit difficult. They've kind of found the key to him. Go straight off and get him away from the grandstand and get him on the backstretch, get him to settle down.
Be 2-5 probably, Baby Yoda.
Yeah.
Here's Nabokov. That maiden win, you were starting to think maybe he could be any kind of horse. Didn't show up in the Dwyer. Charge It just blew everybody away in that group. Then struggled again, going 2 turns, mile and an 1/8. But back in the winner's circle, albeit with a lower figure than he broke his maiden with in this 7/8 race at Aqueduct.
Yeah, you see him sweeping up now on the outside. He'd taken a lot of kickback early, which is something that horses, I believe, have struggled with the whole meet here. The kickback has just seemed to discourage a lot of horses. I thought this was a good effort. I would call it workmanlike. I wouldn't, I mean, he got there and it looked like he just kind of ground it out. I prefer others in here.
I would agree with you. But, wow, that's a lot. This horse was 4-1 morning line, too. It's almost just these connections taking money, and there's not a lot of, reasoning behind the form to make him that price.
Yeah, but they do deliver an awful lot, don't they? I mean, they
got to have the horse.
100%. It's horse racing. I like the 2-horse a bit. I think, him coming off of that layoff, he had an effort in the mud. Now he gets on a fast track, had an opportunity to shake off the ring rust. I think he's a player. And the 3, War Stopper. Those are the 2 that, to me, I want to lean on.
Yeah, and look, he certainly can win. I mean, it wouldn't even be a surprise. But at 8-5, no way.
No, there's horses here that I actually think would warrant favoritism over him. Sure, it's partly the connections. Partly, do you think people look down and they see that Dwyer there, even though he ran poorly,
the big number he got in the maiden win probably plays into it a little bit, but I think, a lot of it's connections. You see the win last out. How he's warming up? What are you seeing from him?
He looks good. He's framed up nicely. He's got his head tucked. He's moving well. I mean, you can't fault how he's moving on the racetrack. He looks fine.
8-5, just way too short.
I'm going to go with the 2. Will sing for wine, and not just because I will. I just think that he, with the race under his belt, should improve.
Yeah, he was off from September of last year. He didn't return till October of this year. Almost just a throw-out race. Sloppy racetrack as well. And will be that much better for it. The other Mott really is intriguing to me, Founder. I think War Stopper, though, is going to be very tough in this spot. 3 for 6 at this mile distance as well. Javier Castellano. But, wow, they're betting Nabokov big time right now. Let's go back to Acacia.
Going all the way to the outside, the number 8, Kinetic Sky, second off the claim for Linda Rice, and I thought ran very well last time at a distance that I don't know if he necessarily prefers. That was going a mile and 3/16, and going back to the mile, which is the distance of his last win, 2 starts back, and a very quick race as well. He was also beaten by Shoddy, love every opportunity to say that name, by just a nose last time too. He's a big, solid horse, and I think getting back to a fast track will also be to his his liking. That patented strong warm-up from Kendrick Carmouche, and I think that he makes a lot of sense in this spot. I stuck with him as my talking horse's pick, but I have to say the horse that I've liked physically the best all along is the number 5, Founder.
Post time coming up in this late pick 5 sequence. Let's do a brief look ahead, too. We've got a maiden race coming up next, Ohana Honor for Shug McGahee. Part of an entry is going to take a lot of money in that spot, but there's some interesting pedigrees. The 7, the Dam's a sister to 8 Bells. Tappet Trice for Pletcher, $1.3 million son of Tappet, who's a sister to a multiple Grade 1 winner, Jaywalk. And then I thought the 8th was wide open on the turf. Last race, it's probably Chad Brown. He's got a stranglehold, it seems like, with the 5 and 7. 2 class droppers.
I thought this was a tough sequence.
8-5 favorite. Chad Brown, Arad Ortiz Jr. Nabokov, the 6. It starts here. Let's go to John Imbrial.
And they're off. Hesitant beginning for number 3, War Stopper. Truculent goes out for the early lead as Laughing Boy moves up down at the rail. Kinetic Sky is on the extreme outside. Market Alert is right there. Nabokov is up with the front runners. And then it's Will Sing for Wine, who's racing in 6th. Founders on the outside in 7th. And the slow-starting War Stopper trails the field in 8th. It is Market Alert who has the lead here by a half length. Laughing Boy down on the inside in 2nd, and Kinetic Sky is next in 3rd, opening quarter 23-1. Nabokov is in 4th, 3.5 off the lead. Will Sing for Wine down at the rail, and on the outside is a Founder. Then comes Truculent. War Stopper continues to trail in 8th as they head for the half-mile pole. It is Market Alert in the blue blinkers with the lead by 3/4 of a length. Kinetic Sky is on the outside in 2nd. Half mile, 46 seconds. Laughing Boy dropping back at the rail, about to be passed on the outside by Nabokov. So it is Kinetic Sky now right alongside of Market Alert. Kinetic Sky pokes ahead in front. Market Alert is in 2nd. Nabokov gains now into 3rd. Then comes Will Sing for Wine, and Founder is on the outside. 3/4, 1:10-4. Kinetic Sky racing a bit erratically there in the stretch. Nabokov coming to him now on the outside. So it is Kinetic Sky and Nabokov, and the two of them hook up as they come for the 16th pole. Kinetic Sky digs down at the rail. On the outside it is Nabokov. The two of them will fight it out to the finish, and Kinetic Sky is going to do it. Kinetic Sky, 3/4 of a length. Nabokov was 2nd. Big break back to Will Sing for Wine in 3rd.
Linda Rice, Kendrick Carmouche, winning move stable, and Kinetic Sky at 5-1 holds up Nabokov to start off the pick 5.
Very game effort from the son of Run Happy. Set up shop just outside the lead, broke alertly, got his position. Kendrick had a little something left when Nabokov came calling and fought him off all the way down to the wire. Nice effort here.
Missed by a nose last time out, and then here comes trouble. The 9-5 favorite, Nabokov, to the outside, and a lot of times with this move you see them just keep on going, but Kinetic Sky digs in.
He dug in. This game performance by the Claiborne Farm Stallion, Run Happy, and Nabokov had every opportunity. He just could not get by Kinetic Sky, who just wanted it. You could see him bear down.
5-1 start, beating a 9-5 favorite. By the way, pick 6 carryover, 7-1. 5-1 to begin it through the first 2 legs. Well, now a long way to go, but if you're alive, things are looking up. We're going to take a timeout while the prices from Kinetic Sky's win when we come back.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
We take pride in what we do. For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker.
Assistant starter.
Trainer.
ESL teacher.
I love what I do. There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing.
I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us on this Sunday afternoon on FS2. Got Paula Duca out at Churchill Downs out of the Twin Spires, and the fourth race is coming up next. Start of the Derby City 6 with a 6-furlong sprint. $50,000 maiden claiming race. Big scratch with Veritable coming out. Would have been a major player in this spot. So we'll start things off with the 2 Island Mischief, who now inherits the rail.
Yeah, and maybe not a good spot for this horse because this horse has a tendency to have a bit of antics leaving the starting gate. Drops down in company, but it's going to have to vastly improve.
Bobby Barnett with the 3, Cloud Without Rain. John Court rides. Actually, that was a scratch. Sorry, 1-5 Cyclone. It's the horse Paul talked about to start off the program. Faced Elite Power in a maiden race. Elite Power, your Breeders' Cup Sprint winner.
Yeah, that's a pretty strong running line there, isn't it? Gets into the easiest company he's faced in a while.
First time starter Mud Puddle at 9-1.
Yeah, not taking a tremendous amount of money.
10-1, Touch Code. Declan Cannon rides.
Another one making that drop in class, but it feels like you have to just improve to compete here.
Horse was third to Charge It, the Dwyer winner. Second to Emmanuel, who is very talented for Pletcher as well. Aloe Henry at 7-1.
I thought this horse made a little bit of sense. Last race wasn't so good, but there's some other races against Arkansas breds that are okay.
Yeah, Working From Home at 15-1. Coming off a second at Belterra. Maiden Special was a beaten favorite.
Yeah, this horse was beaten for 20 going long at Churchill Downs in a maiden race. Race at Churchill leave a lot to be desired.
So 1-5. Everyone's seeing that Elite Power showing up. He was 5th, beat 10-1/4 to him in that 11-horse field back on June 5th. That's when Elite Power started this run, which began there and ended in the Breeders' Cup Sprint just yesterday, Paulie.
Yeah, it really did. I thought it was a tremendous effort. Jackie's Warrior getting stung a little bit. And how about the old horse coming on the inside for Peter Miller, Easy's Rocket, who had won the sprint a couple years ago. But you got to give a lot of credit to Elite Power, who has really turned into a nice horse. You know, when you look at this race, it's just so impossible to get around Cyclone. The one thing that's the matter with this Gray Gelding is he runs from off the pace. I mean, and it's a short field, so I think that helps him out a little bit. Mig can maybe talk about this because I don't think they're going to be spaced out as much. I think they'll be bunched up. Now the pace is a little leery in here. The scratch of the 3 was giant for the pace because, I mean, he would have been out there by himself, I would think, on the front end. I would move to the 7, Aloe Entry, as maybe the horse that can maybe get towards the front end in here and maybe get a clear lead. When you look at his running lines, he's never gotten to the front except one time way back when. Maybe he can get an easy lead in here and try to maybe at least separate himself a tiny bit, but I don't think the 4 is going to be that far back. And when you look at the 4's numbers, they just look like they're just going to swoop by. I will say this, the 6 is interesting to me, you know, first time dropping in, like you said, third to charge it. The last 3 races under the care of David Vance just haven't paid off. They really haven't. But in his last start, he got eliminated at the start. He was absolutely just eliminated. Pinched at the start doesn't even do it justice. So I kind of draw a line through that. The race first time in his barn over the turf wasn't bad. I get it, but someone's got to run second to the 4 of the 4 wins. And the 2 Island Mischief, Mig hit the nail on the head. This horse has got issues at the gate. But after watching this horse a couple times, I do believe this horse might have a little bit of speed. If he can get out of the gate, I just have a feeling whoever gets to the front in this race is going to run second. So I'm going to go 4 over 2-7, hoping the 2 maybe breaks here and maybe can get to the front end. I just think the 4 wins the race, but I'm going to go behind the 2 and the 7 here. Maybe sneak the 6 in for a triple.
All right, Paulie. Yeah, I mean, the very likely winner here in this 4 with who he's faced. Back to the 6 for a moment, touch code. He went to the bench. We talked about Charge It, Emmanuel, 2 very good races he came out of where he ran okay. He didn't run good at all in that May 30th race, Churchill. He goes to the bench for 4 months. He ran on the turf, didn't run well. He's not a turf horse. Comes back, might have needed that race, and Paul mentioned the terrible start he had. So at least there's excuses with the 6 touch code.
Yeah, understandable. And like you said, the company lines early. When he was under the care of Bill Mott, you know, his first 3 races were okay considering who he was running against. It just feels like his form has gone so far south. Now, I understand, yes, he did get pinched early, but sometimes that's a product of horses not being able to push off. They're not jumping out of the gate as well as they should be able to, and then maybe that leads you to believe maybe he's a little bit weak behind. I just couldn't get past how far south his form has gone. I think Aloe Henry is going to the lead. And I agree with Paul. I think Cyclone runs by him, but I think that's the race right there. And have you ever ridden the Cyclone in Coney Island?
I have, actually. I have the photo to prove it.
Grew up right down the street from there.
Did you used to go watch the hot dog eating contest on July 4th?
No. I don't find that appealing at all.
Okay. So you're not a Joey Chestnut fan?
Good luck to him.
But you've had a hot dog at Coney Island.
Of course, Nathan's.
Okay,
you grew up as a staple.
2 to 5 favorite, Cyclone, off since July 3rd. You know, we keep talking about that elite power race he came out of, too. Seal Beach is a pretty good horse that beat him last time, too.
No doubt, no doubt.
Ran on the undercard on Breeders' Cup weekend.
Also, Tyler Gaffleone's aboard. Tyler's a guy who knows the importance of position, getting a horse into the game. Let's keep an eye on the 2 Island Mischief and see if he creates any mischief at the break.
Here we go. Start of the Derby City 6. On this Sunday card from Churchill Downs, Travis Stone, the call.
Waiting for touch code, Aloe Henry, and Working From Home. Waiting for Working From Home. They're in the gate. And they're off. Tough start for Island Mischief. Hit the rail as they crossed over to the main track. It is several lengths behind the rest of the field. Aloe Henry and Touch Code have broke well, and they're racing for the lead together, and they are already 5 lengths ahead of the rest. Aloe Henry on the outside. Touch Code at the rail. Head-to-head early. 4 lengths back. Cyclone comes away. Thurman is moving up while in the clear. Break a 2 from there back to Mud Puddle. 3 more back to Working From Home. Island Mischief at that tangled beginning is the trailer. The opening quarter, 22 seconds. Flat speed dual far turn. Touch Code and Aloe Henry going at each other. 3 furlongs to go, and they're 3 lengths clear of Cyclone, who's honing in from third. Cyclone's getting closer now. So they round the far turn. Elo Henry grabs the lead right outside the quarter pole. Touch Code tries to keep pace. Cyclone is still third. 2 lengths to make up. Top of the stretch now. Elo Henry and down inside Touch Code. Cyclone is still third furlong to go. Touch Code digs in toward the rail. Elo Henry in between. Cyclone's getting on track late in the game. Final 16th. It's Touch Code in front. Cyclone now second to Touch Code. A sharp winner in the end by just more than a length over Cyclone in second. Elo Henry was third, and Working From Home was fourth.
Touch Code, the win. I believe double-digit odds here. This horse showed speed from the outset, battled with Elo Henry throughout this race, puts the other speed away, and then holds off the big favorite. Well,
you made a compelling case for him. His early form was certainly good enough to point him out. Paul laid out how the race could run and who you had to look for, and when he showed the kind of speed he did under Declan Cannon, put away Elo Henry, it just looks like Cyclone's a horse that's very content to run in that second position. Yeah. Like, he ran at him, but he doesn't seem like he's got that ferocity come crunch time. But you made a good case for him, and Paul kind of laid out how the race would run for him. Never shown that kind of speed before. Really blasted out of there, second off the layoff, and if you liked him, you get rewarded. Double-digit odds in here. Declan Cannon, David Vance. Enjoyed it. You're going to be reporting second half of the card, right? Yeah, get a little break now. Then I'll relieve Acacia outside. And this has been fun. Been a great Breeders' Cup weekend. And we still got the Nashua to come and some good racing. Yes, we do. So that's still ahead. Feature on this Sunday card still coming up. This Pick 6 carryover as well. 7-1, 5-1 through the first couple legs. If you're still alive to this point, I know a long way to go, but looking like it could be very nice this afternoon. Lafitte, Anthony Sabile coming up next after a timeout.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. He added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, a winner and Grade 1 placed at 2, multiple graded stakes victor at 3, and Grade 1 winner again at 4. This son of War front has proven his class at every level. A classic winner with a stallion's pedigree. War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Let's take a closer look at the variable of distance. Some horses, they'll be going the distance. Others, you guessed it, they're going for speed. Speed horses, or sprinters, are typically the children of speedy parents. Same thing goes for route runners or longer distance runners. Their parents usually ran better going farther. This is a 1 mile race, so ideally we'd like to find the horse who might run best at this 1 mile distance. Luckily, there's a box in each horse's section that tells you how they've done at the distance. This horse, for example, has run a mile 9 times. He finished first once, he finished second twice, and finished third once. Next, you'll compare those numbers to other horses in the race to get a better feel for who might run best at today's distance.
Great stuff from America's Best Racing. This is America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. And welcome back to the Big A, alongside the Big A. Lafitte Pinkai here on the day after the day. I was watching Elite Power win the Breeders' Cup Sprint. I was watching Cody's Wish win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. And at some point I thought, I bet Anthony's having a pretty good day.
You were correct, sir. My favorite trainer of all time. How about this, Lafitte? And this dawned on me literally when I was changing before the program. Bill Mott won 2 Breeders' Cup races yesterday.
Yep.
He won with Wakanaka, who I got a very late-minute push on that I had to put a wager in for someone. And he got a second and a third. The wins came for Godolphin and Juddmonte.
I've heard of them.
That's pretty remarkable. Right? That you win for those 2 powerhouses, not only on the same day, but 2 Breeders' Cup races.
Unreal. So much to recap. Bill Mott now a 12-time Breeders' Cup champion trainer. Here we have the late pick 4 and a really good 2-year-old race. Maiden special weight, a mile. We'll introduce you to the field. The entry is favored. Ohana Honor. I heard West Point had a pretty good weekend, Anthony.
They had a pretty good weekend. He got beat what I like to call a filthy nose last time in his second start, first going the mile. And Big Wicks, the stablemate who comes from the Clement barn, as opposed to Shug, he took some money as part of that entry last time. We'll see how he does second time going the mile.
You're about to see the fastest post parade in the history of fastest post parades. Butata Doro. And then Kaseish, I think it's pronounced, Jose Ortiz in the
This
saddle.
one showed a little speed after braking, getting bumped at the brake, caught a sloppy track, stretches out now. He's a little interesting in here, I thought.
Summer Cause, Waterford Stable, debuting homebred.
Yeah, for Clement, summer front of an Archman, maybe turf in this one's future.
Maggie Adoro revving his engines.
Pair of blinkers go on after he showed 0 speed after having some trouble at his debut.
McCullough. $470,000 Curlin first-time starter. Thank you very much.
Yeah, spent a lot of money on this son of Curlin. Nice gate work, 4 back. Chad's had him from the pole since. I thought that was an interesting little work tap.
Tappet Trice, $1.3 million Tappet debuting colt.
You're not going to believe this, Lafitte, but I heard this horse could run a little bit.
Really?
Yeah. Could you imagine with this work tab? Flavian Pratt, Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher had a pretty good weekend himself, and couple of 47s, one from the gate, 59 and change from the pole. Yeah, I heard Tappet Trice can run a wee bit.
You have to divulge your sources at some point, man.
No.
Can't keep keeping all this information to yourself.
I'm like Littlefinger from Game of Thrones. I keep everything to myself.
All right, so maybe you missed Saratoga, you missed the Breeders' Cup, but we're not going anywhere, and the offer still stands. Get involved. Join us at Naira Bets. Do so using that promo code MATCH200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit, but any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match.
Despite the 70 degrees outside today, winter is coming, Lafitte.
It's going to be, and it's going to be 35 like April 2nd is all.
That's a few days after my birthday. I hope not. My birthday was a little, I need my birthday to be a good one this year coming up. March 31st, for those of you keeping score at home. 3-3-1.
More on Anthony's birthday throughout the course of the broadcast. Ohana Honor pictured. So let's take a look at what happened. What went wrong right from the start that led to that dirty beat you referenced?
Yeah, filthy nose. See him break on the outside. Broke fine. I thought Big Wicks, who was his entry mate this day, probably had a little bit more of a trip, considering it was the debut as well. And, debuting going a mile. I know Clement has good numbers debuting going a mile. But now you see a little bump there on the turn for Ohana Honor, kind of put in between horses in just his second start. And he's going to make up the bulk of his ground down along the inside. That always impresses me with young horses, lightly raced horses, even a lightly raced 3-year-old, but in this instance they are juveniles. And he's going to keep coming here. And he's, not that he's in tight between horses, but he's in a scrum and he's between horses and he's trying to surge. But the winner, a Chad Brown runner, expected value, had the outside run of the race. Not as strong as path. He had everything go kind of his way. And I don't know, I thought this horse ran really well second time out.
Education and stuck to his task.
Yep.
Down to Acacia, keeping a close eye on these upstart 2-year-olds.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the entry quickly. Ohana Honor, who was totally off the bridle early in that race too, and really clicked in late and came flying to get beat that nose, but I think in large part was because he just was not responding early on. He's incredibly super fit in here today. No excess weight at all. I actually wish he had a little bit more condition on him, but he's of course a big player in this race. His entry mate Big Wicks, he was the only first-time starter in that race in his debut, and prior to the race, Luis Saez, who had worked him before that debut, kept him moving non-stop on the track, circling, warming up. In here today, he's actually been kept a lot more quiet now with the pony under Dylan Davis, and he looks like he benefited from having that race under his belt. He's so defined, he's incredibly fit, and he stays. He's a horse that just continues to run on. The number 4, Cascais, who does stretch out in distance for Chad Brown, he's by Into Mischief and is the full brother to multiple stakes winner Monday Call, who was more of a sprinter type. However, this horse is so long and stretchy, built like one that wants to go a little bit longer. Tap It Trice, the 8, very green back in the paddock, hollering a little bit. I shouldn't be surprised as he's a gray. Tap It. The dam is the sister to Jaywalk, Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly champ. He's a good-looking type, just one that I want to watch, given the fact that he mentally doesn't seem to have everything figured out yet. Lafitte.
Doesn't sound like he's as precocious as his sister Jaywalk. We'll see how it all unfolds. 2-year-olds here. Start of the late pick 4. It's post time, race 7. Aqueduct. Here's John Embrial.
And they're off, and it was a quick start for McCullough, who was right out for the lead. Summer Cause is moving up in between horses. Maggiadoro is there, along with Cascais, as they race up the chute and head for the backstretch. It is Maggiadoro and Cascais, and those two are 1-2. And they've opened up 2.5 lengths on Summer Cause, who is next in 3rd. McCullough now back in 4th. Ohana Honor down at the rail in 5th. Big Wicks is in 6th. Tap It Trice on the outside in 7th. Followed at the rail by Batuta Doro. And the trailer is Game Change in 9th. Quarter and 23-1. A battle up front. On the inside, Cascais, and on the outside, it is Maggiadoro. Cascais leads by a half length. Maggiadoro's in 2nd. A break of 2.5 lengths to Ohana Hunter down at the rail. Big Wicks looking to split horses now, and come on. Summer Cause is there on the extreme outside. And now dropping out of it is Maggiadoro. Cascais is the leader. Summer Cause the challenge on the outside. And then it's the entry of Big Wicks and Ohana Honor, followed next by McCullough and Tap It Trice. They are coming for the head of the stretch. The half went in 47-2, and 3/4 up in 113. Cascais is the leader in the lane. Summer Cause in 2nd. Ohana Honor down at the rail in 3rd. Then comes McCullough and Tap It Trice. Cascais gets away to lead by 3. Summer Cause with one last try on the outside. Cascais in front. Summer Cause in 2nd. And it will be Cascais to break his maiden here, going the flat mile at Aqueduct. Summer Cause was 2nd. Tap It Trice came on for 3rd.
The 3 Chimney homebred by Into Mischief. I heard he's pretty good. Chad Brown, Jose Ortiz, they're pretty good. Cascais in the 7th at the Big A, closing it. Oh, man, I can't see what the price is.
That's all right.
Board is glitching.
What was his final time? Was this 130?
4-1.
Yeah, 4-1. What's the final time there, Lafitte? 138.38. Not a bad time. I know the horses earlier. I want to say the 4th race. They shaded 143 for the mile and a 16th. This was a nice effort from this son of Into Mischief, stretching out 2nd time. Caught a fast track for the first time today. Takes him gate to wire. Couple of firsters ran well. Summer Cause, who attended a little bit more, was digging in and trying to get by. It's on the summer front again with a little turf pedigree. We'll see what he does next time out. And then Tap It Trice. Acacia was 100% right. Little Green kind of figured things out around the 3/16 pole, but it was a little too late for his debut. I would imagine we'll see him again he could be the next good one to break his maiden on Cigar Mile Day here at the
Very, very possible. Another one who, the foundation building effort. Newer fans to the sport. Here comes a horse who's expensive and a young prospect with great pedigree and big things expected. Oh, they didn't win. First time out is something. No, it's not. It's something to build on.
Secretariat didn't win first time out.
That's right.
And he ran right behind us.
American Pharaoh defeated.
American by Ohm. Yep.
I was trying to connect Ohm, a Breeders' Cup winner, and Meditate this weekend. A lot of downtime, Anthony. I have a lot of downtime.
We're going to talk more about Meditate later on in this program.
Right. It's a tease, ladies and gentlemen, a tease. Lots of Breeders' Cup stuff coming up. Recapping 4, 5, 8, 1 Aqueduct. Meantime, yeah, he was good as advertised. That's saying a lot. Flightline. Hard to find the proper adjectives. So let's just say he's different. He's special, like supersonic fast, and he's a Breeders' Cup Classic winner. And he's retired.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One partner, one horse, one victory at a time.
Flight line, 20 lengths clear.
Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
Introducing Giftbox, winner of the Grade 1 Santa Anita Handicap. He's a 3-time graded stakes winning millionaire with 4 triple-digit buyers and a 4 Ragazin to his name. He proved himself early as a graded stakes place 2-year-old, and now his career as a stallion is just getting started. From the first crop of the leading sire Twirling Candy out of a multiple graded stakes producing mare. Giftbox, only at Lane's End.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
Just the word aftercare has become part of the vernacular in a way that it was not.
We started with some 21 organizations, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Just watched a promising 2-year-old win at Aqueduct. Welcome back. America's Day at the Races brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Or you can bet on Cascade when he resurfaces. Is Anthony reference maybe? Undercard? Remsen? Demoiselle, early December, yes?
Yes, and I would imagine he's got to be a Remsen candidate at this point. A race Chad Brown, his trainer, used with Zandon last year. This is a nice effort here, Lafitte. Right to the top in his second start after showing some speed in the slop over a sloppy seal track on debut. And today, the difference is he finishes the job on the stretch out. Got a couple of first-time starters running at him late. We'll see if they come back in one of those loaded maiden races on the Cigar Mile Day undercard/weekend.
10-20. Cascade, Summer Cause, Tappet Trice. And the carryover for the pick 6, what we've seen thus far, a little tricky. Union Dolly, Kinetic Sky, and now Cascade 10-20.
Nothing over 7-1, but you have to connect the dots. And Kinetic Sky probably would be the little wrinkle right now in the sequence.
All right, so a halfway home in the pick 6 with the carryover. Aqueduct, where it's overcast. In Louisville, it is not. Gorgeous fall Sunday. Riders up for the 5th race before the post parade. Did you have a strong opinion here? Suggestions? Observations?
I did not, actually. I like a little bit of a price in here. Well, not as big a price as I thought he would be.
It's a good betting race. Favorites.
It is.
3-1 Mulberry Street. $10,000 claimers, non-winners to lifetime, mile and a 16th, 3-year-olds and older.
Yeah, it's an interesting little race. I am a sucker for speed. So I went to the nickel. I like the 5 in here. Off the maiden win. Storm's Reflection on the turf. Maiden win on the turf.
But recency,
which
is something you're looking for at this level. Again, they're all for sale, and they're all one for something. You want to see something in the last race or two. Storm's Reflection went wire to wire on grass at Hawthorne in his most recent. You'll see him in the post parade. We start with Mulberry Street, the tepid favorite. I lived near Mulberry Street when I moved to New York.
Did you really?
I did.
I spent some time on Mulberry Street in the late 90s.
That's
Not
when
living or anything, hanging out. Yeah, we probably ran into each other. There used to be a bank down there. It's still down there, Stabile. My name's over the bank, yeah. That's where I keep all my money. I used to tell everybody. We charge 17% interest.
Mulberry Street, there he is with Declan Cannon.
Blinkers go on. The Rogues badge, 1 for 14, like Lafitte said in this 2 Life. He changed hands off of a year-plus layoff, and he really just hasn't done as much running as he did before the big break.
King of Sting, Tyler Gaffley on 2 Breeders' Cup wins.
Well, obviously an Apollo Creed fan named this one. 0 for 1 on the local dirt. I think he might be a little bit more of a turf horse despite his record.
I preferred Master of Disaster for
the
Apollo.
Count of Monte Fisto for me.
I knew you'd have a counter. TJ Munnings at 15-1. Then Father Patrick, and expect him to drop back early.
Yeah, Father Patrick has. I think me and you might have more speed than Father Patrick does. He comes running though. He's gotten a check in his last 5 starts. 1, 2, 3.
It's probably a Father Patrick on Mulberry Street, I would guess.
I would
Storm's
imagine.
Reflection, wire to wire winners. Anthony says, look out.
Yeah, wire to wire. This is what I think. I think this horse is a dirt horse as well. The turf race came up and he won last time. Last couple of races, he's kind of woken up.
Preston's Bird. This year, he's beat 1 horse in 4 races. Not good. Vasilevsky, or something like that. New barn, first route on dirt.
Better you than me having to say that. Blinkers go on. Rafael Mojica, former New York mainstay on the board for Preston's Bird. Vasiliki broke the maiden, was voided claim on the dirt a while ago.
Vasilevsky, I think. Travis Stone's practicing as we speak. Jack's Fireballs raced at Indy 11 days ago.
Yeah, and that's a good sign. Comes back in 11 days after a 17-month layoff. Third start off that layoff. He's probably a little fitter than he's been in his first 2. See if he's ready to roll at 9-2.
Why is Kiss Principal 4-1, who's been just kind of spinning his wheels
my friend,
of late?
I do not have a good answer for you. The only thing I think is sometimes the best hop is a drop, and this horse has been running for the 22 Life, and now he's cut in half. I believe that's the bottom at Churchill Downs.
$10,000 claimers, non-winners to lifetime. That's coming up Churchill Downs. The Breeders' Cup Classic, bigger purse than that. $6 million on the line. And we were interested to see what would happen right from the start. Life is good, very fast, very talented. Light line, odds on, Anthony. Take us through the early stages of the mile and a quarter.
You know, it's rare that I think a lot of pundits thought this is what was going to happen after Flightline's wins in both the Met Mile, where he was taken off the pace due to circumstance, and the Pacific Classic, where he was taken off the pace voluntarily. Felt like Life is Good was going to go, and you felt like Flightline was never going to let him out of his scope. And that's exactly what happens into the first turn. 2 of the best guys on horseback right now, Arad Ortiz Jr. on Life is Good, Flavian Pratt on Flightline. They're playing a game of chess until about the quarter pole, and Flavian said, checkmate, my friend. See you guys later. And he just runs away. You know, you're not supposed to, and when the conversations start, horses are not supposed to chase 22-3, 45-3.
Right.
And do that. When he's doing that, Life is Good at the 8th pole is second by 5 lengths. He finished 5th.
Yeah.
He finished. This is what great horses do. They leave their opponents in their wake and they crush them, right? You would imagine Life is Good left some oats last night.
Yes.
You would imagine he just did not feel like finishing the feed tub last night. Unlike me, who always cleans the plate. You'd have to imagine that Life is Good. And for people that don't think that happens, I'd like to show Exhibit A for this year would be Secret Oath. Look at the you go watch Secret Oath from the Coaches Club American Oaks when Nest ripped her heart out. Not the same filly. And earlier in the year, she had Nest's number. That yesterday, I was not there. I was up in Connecticut, cashing, thankfully. That was one of the 3 most impressive horse races I've ever. It's probably the most impressive race I've seen not being in person.
Acacia, it's almost difficult to put into context. I will say this. You've heard it in show business, like always leave them wanting more, right? Flightline, now retired, has done just that.
Absolutely, Luffy. And yes, of course, it's disappointing that we as fans won't have the opportunity to see him on the racetrack anymore. But given the position that his connections are in, I also understand the move to retire him and to start his next chapter at Lane's End in the breeding shed. I thought actually Flavian Pratt, his regular rider, who I got to interview a little bit earlier on, put it perfectly, how he described the mix of emotions he was feeling, the relief, the happiness, the joy at winning, but also how it was really bittersweet that that was the last time he would have the opportunity to sit on Flightline. But he said, I can't wait to ride his babies and can't wait to see Flightline's babies. Of course, him being by Tappet. What a brilliant racehorse that brought us so many sensational moments on the racetrack. And I think Lafitte has a huge chance to be a tremendous stallion as well.
We've run out of superlatives. Undefeated, a Breeders' Cup Classic winner. He will be crowned Horse of the Year, Flightline, in yesterday's Breeders' Cup Classic. We'll continue to recap yesterday's activity at Keeneland in the Breeders' Cup World Championships. We'll step aside for a moment as we welcome in a brand new audience as our coverage continues from Churchill Downs and Aqueduct. Welcome to our viewers on Bally SoCal in San Diego. That's a live shot at Churchill Downs. This is America's Day at the Races. We are at Aqueduct in South Ozone Park, New York. Anthony Stabile, I'm Lafitte Pinkai. It's one of those days where you spend so much time reflecting on what took place yesterday. Yesterday, a 2-day, well, the weekend, Breeders' Cup World Championships and everything that took place in Lexington, plus some really good live racing at Churchill Downs and right here at Aqueduct. We have the Nashua for 2-year-olds a little bit later on, and in the midst of this pick 6 with the carryover going into the Sunday card.
Yeah, tough sequence so far. 7 to 1 shot kicked it off, and perhaps the middle leg was even tougher to find at 5 to 1. We'll see if we get to a double carryover for Thursday. Plenty of fun racing. We'll see if the Nashua will produce perhaps a Remsen runner. We got the Remsen in 5 weeks here on 4 weeks in Cigar Mile Day, and we'll see some of the other claimers and allowance horses. Some fun races, though. Late pick 4 here, late pick 5 at Churchill Downs coming your way.
Approaching the starting gate, live look Churchill. Just a modest $10,000 claimer, non-winners, 2 lifetime mile and a 16th. And Mulberry Street, Anthony, continues to reign as the choice. 3 to 1 moments ago, now 2 to 1 as we've reached post time.
Yeah, see a lot of horses in this race on their cards have had year-plus layoffs, significant layoffs, and he's one of them. He has been nowhere near the horse he was before the layoff, Lafitte. He's 0 for Churchill. He's 0 for the distance. He gets a pair of blinkers now for a barn that wins, infrequently. He would be a favorite I would be against. And I want a horse with the exact opposite running style as of his recent form, and that's the number 5, Storm's Reflection, John Court. Tim Padilla has to give him one instruction. Tie a knot and get to the front.
Let him rip.
Let him rip.
And that last win, yes, on grass, but prior, very good effort on dirt.
His last 2 races are exponentially better than anything he's done in the past. And I would just keep, and they both were when he was on the front end. So I would not, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Anthony on the 5, wagering public towards number 1, Mulberry Street. Post time, Travis Stone with the call. Race 5, Churchill.
And they're in the gate. And they're off. Jack's Fireballs bounces out near the top. Preston's Bird is there as well. King of Sting down toward the rail. Storm's Reflection backs out of there as they hit the first turn. King of Sting for that inside post, going to try and cut the corner and take the lead. Preston's Bird comes up from the outside. Those two go 1-2. In behind is Storm's Reflection settling down into third. 2 lengths back, Mulberry Street comes away fourth. Jack's Fireballs is back into fifth. Kiss Principal down inside sixth. 4 lengths from there to Father Patrick in seventh. Vasilevsky is eighth and is already 9 or 10 lengths off the lead. And it's 4 lengths back to the trailer, TJ Munnings down the backstretch run. The opening quarter goes in 23 and 4, 5 furlongs from the wire. Preston's Bird and King of Sting continue to go head-to-head up top. And now King of Sting gets away, opens up by 1.5 lengths. Preston's Bird can't keep up. Mulberry Street comes on through toward the rail. Jack's Fireballs is also there. Kiss Principal's advancing down inside. There too is Storm's Reflection. Vasilevsky spun out 4 or 5 wide. Father Patrick starting to catch up as well. Preston's Bird is plummeting to the back. TJ Munnings out of last. Round the far turn, new leader. Mulberry Street has come away with the lead as they head for the quarter pole. Opens up 1.5 lengths. Jack's Fireballs comes through toward the inside. Vasilevsky with a wide trip, but is right there too. They're off the turn. They're into the stretch. Mulberry Street powers clear by 4, heading for the 8th pole. Father Patrick is coming down the center. Kiss Principal is there. Vasilevsky and Jack's Fireballs. Everybody chasing Mulberry Street, who's got a 6-length lead as they come for the wire. And it will be Mulberry Street who rambles home 5 lengths in the end. Father Patrick might have grabbed second. Kiss Principal was third, tight fourth there. Jack's Fireballs or Vasilevsky.
He found a crew he could handle just fine off the class drop Mulberry Street by a former Derby winner in Street Sense who absolutely loved Churchill Downs.
Yeah, this horse was good today. Public was right. Bravo, Public. I didn't like this horse today, but he found his friends, Lafitte. That's for sure. He found them and then he left them at about the 8th pole. I don't want to hang out with you guys anymore. See you later.
I've never understood that phrase. Like, you don't clobber your friends.
I know.
You don't go out and just pummel your friends.
Well, maybe. On occasion.
Fight Club? First rule about Fight Club?
The first rule, yeah.
You talk about it on TV.
We do. We do. That's why we get along so well. Big Lebowski, Fight Club.
Acacia's with us as well. She's in the paddock, this wide open 8th race coming up. Acacia standing by with this paddock report. And Acacia, New Guinea, number 7, favored at 5-2.
And that's where we'll start, Lafitte. And I'm glad to be at a safe distance from you two as well, who I do consider my friends. But taking a look at New Guinea, broke from the rail last time out, and she broke in pretty severely to that empty space that is inside of the starting gate and did kind of put her behind the 8 ball early on, though she typically tends to be a closing type anyway. She ran on well behind her stablemate, She's Mia, who came back to win again in her subsequent start. So she is a horse that has run well. I guess the question is at this point, and she's broken slowly in her last 2 races, the question is, does she have that will to win, that desire that is so important? And she did win gamely on debut back last November. She looks terrific, as she always does in here today. One thing I will say is that I did write in the last couple of races that I wasn't sure if she would appreciate a turf with a bit of cut in it. Getting that kind of firm turf course in here today should bode well for New Guinea. Out of that same race does come the number 6, Saratoga Chrome, who I thought kicked on pretty well to be third behind She's Mia as well. Now, she's very warm here in the paddock, but that's just typical of her. She does tend to get a little bit hot as well, and she's a horse that used to show some speed, but lately has been coming from pretty far off of it until last time out, which I was encouraged by. I remember this summer in Saratoga, Michelle Nevin had actually worked her with blinkers on, and she had run off, and it seemed that with that equipment change, she was trying to get her to be a little bit more forward and into the bridle early on. So the fact that she seemed to show a little bit more early interest last time, to me, was a good sign in that she was taking a step in the right direction. I think she's intriguing in this spot. The number 3, Waterville, has also faced New Guinea, but has had a little bit more time between her last race and today. She's one that tends to be much more of an angular type of filly, and sometimes just seems to lack a little bit of strength behind the saddle. She's strengthened up. She's really done well since her last start, having that little bit of a freshening, and that really seems to have been the key for her to put a little bit more weight and condition and muscle mass on. She's also run some good races, as a similar type of resume as New Guinea, just close without being able to get right there. However, I do think that she is one that prefers the turf course with a little bit more cut in it, but she does have some tactical speed. We'll see if she can put herself in the right position to get a true out win today, as she, of course, did break her maiden through disqualification, Lafitte.
That'll be up to Trevor McCarthy, Acacia, subbing for Joel Rosario. Strong connections. This was her latest. Anthony, closing day, Saratoga, Waterville, who's, you'll see her eventually like running angry, bearing down, ears pinned, and finally just tires at the very end.
Yeah,
look at her.
She ran hard here. I wonder with that, with the rain we got closing weekend and how that course was maybe a little taxing on her, because she just kind of runs out of steam right here, right? She looks like she's going to go on by, and then it's just like, nope.
Back to the left lead.
Not today. Yep, flip-flops over, and she just gets dead tired. Dead tired. Now, this is about a mile, so maybe that helps to cut back. Maybe the freshening, day more than 2 months. I don't like the fact that she's never crossed the wire first. Maybe I'm being a stickler, but that's not for me.
No, I hear you. She's 4-1 from a 9-5 morning line.
Yeah.
Get another look at her in the post parade. Tapple Cider. Javier Castellano, what a good ride on Ivar yesterday in the mile.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to her last time. She came off 2 good efforts, and then last time she kind of fizzled a little bit. She's taking a lot of money at 7-2.
Just okay is not okay. She's had trouble finishing. Another look at Waterville. Trevor McCarthy takes over.
Just okay is not okay, living up to her name. Waterville, we've talked about her.
Yep.
Let's see if she can get to the wire first for the first time in 6 starts.
Fistful of Dice, owned and trained by Bentley Combs.
Blinkers come off. First time since the debut. She ran sans blinkers. We'll see what she can do.
Silken Dollar for my new best friend, Rick Schosberg.
Pair of blinkers go on this daughter of Central Banker, who they're going to try to get a mile. It's her first time going long on the turf.
She is improving Saratoga Chrome.
She is. Her last 2 efforts make her a major player in here, and she's getting ignored a little bit at 9-2.
Our favorite Silks, Anthony New Guinea, the favorite, and then Steal My Heart, long shots to the outside.
Yep, Steal My Heart is a big price, as is the number 9, Lemon Taffy New Guinea, the Shell Evans, dark red and blue. Dark blue and red, rather. Carried by my favorite. Oh, it's her sire, New Guinea's sire. A boy tonalist.
Triple Crown spoiler, Belmont winner back in 2014 here. New Guinea, the 5-2 favorite. We'll step aside when we come back, the 8th of 10 at Aqueduct on a Sunday, and the Nashua 2-year-olds in the 9th. Stay tuned.
Consistently versatile with 25 Grade 1 winners on every surface, from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles, all over the world.
Switzerland in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Switzerland wins.
Churchill Fight running on. Mason in front. Churchill Fight on the outside. At the wire. Photo for the win.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
All purpose, all places, all power. Speightstown.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, as always brought to you in part by Run Happy. Sires whose progeny can carry a speed from all distances, on all surfaces, on all planets, Anthony.
Throughout the galaxy.
Anthony added that. He bet me $50 I wouldn't say it. I'll take that in cash, thank you very much. New Guinea, favored, not by Run Happy.
Clams, as you would say.
Like Waterville, trained by Christophe Clement. This was her most recent, October 8th, right here, New Guinea. Bolts leaving the gate, Anthony.
See ya. Wouldn't want to be ya. Yeah. That's that was a big-time left-hand turn.
Right.
You'd have got an $80 fine on Cross Bay Boulevard if you tried to pull that right here in Howard Beach in Ozone Park. She overcame a lot of trouble this day and after that. I mean, she's last turning for home, gang. You see her in that in the dark blue, and Dylan Davis going to try to motivate her right there between some horses. Now he's going to have to make another move and alter course to get her to the outside. And now she gets to daylight, and, after everything, you can't hold it against her that she didn't run down She's a Mia, her barnmate, who came back to get one of probably the best ride at the Belmont at the Big A meet from Trevor McCarthy to win to win the next condition. Again, she's a short price in a race where a lot of these horses, I don't want to say look the same, but I think when you combine the fact that she has all of these second-place finishes piling up and all of these, off-step slow, ducked in start, off-bit slow. So you got 3 trouble lines at the start of half of her races. Mm-hmm. You have a head defeat, a neck defeat, a neck victory. So she's getting herself on the wire with other horses, and she's losing more often than she's winning. I don't want a short price like that when there are some. I think you mentioned Saratoga Chrome, how good she's been in her last 2. I like her.
And Acacia going with Saratoga Chrome as well. Yes.
I am, yes. I think that she has really taken steps forward in the right direction. And the fact that she did show some more early interest last time, I think really shows the way that she's trending. Wanted to talk about one intriguing prospect, though, the number 4, Fistful of Dice. As the blinkers do come off, interestingly enough, she came into the paddock wearing blinkers, which they did take off once they saddled per request of the paddock judge. But she is coming out of an open company allowance race going 1 mile and 3/8, and she gets less distance today and back against New York breds, which I think should help. She is a very quirky, tough to ride, tough to handle in the paddock type of filly. Got pretty keyed up heading out, which is typical of her as well. I'm thinking maybe those blinkers off plus some less distance to navigate today will hopefully help her to relax.
Something to watch for. Fistful of Dice as they move into line. 8-5 now, Anthony, a New Guinea.
Not for me. Not that
for
price.
You. Acacia and Anthony with Saratoga Chrome. Getting the price there, 5-1. And the third choice in the wagering. Johnny I standing by. It is post time for the 8th, live from Aqueduct.
There in the gate. And they're off. Hesitant start for number 7, New Guinea. And she is towards the back of the pack. Up front, it is Silken Dollar who has the early lead. Challenged now on the outside by Steal My Heart. Waterville down at the rail runs in 3rd, right alongside of Saratoga Chrome next in 4th. Fistful of Dice ranges up on the outside, but will be wide into the turn. Just Okay is Not Okay, followed at the rail by Tapple Cider. Then it's New Guinea, who has made her way to the inside, and the trailer is Lemon Taffy in 9th. The opening quarter, 24 seconds. And now they're on the back stretch. Big long shot, Steal My Heart gets away here to lead by 2. Saratoga Chrome second by a head. Silken Dollar down at the rail runs in 3rd. Fistful of Dice is next in 4th. And then Waterville in 5th, 4 lengths off the lead. Just Okay is Not Okay is on the outside and in 6th, followed by Tapple Cider, New Guinea, and Lemon Taffy. Half mile in 49 seconds. It is still Steal My Heart by a length. Right behind is Silken Dollar, and alongside is Saratoga Chrome. They are heads apart, second and third. Waterville looks to advance down on the inside. Then it is Fistful of Dice. New Guinea has now rallied from the back of the pack and is making up ground, and making up ground quickly as they come for the head of the stretch. And it is Silken Dollar who has now taken over the lead, with New Guinea ranging up on the outside. Silken Dollar and New Guinea, and the two of them are right together coming down for the 16th pole. Silken Dollar hanging in there. New Guinea driving on the outside. Silken Dollar and New Guinea, they come on for the finish, and it is Silken Dollar by a head. New Guinea was second. Waterville finished third.
For my new best friend, Rick Schosberg. Silken Dollar digs in, holds on. New Guinea about a half length short, and problems again at the start of the race, as you pointed out, has become a bad habit.
7-5 on a horse that constantly loses photos and gets herself out of position as soon as the man says go. I'll tell you what, this is a good job by Manny Franco with Silken Dollar. You'd figure with the blinkers on and stretching out Lafitte, she'd be a little bit more keen. But Manny was smart enough to let Steal My Heart at almost 90-1 go to the lead, set the pace, was able to save all the ground behind her. And as soon as that filly drifted on the turn, he cut the corner with Silken Dollar and got a horse who, quite frankly, is not bred to go a mile. Switch is bred to go one turn. He not only got her to cut the corner, but he got enough separation here on a horse that just does not want to go past. You feel like we've been talking about her for 30 seconds, and they could still be running around her out there, and Silken Dollar wasn't going to let this filly by today. She just doesn't want to go by. She gets to the saddle towel, and she just doesn't want to go by.
And Silken Dollar responding to her presence. This conversation with Schosberg yesterday on the set, that sometimes it can be difficult to determine whether it's a horse on the inside. Rick Schosberg, there he is. Had Silken Dollar ready to roll. Do you get jealous when I tell you that he's my new best friend?
No, because I know you're lying. Because you twitch when you say it. By the way, how official is this guy? He's got the badge on around his neck. I mean, Rick Schosberg.
Can I see your ID, sir?
He does not. Is there a Ralph's around here? He does not mess around, Rick Schosberg.
We were discussing how it can be difficult to gauge when you have those types of finishes. Is it the horse on the lead, battling bravely and digging and finding more, or is it the horse trying to cut into that lead, just coming up small late? And sometimes it can be a combination of both. This felt like a combination of both.
And it's obviously case by case. If you bet on Silken Dollar, I turned to you at the 8th pole and I was like, this was my other horse in here.
Yeah.
And most people would have said, well, New Guinea's going to get her. No, I know New Guinea's not going to get her. Half the joint knows New Guinea's not going to get her.
I don't know about half. She was 7-5.
Oh. What does that work out? Andy's not here. 40%?
Yes, I was told there'd be no math. 5-7, 3-2.
I was told they'll be punching pie. I don't see any of it.
I was told I'd be on with Rick Schosberg. Silken Dollar at 7-1 results when we come back.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
Who are you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets. Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes-winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 three-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit ihdvstallions.com to book your mare today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Eight down, two left at Aqueduct on the Sunday program. America's Day at the Races, as always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Big afternoon. Manny Franco, 3 wins so far.
He's one of my favorite riders. He is one of the best riders in this country. And the way he has come back from a little bit of a subpar 2021 here in 2022, I think is a testament to his talent and his work ethic.
He has something in reserve with Silken Dollar. New Guinea ranges up and, as the Big A pointed out, was never going to get by.
There also might not be, let's be conservative and say 5. At my old age, Lafitte, I've kind of backed off my boisterous comments. Left-handed encouragement, I don't know if there's 3 better guys in the country.
No jockey has won more races this year for Chad Brown than Manny Franco.
How about that?
That'll help your business.
This puts we talked about the wrinkle of Kinetic Sky, who was
another wrinkle.
This one was tough because you had 2 Christophe Clement horses that you could lean on. Saratoga Chrome, who stunk, by the way. Perfect trip for Saratoga Chrome, just nothing from the 5/16 pole to the wire. You had a couple of Christophe Clement horses you could have leaned on in there. Trying to get this horse to mile was a tough row to hoe. I think we're looking at a double carryover, my friend.
Possible. We'll see what happens in the Nashua next. 2-year-olds in the 9th at Aqueduct. Keep prep for the Remsen. First things first, back at Churchill Downs. Good maiden race. Good purse, $120,000. Fillies and mares. 1 mile, you're looking at Lady Commander, a 12-race maiden. John Court has ridden 11 of those.
Yeah, second time off the June break. This horse is going to need to find some form. She had 1 good race on her card.
Lady Commander, even money favorite, Magical Act. There's a look at One-Time Mo, Lothenbach Stable, homebred, deep closer.
Yeah, 2 sprints, one in April, 1 in October. Stretches out now, bred to run all day. Out of a little bit of a key race. Very interesting at 3-1.
Second choice in the wagering. Then key contender, a second in her last 3 races.
She's been in from Prairie Meadows. She's 0 for 12, like the 1.
And the favorite, Magical Act, imposing connections, the one to beat.
Yeah, the 7 furlongs to the 1-turn mile is the logical stretch out here from Keeneland to Churchill Downs. She did not get into stride early last time. If she shows some speed today, which you would imagine she will second time, she might be tough.
Ankira, she's been scuffling.
Got on the dirt for the first time. Last time, another one stretching out from a series of sprint races to a flat mile.
Mark's Woman, aptly named filly by Gunrunner.
A lot of these fillies coming out of the You're So Silly race. She's stretching out as well. She showed some speed in a fast pace last time. Daughter of Gunrunner should appreciate the extra 1/4 of a mile.
Midnight Tango, Helen Pitts trained first-time starter.
Yeah. She trained Curlin first time out.
Yep.
Lasix only cost $17,000. Solid, if not spectacular, work tab. Half mile, 5/8 drills. You'd think this one would be fit to go to 8 furlongs first time out.
And Shady Road, a Glen Hill Farm homebred.
Taking a little money, Lafitte. 5-1. Curling out of a broken valve. Man, I don't like these pedigrees that say dirt. And you see turf first time. And she's never done a lot of running on the turf. It leads me to believe she might not be able to run a spec on the main track. But I'll tell you what, the tote board's telling a little bit of a different story. She's 5-1 into a 4-5 favorite right now. So that's some serious money even if it's not enough to make her second choice or favorite.
Could have something to do with the new surface for her, Shady Road on the outside. But Paula Duca on site, magical act in her second career start here, currently an odds-on favorite. Trustworthy, do you think she graduates this afternoon?
It's a tough call, Lafitte. It really is, because when you look at the two fillies here, they're very talented. I'm talking about the 4 and the 2. Now, the 4 in here, Magical Act, she got dead left at the beginning of the break, and she came rolling home. And it was a racetrack that really did not, favor horses, basically going 5 wide down the center of the racetrack. The racetrack sort of hasn't played that way for a while now. You have to be much the best. I thought she ran on nicely. Now, she got beat by She's All Class. We'll see how that form holds up, because She's All Class is in the next race. It was a horse that Michael Maker had put 2 times on the turf, then on the dirt, and won that race. So obviously with the better break. Now, the 2 horse in here, One Time Mo, was absolutely rolling like a freight train. I hate to say, take a little phrase from Trevor Dedman, but the first time out, this horse was rolling, but the second time out did the same thing, sort of gets left in the gate, too much to do. So now you have 2 horses here that are the favorite, that if they don't get out of the gate, they're going to be coming from way out of it. And when I look at this race, I look at the gun runner in here, and I'm a little confused. There's obviously a lot of steam on this 8 horse in the morning, that this horse has been working well over the dirt, but I cannot believe that this horse is lower odds than the 6 Markswoman, who cut out the pace from the 12 hole in that race, basically for the Brad Cox to suck up second. So I would take a shot with the 6 in here on the engine here with Tyler Gaffleone getting aboard. I think you're getting a great price. And listen, I understand the 2 and the 4 might be more talented, but sometimes the gate can get them beat.
Something to watch right from the start that could have a significant impact on the finish of the 6th race at Churchill Downs. And for Tyler Gaffleone, who is riding Mark's Woman, was 0 for 30 some odd going into this year's Breeders' Cup. That changed quickly with the first win on Friday, and then on Saturday, turf sprint, Golden Pal, heavy favorite, trying for a 3rd Breeders' Cup victory, does not break, changes the entire complexion of the race, Anthony. Caravel with Tyler Gaffleone, she did break.
And this shows you how important it is when there's a scratch of another speed, when the other speed does not break. This was a heads-up ride. He just put her on the front end, knowing that Golden Pal was nowhere to be found in the first quarter of a mile. Just gets to the top. Brad Cox has had so much success at Keeneland, so much success in the last half decade at the Breeders' Cup. This is his 9th win now. And this is a gutsy effort from a filly who, she's had some ups and downs in her career. A year and a half ago, this result would not have been surprising. Instead of 42-1, she'd have been 4-1. Got $80 and change. And she also stopped a complete U.S. embarrassment on the grass here. She's got a Euro inside and a Euro outside, and if it's not for her, we take the bagel on the grass.
Going back to 2020, all smiles, Tyler Gaffleone. Going back to 2020, Europeans swept Breeders' Cup Saturday grass races. That was 4 straight. Breeders' Cup Friday this year, back at Keeneland, swept Future Stars Friday grass races. That's 7 straight. As you mentioned, if not for Caravel at a massive price, and Europeans ran 2nd, 3rd, and 4th in the turf sprint, and then swept the remainder of the grass races, the Philly Mare Turf, the turf, and the mile. Again, there's domination, and then there's that.
I said this last night.
I saw your tweet
on Twitter. We can't, as a country, I'm not trying to start an international racing war, but we can't focus. We can't write half our condition books for the turf. We can't run 40% of our races at meets and run them on the grass. And I know the Breeders' Cup is important. It's not the be-all, end-all. That can't happen. It can't happen every year.
The Europeans are also sending the Europeans were very competitive with 2nd-tier horses. Now we're seeing some of the upper, some of the very best.
It's like Ivan Drago coming over. It's not fair.
It was a pummeling. It's the World Championship. You want to see the best from around the world? But for Caravel, carrying the 1 victory on grass for the Americans on Saturday. What a story. Tyler Gaffleone, big upset in the turf sprint. We'll continue to look back at some of the Breeders' Cup activity from yesterday. First things first, post time for these 6 from Churchill. Travis Stone standing by.
They're in the gate. And they're off. One Time Mo breaks out well. Magical Act is also there. Markswoman not far behind. Midnight Tango's there toward the outside, and farther out it's Shady Road. Up the chute they go. Markswoman comes on to grab a narrow lead, but Magical Act moves with that one, and they are 1-2 as they race up the chute. To their outside, Shady Road comes away tracking while third. 2 lengths back to Midnight Tango, who comes away fourth. And Kira's advancing inside fifth. 4 back. Lady Commander comes away 6th. One Time Mo is 7th. 8 lengths off the lead with 5 furlongs to go. And a big break back to Keen Contender. Outrun so far. The opening quarter goes in 22-4. Magical Act has come on through to take charge, and they're halfway home in 45-3. So Magical Act on a sharp pace to leader to the far turn run. Strides out now. Opens up by a length and a quarter. With that, Markswoman steps on it and comes on. And Shady Road is sent up 3 wide. 3 of them round the far turn together. In behind, it's Ann Kira from the back of the pack. One Time Mo's launching a rally and racing up to be 4th on the outside. Off the turn, Markswoman short lead. Magical Act is there. Shady Road fights on but drifts out. Farther out than that, One Time Mo trying to come on late. And in behind, it's Ann Kira. 1 furlong to go. Magical Act, Shady Road, One Time Mo. Ann Kira's in behind with Markswoman. Here comes One Time Mo. From off the pace, over the top, and to the front. One Time Mo the winner. Shady Road was 2nd, tight for 3rd. Ann Kira or Magical Act.
From far, far back, One Time Mo. Corey Lannery, the Lothenbach stable homebred, strikes in the 6th at Churchill Downs.
If you see Corey Lannery come back scratching himself, it's because he has hives in the 7 path. This guy's just married to the rail. He is so lost right now. He's trying to get GPS on his crop. This was a nice ride. He saw how this kept, you know, Lafitte, they kept banging heads up front.
Yeah.
They kept exchanging blows and exchanging the lead, and he just put this horse in the 7.
Results forthcoming. And up next at Aqueduct, the Nashua. This is the 1955 Wood Memorial, in case you couldn't guess through the high definition.
Great camera work by Mitch here.
Mitch was on his game this day. He was on it. Special, special racehorse, Anthony, Nashua.
Yeah. And you know, you like to see a little bit of a rivalry. Swaps was his rival, right? Beat him in the Kentucky Derby that year. Came back to win both the Preakness and the Belmont Stakes, and then he got his revenge on Swaps in the match race. Back when they match raced.
Swaps in Nashua.
That's when it was settled. Oh yeah, we're rivals. Let's go match race. That's what I like. Mono Lafitte. That's what I'm all about.
You talk about, you know, earning $1.2 million the hard way. 22 wins in 30 starts, Nashua.
Wow. Think about that. 22 wins for $1.2 million. Flightline made 3.6 yesterday in 2 minutes and a 5th.
It's a different time.
It's a different time.
Different time and space. 2-year-old race of the day brought to you by Spendthrift Farm. It is the Nashua. Spendthrift, home of North America's 3-time reigning champion General Sire, Into Mischief. A key scratch, big scratch. Morning line favorite is out.
Hope everything's
Signature.
okay. Gotta find out what happened.
One more time?
Yeah. Hope everything's okay.
Yeah.
He's a nice horse. He's got a little promise, this horse. He hit the hole last time like he was an old 8-year-old claiming gelding. That was some effort last time.
Full Mood Madness, 6-5 the favorite. 2-year-olds are in the paddock. The MIG is in the paddock. Welcome back to the show. Richie, what are these 2-year-olds showing you as we get set for this Nashua key prep here at Aqueduct for the Remsen next month?
Looking group here, and Full Mood Madness is a standout to me from a physical perspective. He's by Into Mischief, just an incredible sire. By the Moon, grade 1 winning mare. That this is her first foal, and I tell you, from a physical perspective, guys, he looks like he wants every bit of a mile and more. Last time he finally got an outside post after having 2 inside posts, and even though he handled the kickback and he was in behind horses and he was very professional, I do think it inhibited him a little bit. He gets post 1 again here today, but going a mile, he should be very forward. And again, He really looks like distance will be his forte eventually. I actually rode his grandmother, By the Light, who is the dam of By the Moon. Really good family. She was a 10-time winner and a stakes winner herself for JMS Stables, Samantha Siegel. I like Full Moon Madness a lot. The two, Tironi's, he's finally stretching out on the dirt. They tried long on the turf. I don't see a turf horse here, but I do see a horse that should appreciate distance, and maybe it's just a matter of getting the right surface and the right distance. Really looks good, well turned out, a lot of scope and range to him. And the 4-horse Champion's Dream showed good speed on debut, and you know, tried much tougher in the Champagne. Now he drops down a little bit into the Nashua, trying to get back on the beam, and he should be very forwardly placed, making a nice impression here for trainer Danny Gargan.
Champion's Dream, currently 6-5 co-favorite. Richie, Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, Grade 3 Nashua. 2-year-olds, a mile, $150,000 purse. And the morning line favorite is out, Signature. Full Moon Madness. Post parade for this Nashua, and there he is, Anthony, beautifully bred, JMS homebred.
Yeah, the blinkers went on last time, and he kind of put it all together. He caught a sloppy track as well, right to the top. I would imagine that could be the plan from the rail stretching out in here.
Tironi, his debut win was very good, not much since.
Gets a pair of blinkers here. Broker's maiden first time out on a fast track. He gets back to it for the first time since.
Champion's Dream, 5th in the Champagne.
Yeah, another one off the sloppy track behind Blazing Sevens and others. Broker's maiden very impressively at Saratoga, first time out on a fast track going 7/8.
Proved right, most experienced 2-year-old in the field?
Yeah, one of the outliers in here, though. He went to 7, 2 starts back, tired, came back at Keeneland, made up some ground late to finish second, going 3/4 of a mile.
American Speed, Breeders' Cup Classic winning rider Flavien Prat.
This one's a little interesting. He went from 5/8 first time out to a pair of blinkers and a stretch out to a mile from 1 turn to 2 turns at Horseshoe Indy in just 25 days, and he absolutely galloped.
What a cool shot in the silhouettes of the 2-year-olds getting ready for this Nashua. And there is Full Moon Madness, mother By the Moon, Grade 1 ballerina winner. And this colt is quick. This was his maiden win. Anthony, it was October 1st. It was in the slop. Full Moon Madness. It's only a question of how far from there.
Yeah, and he beat Cachase, who was in his debut. Cachase came back and won today.
Won about an hour ago, yeah.
You know, I don't know if it was the blinkers. I don't know if it was the sloppy track. I don't know if it was the trip he got on the lead for the first time. Maybe the first two led to the third factor, that he was on the lead. As the favorite, I would want to see it again.
Okay. Does he make the lead? Is he quicker than Champion's Dream?
I don't know. You know, and we talk about this all the time, too. Intent, right? So, Full Moon Madness on the lead in the slop last time. Champion's Dream did not make the lead after getting bumped in the slop of the Champagne last time. What about Tironi, who went to the lead first time out, no success since, a pair of blinkers go on, Trevor McCarthy. He could again, the other two seem to be faster than him, but it could be about intent.
We'll have more on Tironi. Looking at Champion's Dream, and we touched on him being fast. And there's Arad Ortiz, 3 Breeders' Cup wins in the saddle. Revisiting his debut win, closing week, Saratoga, nobody's catching Champion's Dream.
Gotta like everything about this, too. Faced some pressure early, put the pressure away, drew off in the lane, and, you know, before they turned for home, Lafitte, right till around the 3/16 pole, he was not being asked by Louis Saez. He was well within himself. Louis asked him to finish up going 7/8. They're not really gaining a lot of ground on him at the end of this race. I mean, Prairie Dunes was making up a little bit ground late, but I think that was more of a little bit of an optical illusion where Louis Saez was kind of wrapping up on him and just letting him, you know, kind of simmer down coming to the line.
Richie, Champion's Dream, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I saw it a little bit different, respectfully, than Anthony. I actually thought he was shortening up. Now, it was a sharp pace. He went 45 and change, debuting going 7/8. He was drawn outside. He bounced out of the gate aggressively. But I thought he was starting to get a little lean the last 16th of a mile on debut there. Now, last time, you know, it was sloppy. You got to forgive that. Maybe he just didn't handle it. He didn't get off as cleanly as he did on debut. But I actually really question the mile with the son of Justify. I prefer Full Moon Madness. I'm seeing a horse from a physical perspective, wants every bit of it. He's making his 4th start, so he has plenty of foundation. And, you know, he's been kind of experienced. He's taken kickback. He's been in behind horses. He understands that part of the game. So and I agree, I think the 2 Taroni could show a lot of speed. The advantage that Trevor McCarthy on Taroni has, if he wants it and shows that intention, when you're on a 6-5 shot, which Full Moon Madness is, or a 7-5 shot like Champion's Dream, you don't want to engage with a 15-1 shot. That's how long shots steal races, because they get loose. Well, he'll come back to me. And then before you know it, they've slipped away, and you've gotten away with a long shot, and you win a race like this. But I do think that Full Moon Madness is the best horse. I think he's got they kind of been battle tested enough, and he's got enough experience that if they do go, and let's say the 2 and the 4 show more speed than him, he could sit behind them. Small field, he'll be able to tip out when he needs to. I think Full Moon Madness has got a big future, and I don't think that distance is going to be any doubt as far as him. I don't see any limitations there.
Fascinating conversation regarding what's going to happen early on. Still looking at Full Moon Madness. Has the top buyer speed figure in the field, albeit in the slop. I thought, Anthony, it was Catch Me If You Can from the rail. And with Champion's Dream, it really came down to what Irad Ortiz was going to do and how aggressive he would be right from the start.
I agree. And that's when we talk about intent, I think you have to include, I think one of the biggest factors has to be rider. And I feel like Tarone will be the one ridden for the most speed. And the blinkers going on almost show that intent to get back to what worked first time out. But you might be right. If I had if I had to make a line, I would think the 2 would be in front, then the 1, then the 4 in that order.
17-1 Tarone. You're going with American Speed, and okay. So how do you equate the 2-year-olds he's been facing at Horseshoe Indy to these 2-year-olds he's about to lock horns with in the Nashua Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day?
These horses have been facing better horses, no question about it. I like what he's just done as an individual. From 5/8 to the stretch out, 25 days later, a 28-point buyer improvement, to a respectable 67, I'd like to add. Right, 2 months ago, a 67, you tack on 5, 6, 7 points at this point. It puts them right there with these horses. The blinkers certainly helped last time. And you know what? That's not a terrible final time. Came home in 26 seconds. That's around 2 turns.
I hear you.
Now he's outside. Right? We've made cases for 3 other horses being on the front end in here, so he's not going to be in front. And if they're all right, he's a good-looking son of More Than Ready, too, isn't he?
The connections. Why am I blanking on the morning line favorite for the Belmont? He didn't wind up favored.
We the People.
We the People.
Yeah.
Windstar, Rudy Brissett, Flavien Prat. Again, the victory yesterday. Breeders' Cup Classic Flight Line. This is an important race. It's a significant race for a look towards the future, towards the Remsen, won by Mo Donegal last year. Eventual Belmont Stakes winner in the final start of his career. The Tempted earlier today, the female equivalent of the Nashua, won by Malathot. Eventual winner of the Demoiselle. Nest, a Demoiselle winner. It's races like this, and eventually the Remsen and the Demoiselle. This is where it all starts.
Nest ran third in this, and Nest ran third in the Tempted last year.
In the Tempted,
she actually cut back from 1 mile and a 16th to 1 mile,
and then won the Demoiselle.
Yep, won the Demoiselle over Venti Valentine, and then had a championship season this year. Yeah, this new year, people like to poke fun at my big A. I don't like that.
Nobody's going to be saying anything about the Demoiselle or the Remsen anytime soon.
No. No.
Or this Nashua.
Yes, a nice little prep for it.
So who's in front when the field hits the far turn? You think Tarone?
When the field hits the far turn, wow. This guy wants to play games with me today.
Well, you already owe me $50.
Champion's Dream.
Okay, all right.
Leads him into the stretch.
All right. I got Full Moon Madness in front.
All right.
Don't ask me who's going to win. I'll tell you who's going to be in front.
Double or nothing on the half a yard?
Absolutely.
All right, you got it.
Absolutely. I'm going to cost my ride to the airport. Nashua, post time. Here's Johnny I.
And they're off in the Nashua Stakes. Prove Right out for the lead, joined on the inside by Full Moon Madness as they race up the chute. It is Prove Right with the lead. Oh, steadying there, the gray, Champion's Dream, and is running in 4th right now. So it is Prove Right, the narrow leader. American Speed's on the outside with Full Moon Madness towards the rail. Champion's Dream is in 4th, 3 lengths from the front, and Torone is the trailer. The quarter went in 23 seconds. Prove Right leads here by a half length. American Speed on the outside in 2nd. Full Moon Madness runs in 3rd. And then it's Champion's Dream, the gray, and Torone. It is Prove Right maintaining the lead here by a length. American Speed runs in 2nd. Full Moon Madness in behind the front runners in 3rd. Right alongside is Champion's Dream. Half mile in 46 and 1. They begin the run into the far turn. Prove Right continues to lead here. Long shot leader here by a length and a half as Full Moon Madness now moves into 2nd. American Speed is dropping out of it. Champion's Dream is gained on the outside into 3rd. It is Prove Right, Full Moon Madness getting closer now. They're at the top of the stretch. It is Prove Right, the leader. Full Moon Madness in 2nd and being asked for more now. Champion's Dream is in 3rd. They pass the 3/16 pole. It is Prove Right on the inside. Full Moon Madness on the outside. The two of them are right together. Champion's Dream is in 3rd. They're at the 16th pole now. Here is Full Moon Madness to take the lead. Prove Right battles on. Champion's Dream on the outside and coming on here. Here is Champion's Dream to win it at the end. Champion's Dream and Erod Ortiz Jr.
Maybe not the way we thought she'd win. From off the pace with Erod Ortiz, Champion's Dream in the Nashua, and a 2-year-old stakes sweep for Ortiz, taking down the Tempted with Good Sam and Champion's Dream in the Nashua.
Yeah, this was, you know, we could sit here and wax poetic about the ride. This was survival of the fittest from the 8th pole home.
I'm with you.
Just came in. I mean, Champion's Dream, he was the one left standing at the end here. What an effort from Prove Right and Jose Ortiz. Cutting all the fractions here. Good fractions, too. 23, 46 and 1. Nearly identical opening quarters. Slowed down considerably at the 3 quarters, and then they came home in 28. Bulldog Hanover comes home faster than this thing comes home. The 6-5 shots run 1-2. The only thing this result really could have an impact on, in my opinion, is maybe the pick 6 players survived getting one of the chalks home. But I'll tell you what, at the quarter pole, you could not have felt happy if you were alive in the pick 6 with the 1 and 4, because Prove Right, I thought Jose had cut the corner and stole away to a big enough lead, but both favorites able to wear him down late. Big effort from the 5. He was the horse that ran best today, I think.
We should get an award for setting up that pace scenario.
We said we were between the 1, 2, and 4. It was 5, 6 till the half-mile pole. Sensational.
Awesome.
Make sure you tune in, folks. Unbelievable. It's hard enough to win. It really is hard enough to win. And then when these paces unfold the way they, I mean, it was both of us too. We had it down to 3 in a 5-horse field, and the other horses were 1, 2 to the 5/8 pole.
How aggressive might Erod Ortiz be with Champion's Dream? You saw from how far back he made her run, but watch the start where the eventual winner.
He didn't break.
Accounts a little traffic.
And you know, he put himself in that spot, Lafitte, because he did not break. He kind of got left a little bit. And then here he just, I mean, you want to talk about hitting the brakes, grabbing a couple of handfuls of horse.
Young, developing prospect, 2-year-old, inexperienced, just his 3rd career start. For him to encounter that early in a race and still win,
good effort.
Extra credit.
Yep. I still think Prove Right ran the best race, but this horse moved up a few pegs in my eyes after seeing that. Good job, guys, in the truck.
Danny Gargan, winning trainer. Rose Down Racing Stable. Champion's Dream, Erod Ortiz, the 2-year-old stakes sweep at Aqueduct. Results, reaction when we come back.
It's 1,000 words fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honoree P is full out now, second on the outside. And they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
Champions Dream Red Ortiz in the Nashua. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started, nairabets.com today.
Over 300 tracks, Lafitte.
Over 300.
Yep.
That's a lot of racetracks. You bet
them all.
That was my follow-up. And following up on that winning ride, and what a weekend for star jockey Irad Ortiz with the MIG in the winner's circle.
Yeah, Irad Ortiz had a tremendous weekend at Keeneland for the Breeders' Cup. Flyback here, having a good day, won a race or two already. Now, another good two-year-old Champions Dream. Had to overcome some adversity early. He kind of got jammed about a 16th out of the gate.
I missed the break a little bit, and then I was like in between the horse in the lead and the outside horse. Tried to get out of there. He was give me a little hard time to get out of there. Then he little green move a step in, and I got to check hard. Then after that, just sit there, buy my time, and give him the chance to respond whenever I want to, and he was there for me when I asked him on the end.
After checking like that, were you surprised that he got right back in the bridle the way he did?
He showed some speed earlier on his career in first start, and trainer told me to sit second maybe or be on the lead, and I know he was sharp in the post parade, so I just keep it with the pony, nice and relaxed, and he was right there since he missed the break, and then he just get up, and he wants to go. I just try to relax and make him stay there, and he listened to me finally by the shoot. He listened to me, and he sat or he relaxed. I said, well, let's see what we can do.
Well, a horse that settles and listens to you very well is a two-year-old named Forte. He's going to be the two-year-old champion, won the Breeders' Cup on him. Talk about the ride on him and just how professional he is.
He's improving. Every start he runs, he get better and better. Race before that one, he acting a little very green. When I hit the clear, he kind of like, he don't know what to do, and I call his attention. Then he start pick it up. He was leaning in bad that day. Got to stop of riding in the middle of the stretch. Then I let him go again, and he moved forward. He went in, but he moved forward. He was like playing with the other horse a little bit. And this time was very professional. Since I hit the clear, he sit there. He broke good and sit there. I was in a good spot, and then I hit the clear. And I asked him, I was ready for him. I hit it one time right away. He just go forward, and that's something that we're looking forward to see him doing, because he got a very good potential. So we expect that he get better and better on his mind, and he finally looked like he can do it. He can do it.
Well, watching in the big movie right around the turn, when he turned into the stretch, I like how quickly he got to his right lead. He did everything very professional that way, where Cave Rock, your main rival, kind of lingered on his left lead. It took a while to him to get straightened out.
Yes, I mean, but I was paying attention on that horse. He's a really nice horse. We respect him a lot, and I know he's gonna be on the lead, and he's gonna be hard to catch. So I tried to make my move a little earlier. Was the first wire, Milan 16, first wire at Kinland, and I wasn't paying too much attention on the other horse, but I was paying attention on my horse and hit it one time before the turn for home, and as soon as he get to the stretch, he switched lead, and then he went forward. He was an all-out professional horse that day. He's an amazing horse.
Well, you got another good 2-year-old here. You might have decisions to make down the road, but we won't talk about that now. We'll let them grow up, mature guys. Irad, been riding tremendous.
3 Breeders' Cup victories this weekend in Lexington. The stakes sweep this afternoon. Anthony Forte, he's going to be crowned 2-year-old champion. Now a 3-time Grade 1 winner, the hopeful Breeders' Futurity, and the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. What do you make of him as a prospect long term?
I think he has real potential. 100 buyer speed figure yesterday. Got a nice 2-year-old foundation. Todd Pletcher, his Hall of Fame trainer, got a good season into him, and I think that's really important. Really, really important. And he, because especially for an individual like him, again, they're individuals. I know these trainers have programs, but you have to treat them a little bit like individuals. He needed to raise some of that greenness out of him, and he did. Right? Because yesterday you heard Arad say, and he's going to tell you better than I can. I've never been aboard him. But every time he faces the starter, he looks more and more professional. And it's nice to dream about him even getting better and better. And if he does, he stays on this path, he's going to be awfully tough in the 3-year-old prep races for the Classics.
Already highly decorated. He will be crowned a champion. Forte, Breeders' Cup Juvenile winner, 3 Breeders' Cup victories. Irad Ortiz, 1 left at Aqueduct. You saw the pick 6 follow along. And nearing post time, Paul LaDuca for the 7th race at Churchill Downs. What'd you come up with here?
Well, I came up with a lot of nothing. This is a tough race in here, Lafitte. And, when I look at the board, Fast and Flirty is the horse that's taking all the money, the 1 horse in here. But let's go back to a replay of the last race between Portilla and the 3 horse in here. Cancel This. Now, I don't understand the discrepancy in odds in here. You're getting 3-2 on the 7 in here, Portilla. And I have a feeling that this horse doesn't love to win, doesn't have that finishing punch. Now, did win first time out, but she won by a nose. The other 2 times, she looked like she was gin coming for home, and she didn't get it done. Cancel This kept on grinding away. And Martin Garcia gets aboard, blinkers on. They're kind of cheater blinkers, and I think he's going to send here to the lead. And it sort of lays, I guess, the onus on the 8 horse in here. She's all class. Now, I told you in the race before, how does Magical Act run? Well, Magical Act actually got out of the gate, went to the front end, and then sputtered back to 4th. And it looks like you can maybe come from off the pace. So she's all class. Is that a legitimate race there? And to me, the 3 with the blinkers on, Cancel This, is a great bet in here. I think this horse is going to love the 6.5 furlongs for Dale Romans. And I'm hoping that Luis Saez stays off of her early and that she can get a little bit of a breather. I just think she's a very good price in this race. This is one of my better plays of the day. I get it that the 1 took the blinkers off last time, but I'm looking at 3 horses that people are betting that are be coming from off the pace. I want to get first jump. I love the 3 in here. Cancel This. And let me throw one thing, guys, at you. We saw Forte win, but don't forget about Loggins. We didn't see him at Breeders' Cup, but he only had 1 race, and it took Forte all it could to beat Loggins. And I think Loggins and Forte, when they start going a little bit forward, God willing, they stay healthy. Those are going to be 2 nice little horses heading to the Kentucky Derby, hopefully.
And at Forte, kind of leaning all over Loggins in deep stretch of that Breeders' Futurity that I think some felt that there could have been.
Put the bull on him a little bit.
Yeah.
Favorite Kenny Loggins song?
I'm trying to come up with something other than Danger Zone.
Okay. Meet Me Halfway Across the Sky from one of the greatest movies of all time, Over the Top.
Over the Top.
That's my movie. That's my answer. I don't even think it's close. That's Secretariat, Paul.
The villain, Bull Hurley.
Bull Hurley. It's tremendous.
Mic drop, walk off. I'll see you guys next time.
God, do
Bull Hurley.
I just love you, man. I just love you.
Bull Hurley.
Bull Hurley.
Wonder
Wow.
if Travis Stone right now, he's turning his cap backward. Because it's time to go to
Lincoln Hawk.
Lincoln Hawk. Oh, that was good. Folks, time
Are in the gate. And they're off. She's all class from that outside post, breaks alertly and is racing for the lead. Cancel This comes on to grab second, but She's All Class is fastest early. Cancel This sent up toward the inside, and Portilla's not far behind while third. Fast and Flirty shuffled back inside fourth, in my opinion, is away fifth, and Code for Success is at the back with her. So down the backstretch run, Cancel This comes on through to take the lead. It's Cancel This in front, 4 furlongs out. She's All Class is keeping pace with her, and these two locked in battle to the far turn. And Portilla perched out 3 wide, right there third, just a length behind with 3 furlongs to go. A contested quarter in 22 and 3. Round the far turn, She's All Class back for an arrow lead. Cancel This is keeping pace. Portilla 3 wide right there. Code for Success comes on from fourth, only 3 lengths behind. They're off the turn. She's All Class and Portilla brushed off the turn. They're head and head. Cancel This is back to third. Code for Success is fourth. 1 furlong remaining, and Portilla powers up to take the lead and begins to pull away. Portilla's in front by 2. She's All Class gives way late. Code for Success and Fast and Flirty. Portilla first. First by 2.5. She's All Class settles for second. Code for Success and Fast and Flirty.
Just too much Portilla in the end. For Choctaw Racing, Al Stahl, Ricardo Santana, the winning ride.
Churchill Downs was like old Belmont Park today. The balcony move. Going to be out in the center of the track, right? Off the pace, outside. Good job by Brian Hernandez Jr. here. Excuse me. We just saw Corey Lannery and Brian Hernandez Jr. win in the middle of the track. If there's ever been a bizarro world day at Churchill Downs, this is it, my friend. But I think that gives you a good insight into that's where you probably want to be. When you see 2 guys that are married to the rail in the 5-path and decidedly, I mean, they're making sure these horses are kept in the clear. I think that's really important to keep that in mind when you're handicapping going forward. And don't forget, we'll be back Wednesday with Churchill coverage here on the program. Keep that in mind over the course of the next 2 days when you're handicapping the Wednesday card.
Brian Hernandez, winning ride. Portilla, results when we come back. Horses in the paddock for the 10th and final at Aqueduct. And what a dude. Erad Ortiz to ride, looking to sweep the late double for Chad Brown. That's next. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Sharing the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced the winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill Farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Gearing up for the nightcap at Aqueduct. You're watching America's Day at the Races. This pick 6 with the carryover. Winding down in this $40,000 maiden claimer. You're looking at the favorite. What a dude. 6-5, 8 minutes out. We checked in with the MIG in the paddock.
Yeah, guys, a lot of activity going on here in the paddock, and we'll get to some of that, the little bit of drama going on. But when I look at horses in the paddock, I try not to look at my program first, so I don't look at connections. I look at horses as individuals first. I don't want to be swayed by who their trainer or their connections might be. 2 of the horses that grabbed my attention immediately were your favorite, What a Dude. Now I dig deeper. Obviously, a Chad Brown runner dropping down in class to the $40,000 level after being beaten for 75 up in Saratoga, ran in a maiden allowance at Kentucky Downs. This is definitely a very well-placed spot for this horse, and he caught my eye from a physical perspective. The other horse, 7, Most Wanted Man. Another one dropping from maiden allowance races to maiden 40. Gets Manny Franco, Joel Rosario off his mounts today. These 2 stood out physically, and again, I try not to confer with my program until I have my notes about the horses first, and then so I won't be swayed by their connections. The 9, Labardi. This is a horse that I think will appreciate getting the blinkers off. Light frame, son of More Than Ready. I thought he got too keen last time in a maiden allowance race with Trevor McCarthy. Shows up with the blinkers off, and he's very well turned out for trainer Horatio De Paz. And the 10 horse, Mystical Curl, and the reason I'm able to give you this paddock report, because the horse would be on the track by now, he's kind of held up the procession. He needed a shoe repair here in the paddock. We have a attending blacksmith on hand. Horse springs a shoe or turns a shoe, pulls the shoe off, they can get it corrected here in the paddock. He was a handful. I give the blacksmith all the credit in the world for being able to get the shoe back on this horse and getting it straightened out. Because a couple times I thought he was going to land on top of the blacksmith. He went up so high in the air, resenting having to be reshod here in the paddock. The horses are ready to race. They're geared up. They know what they're here for. And then, wait a second, it's not time to get shot. I do that back at the barn. So he was very, very tough. But they're getting the tack on him now, and we should be getting riders up here within the next minute, guys.
How long do you think it would take you and I to change a horse's shoe, Anthony?
You just called me Andy. How are you getting to the airport later?
Yeah, I was trying to pivot.
How long would it take us to, 17, 18 hours?
I don't think it would get done.
You don't think it would get done?
I don't think it would get done. But you have this in your pedigree. Like, you should be able to, like, at least have.
I think I've seen it done.
You would take the lead.
I think I've seen it done enough where I could get a shoe off.
All right.
I don't know if I can get it on. Seriously, I think I could get a shoe off. I don't think I can get one on. I have problems like when I have to handle animals that way. Like we had a Jack Russell for 16 and a half years, my makeup. I didn't like when we had to cut her nails.
That clipping?
Yeah.
Yeah, not for me.
So I can't like start nailing a horseshoe into a horse's hoof. But I could take it off. Because I'd be like, like my socks and shoes are off for the day. The horse got to feel great.
Like I said, I don't think we'd ever get it done.
I held Cigar one time when Bill Mott fixed his shoe.
That's very cool. That's actually very cool.
I was 18 years old, and 18, 19 years old. Held him in the middle of barn 25. Just grab him for a minute, please.
How long's it been now? 27 years?
27 years.
Since Cigar won the Breeders' Cup Classic. Post-parade for the 10th and final Empire Attraction, Javier Castellano.
Yeah, Javier Castellano had a big weekend here at the Big A.
Won 5 on Friday?
He won half the card on opening day. Yeah, we'll see if this horse, fresh gelding off the layoff. Danny Gargan trying to sweep the late double.
Tracy Farmer's Fierce Debate.
Second off of a long year-plus layoff. Did not do much running going the mile on the 16th last time. Stays the trip here.
Favorite, What a Dude.
Yeah, drops back in. This horse debuted for a tag at Saratoga. Just got beat. Went to Kentucky Downs for the big money. Got beat a couple of lengths. Now he's back where he belongs.
A-lister, kind of a handful.
Yeah, hasn't hit the board in all 6 of his tries, turf and dirt. We'll see what he does here at 62 to 1.
The other Chad Brown trainee who looks great, according to Mig, as always, most modern man.
Real drop down in here. This horse hasn't really done much running. He got some decent speed figs, though, cutting back from the mile and 3/8 try at the Spa.
Manny Franco on Union Lights.
Hector Diaz actually on Union Lights. Manny was on Most Wanted Man. I apologize for that. Stretching out on the turf for the first time.
Could we check, because it said Franco. Here's Jose, here's Jose Lizcano, Mystical Curlin.
Mystical Curlin. First time turf. Dan was 0 for 1 on the grass, 5 for 18 overall. Second off the claim for Gustavo Rodriguez, who shipped the horse down to Parks first time.
On Palm Sunday.
Yeah, scratched last week off the turf. Got beat 5.5 lengths at this level after leaving the state bred level for this.
Looking grand off the board, first 4, and Mad Magic draws in.
Blinkers off, looking grand. Mad Magic comes in. Jose Gomez stays here. So it's going to beat 7 lengths back to the turf last time after an off-the-turf try.
Media Sensation draws in.
A rare Dave Don claim really hasn't panned out so far. A couple of 6th place finishes. Going to have to do much better than that, especially from the draw. A gigantic price at 35 to 1. I was telling you before we came back, as far as that pick 6 goes, we've been following along all program long.
Pretty easy to follow in terms of who's covered and who isn't.
Yeah. If you see an odd number, they're alive. If you see an even number, there's a carryover. It's nice and simple. And you know what? There are more tickets alive. If my math is right, at 14,000 and 18,000 for the 5 and the 7? Yes. For the 2 Chad Brown runners, that's, well, that math is easy. It's 9 tickets and 8 tickets. That's a lot.
It is. And I have a hard time seeing this carrying over for a second time.
Based on that, yeah, I do
really have a hard time seeing this carrying for a second time. What a Dude, who is the favorite. Back on July 24th. And there he is in behind company, and going to launch a bid and come up about a neck short here at Kentucky Downs.
Yeah, this was his most recent. Yeah, this was his most recent effort where he got beat a couple of lengths as the favorite, by the way. Anglebuck, I got to tell you, Lafitte, Chad does not send a lot of horses to Kentucky Downs. You send a horse like this because I think it tells you what a guy like him thinks about it. You're sending the B and the C string down there, and you're almost, this horse got into more trouble than a porcupine in a balloon factory that day. He only got to be 2 lengths. He's in for 40 today.
Richie, that's a lot of trouble, porcupine, in a balloon factory.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm going to go with the other Chad Brown guys. Quickly, I'll talk about shoes because you brought it up. I always wore 3 goggles on the fast track and 5 goggles in the mud, partly because I didn't want anybody to know what I was going to do, whether I had speed or not. I didn't want them to key off my goggles. And one day, a shoe came back and hit my goggles. I had 3 on, broke the top 2 pair, didn't get through the 3rd pair. So I always did that as a safety precaution. In behind horses, you get hit with a shoe. Could sting a little bit. Talking about horses here, the One Empire Traction. I like this horse returning as a gelding. He lightened up a great deal, looks good, warmed up nicely. My top selection will be the 7 Most Wanted Man. Out of the Chad Browns, I prefer him, and you're getting a little bit of a better price. And then the 9 Lombardi, guys, this horse is going to outrun his odds. I'm convinced of that. He's a big price. I think the blinkers off, and just how good he looks from a physical perspective, I do think he's going to improve on the drop for trainer Horatio DePazin. Guys, just a little while ago, I received some sad news. Mike Hernandez passed away this afternoon. Our thoughts, prayers, condolences to his family. He was such a good man. If you needed anything, he was right there for you. Coming back from an injury, you needed a mount, he'd step up for you. He was probably the dean of New York bred trainers. He trained for Dr. DeLuke, Assunta Lewis Farm, then John Hettinger's Aikendale Farm, and of course Chester and Mary Broman. Lived a long, wonderful, full life, but he will sorely be missed on the racetrack.
Very well said. Sorely missed indeed. And the dean, Anthony.
He was a great man. Great horse trainer, great man. Trained for the Bromans for many years. Many years.
Thoughts with his family, of course, as they have reached the gate for this 10th race at Aqueduct. Final thoughts here before they move into line?
Saratoga kind of blurs. I don't remember if I saw Mike last year or this year. I think he may have been around even as late as this year at Saratoga. It would have been 100 in January. I'm going to try that horse on the screen. Good job, guys and gals down in the truck. On Palm Sunday, I tried to pick this horse last time when he scratched off the turf. I'm just hoping Kendrick gets aggressive in here. You know, there's not a lot of natural
He does that
speed
from
in
time
there.
to time.
He does. And, you know, it's the outside draw. I'm just hoping he gets aggressive, tries to cross and clear. Like I said, one Chad's a natural drop down. That's the number 7 most wanted man. What a dude. I mean, both of them can win. But I don't really want them at even money in 3. I really don't want What a Dude at even money. I guess most wanted man is a little more desirable at 3-1. But I'm going to try my man Dave Donk.
The 10 with the shoe repair or shoe replacement. Mystical Curlin still acting up. I've been asked if it was us who did the repair.
No, it was.
Had it been us, there would be complications and issues. I can promise you that.
More complications, apparently.
You mentioned on Palm Sunday, Richie really liked what he saw from the long shot, number 9, Labardi. See how it all unfolds. Very simple. If an even numbered runner wins, we carry. Odd number, we don't. Post time. Johnny Rial with the call. 10th race, final from Aqueduct.
Wrap up the Sunday card. And they're off, and it was a good beginning for What a Dude, who is going out for the lead. And now moving up is Empire Attraction from the outside, Mystical Curlin, along with On Palm Sunday. It is Mystical Curlin who has the lead. On Palm Sunday runs in second, and then Empire Attraction next in third. A-Lister down on the inside in fourth, and then Union Lights on the outside in fifth, 2.5 lengths. What a Dude is now back in sixth. And then moving up on the outside is Media Sensation, followed by Fierce Debate and Mad Magic. The trailers are Most Wanted Man, Lookin' Grand, and Labard. The quarter in 23-2. Mystical Curlin leads here by a length. On Palm Sunday, tracking in second. Empire Attraction down on the inside and in third. Then comes Union Lights next in fourth. The half in 48-2. A-Lister runs in fifth, followed by What a Dude, who's looking to move up now from sixth, followed by Media Sensation and Fierce Debate. The field is going into the far turn. It is Mystical Curlin and On Palm Sunday. Mystical Curlin, 3/4 of a length. On Palm Sunday in second by 2. Empire Attraction is next in third. What a Dude now ranging up from fourth. Oh, What a Dude had a steady there. Seemed to bump with Empire Attraction. 3/4 in 1:12-4. Here comes On Palm Sunday to challenge Mystical Curlin, and here comes What a Dude now. What a Dude kicking in on the outside now to grab the lead here. It's What a Dude in front, then Mystical Curlin and Empire Attraction. What a Dude! And a Rod Ortiz Jr. on his third win today. Mystical Curlin held second. Empire Attraction was third.
Rad Ortiz, once again, sweeping the late double. Swept the stakes races here today. What a Dude for Chad Brown. Even money at post time.
Yeah, saved all the ground, swung out in the stretch. Now there was bumping. Rad, as he tends to do when he is looking for room, makes it. You're going to see it right here. The number 1, Empire Attraction, in a good stalking spot in third. He's going to tip out. And now you see yellow. They brushed. They bumped. I don't know how much it is. Again, it's going to happen again. They probably played bumper cars 3 or 4 times. It's not like Empire Attraction went away. In fact, he gets beat less than a length, about a half length, for the place here.
Which is key.
Which is key, because if the stewards decide that it cost him that second place placing, they're going to have a serious conundrum here. But, I mean, you don't even need to see a head-on at this point. You can see horses bumping. They bumped 3 or 4 times.
Mystical Curlin with the shoe repair. The 10 not covered in the pick 6. Richie, how'd you see it?
Yeah, guys, it looked like there was definite contact. I got to see it back again just to kind of clarify what I saw. It appeared to me that the 5 made room for himself and forced the 1 out, and that precipitated the bouncing back and forth between them, the bumping. The phone down here by the room the jockeys talk to the stewards has been ringing off the hook. So obviously, to me, it really appeared that the 5-horse created the contact, started it. Javier Castellano was trying to hold his line, and Irad forced the room. He made room for himself. He used his horse's shoulder against Javier's horse, and the fact that Javier was beaten about a half length or a little less than half a length for second, you can make a compelling case that it cost him second for sure. I do think the winner was the best horse, but you can't use a horse as a battering ram, guys.
Richie, thanks so much. A lot riding on this call, Anthony.
Yeah, and I agree with Richie. I think Javier did everything he was supposed to do here. That's his path.
Sure.
And this horse has to come down. I would be very surprised if this horse didn't come down. He did everything right, and, you know, I don't agree with the placing decision. I've been pretty vocal about that.
You're more of a foul is a foul.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if you're going to tell me that, you know, that's the lay of the land, that's the law of the land now, this should take 45 seconds.
It should be quick. If there's a conversation, if
you feel like Javier was initiating,
if he finishes second, but the fact that he finished third after all that,
and the fact that this horse did not go away, yeah, the fact that he didn't go away, no, this to me this is a no-brainer. And he hit him. They brushed 3 or 4 times. I mean, you know, I'm all about. We'll stick with the movie motif. Rubbing is racing. Little Days of Thunder for you. I got no problem with it. But when you do it on a daily, weekly basis, and you do it 4 times in 3/16 of a mile, an eighth of a mile, I mean, at some point, enough's enough. I know you want to win, but.
And Richie's still with us, yes? And Richie, we see that very often the herding, there's a Red Ortiz, that seemingly there's a lot of leeway. It's allowed. This is not herding. This is get out of my way.
Yeah, no, and he does get the benefit of the doubt more times than not by the stewards, and he does seem to get a lot of leeway. But this went way beyond brushing and, you know, or rubbing and kind of edging a horse out to make room. He basically just broadsided the horse that finished third, Empire Attraction, and made room for himself. To me, this is an absolute no-brainer. There's no way you can justify leaving that number up with the level of contact that was started, that was initiated by your eventual winner, well, not official winner yet, but your winner, the 5-horse, What a Dude.
Phil's textbook, Anthony, in that A, it's a foul, and B, the horse that was impacted was caused a placing.
Yeah, I mean, one horse had a path, one horse didn't. The horse that didn't have a path made his own path and bumped the horse 3 times. This is not rocket. This is really not rocket science. This is, you know, and there's obviously always room for interpretation, but there's been a pretty decided law of the land here now. By that rule of thumb, this horse is supposed to be down already.
Awaiting the
I have
decision.
no dog on the fight, by the way, just for the record here. I have no dog on the fight. But this, to me, is this is a no-brainer. Yeah, and they're still talking to the jocks, apparently, which can take some time. I agree with that. That adage as well. What are they supposed to say? It was all me. I did it all. Take me down. Right? Nobody throws themselves at the mercy of the court. You fight until you die.
It feels like part of the process that's unnecessary.
Yeah. No, I didn't catch that ball. That was incomplete. Nah, I didn't catch it.
The referee throwing a flag at a left tackle, holding, 10-yard penalty. I didn't hold him. You didn't see what you thought you saw. He was actually holding. Oh, and then you pick up the flag. All right, there isn't a penalty.
They left this horse up.
Wow.
They left this horse up. Now, listen, I'd just like to say for the record, the pick 6 paid about $15,000. If they left you up today, the TRF, Racing for Home, BCCA, Old Friends. These are all great charities. You really should take out the checkbook, run online, take the credit card out, make a donation to your favorite thoroughbred charity. If they left you up for any kind of money, this is one of the most ridiculous. And the fact that it took 4 minutes to leave this horse up, it should have taken 2 to take him down. It took him 4 to leave him up. I give up. I don't ever want to hear about not costing a placing. I don't want to hear about costing a placing. Is not the reason to come down anymore. Absolutely absurd what just went on here. Ridiculous.
I don't know what to say.
Wow. Wow.
5-10, 1-11. Results forthcoming. Post parade out at Churchill. Looking at Lofthouse and Corey Landry in the saddle on an outsider.
Yeah, 15-1. He's happy now, Corey. He's on the rail. He doesn't have to worry about getting into that 8 path.
Charlie's Penny, the favorite, daylight winner at Canterbury in September.
I'm surprised anybody's this short. Well, there's 2 horses in here in the 2-1. I'm stunned by that. But this horse makes some sense. Big win at Canterbury last time out, but it was almost 2 months ago. And does have a win at Churchill, though.
Number 3, Be Like Water, 3-time winner this year.
Could use a little pace up in front of her. Daughter of Majestic Perfection did have a good first half of the year. Kind of tailed off since August.
Love Me Some Me. We know where Terrell Owens' money is.
What a great name, huh? She should be part of the pace in here. I don't know if she's faster than the filly to her outside, but she has a little gas early on.
8-5, and Brian Hernandez looking to go back-to-back. And then Sarah Harper, number 5, a quick filly with Louis Saez in the saddle.
I like this filly today a lot, Lafitte. Second or third off a long layoff, second time back on the dirt since. I think she's the speed of the speed, and she gets the right guy on her back in Louis Saez.
And Recoded, a 9-time winner. Not much in her last pair.
No, not much, and that's kind of disappointing because since she was claimed by Eric Foster, those first 3 races were really, really good, and the last 2, she just kind of fell apart a little bit.
8th race, Churchill Downs, in 3 minutes, moments ago. What a Dude crosses the wire in front. The announcement of no change by the stewards. Narada Ortiz, 3 wins on the afternoon. Wins the Tempted for 2-year-old fillies, the Nashua for the boys, and What a Dude, and a decision that will be heavily, heavily, heavily scrutinized, and understandably so.
Yeah, you know, for the conspiracy theorists out there, they would have imagined this horse would have came down right away to produce the double carryover. The conspiracy theories all got shot down just now. Triple carryover, I should say. I don't even know, between the pace scenario in the Nashua and the non-DQ here, I feel like I know nothing. I feel like Jon Snow. I'm wearing my Game of Thrones tie today. I know nothing.
You know nothing. You know,
I know nothing.
We know nothing. Jon
This
Snow.
is stunning. It's just
I
stunning.
feel like I need an
You cannot.
Like I need an explanation.
I can't be told there's a process, and that there are these unwritten rules that are being followed on a regular basis, and this horse be left up. You can't tell me that. Don't tell me anything at all.
And if you hit the pick 6, scratch that check.
Yes, write a check.
Scratch that check.
Go jump online. There's plenty of great thoroughbred charities that you can give a portion of your proceeds to.
And we have 1 left at Churchill, 2 left at Churchill. That's next as our coverage continues. The feature next from Churchill Downs on America's Day at the Races.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Time for the feature at Churchill Downs. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Is always brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. The runners have left the paddock. They're on the track. Out to Paul at Churchill Downs.
Thanks, Lafitte. And, you know, a lot of money going on this little Minnesota bred, and it's been very, very impressive as Charlie's Penny. And, you know, when you look at the last race that she ran, she really ran off the screen. Now, she was supposed to beat that field. But if you look at her PPs, she's run at Arlington Park, she's run at Woodbine, she's run at Churchill Downs, Fairgrounds. She's never fired a bad shot. And here's the other part. I don't think she needs the lead to win. Now, when you go over to the other horses in here, Love Me Some Me and the 5 Sarah Harper, I'll tell you what, the 5 Sarah Harper was pumped up. Actually, Ron Moquette had to lead her out to the post parade. And I have a feeling them two are going to go pretty fast here early, and that could set up for the two for a little bit off the place with the pocket trip. But the way this track's been playing, why not the 3 Be Like Water in the middle of the racetrack, rolling on the outside for Vicky Oliver and Rafael Bejarano? So for me, I think that horse is a good bet at 8-1. And Anthony, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to tithe today, and then I'm going to go Italian style and send a bunch of butter cookies to the stewards up there in New York.
Can you tell me when those cookies are coming? I haven't eaten in like 9 hours, 10 hours. What do you?
Long day, Big A.
It was been a long
day.
Been a long 2.5 years, Lafitte. Back to you.
Charlie's Penny, 3-2. All set for the Sunday feature out at Churchill Downs. Filing into the gate. Here's Travis Stone.
They are in the gate. And they're off. And Recoded broke alertly from the outside post. Sarah Harper off a half beat slowly near the back of the pack. So they race up the chute and they come for the main track. Recoded short lead right there. Love Me Some Me. From the outside, Sarah Harper recovers up to grab third. Charlie's Penny comes away in behind the first flight fourth. Break it 2 back to Be Like Water. And Lofthouse is at the back. 5 furlongs from the wire. Love Me Some Me through an opening quarter in 22-4 has come on to take the lead and heads for the far turn. Recoded is right there racing second. Sarah Harper perched out 3 wide while third. Charlie's Penny continues on to travel well. Fourth and only 3 lengths off the lead. Be Like Water follows that one. And at the back is Lofthouse. 3 furlongs from the wire. Love Me Some Me's fending off the challenges of Recoded and Sarah Harper so far. But Charlie's Penny is looping up with a 4 wide bid. And Be Like Water's in behind with Lofthouse. It's wide open at the quarter pole. Love Me Some Me cuts the corner off the turn. Right there's Sarah Harper, and here comes Charlie's Penny, switched out for the final 3/16. Love Me Some Me, short lead. Here comes Charlie's Penny, trying to run down Love Me Some Me, furlong to do it. Love Me Some Me digs in. Charlie's Penny with momentum, and now the lead to the wire. Charlie's Penny works out a perfect trip in behind the speed, runs down Love Me Some Me. Sarah Harper was third, and Be Like Water finished fourth.
The Minnesota bred, Charlie's Penny, Tyler Gaffleone running down Love Me Some Me in the featured at Churchill.
Took advantage of Love Me Some Me, Recoded, and Sarah Harper on a little bit of a scrum for the first 3/8 of a mile, kind of exchanging leads and blows and glances on the front end. And Tyler Gaffleone sees how this track's playing, sit off the pace, get to the center, make one run. Daughter of Race Day, Minnesota bred daughter of Race Day. She's now 5 for 9 on the feet. Nice little.
She's a race. She's a quality filly. Knows how to win. Wash, rinse, repeat in terms of the profile of the winners at Churchill all afternoon.
Yeah, she's run well on all 3 surfaces as well. A debut win at Arlington, but the old Arlington Park on the all-weather. She's won on the dirt, as you just saw. 2 races in a row now, and she got beat just a half length of Colonial this summer on the grass. Nice filly.
Charlie's Penny, Lothenbach Stable homebred, trained by Chris Block. Tyler Gaffleone, the big weekend in Lexington, racking up Kentucky riding title after Kentucky riding title. First 2 Breeders' Cup victories in the juvenile fillies and the turf sprint. And another trip to the winner's circle at Churchill for Gaffleone. Charlie's Penny over Love Me Some Me. Results from Churchill. When we come back, you're watching America's Day at the Races. Too much. Charlie's Penny, the Minnesota bred, and a 5th lifetime win.
Spun to run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets. Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Audible let loose on the outside to take the lead. Audible by 3. Audible, no doubt about it.
Internet, 575,000. Thank you. PC, 675,000. Oh my, 725.
What we're seeing from Audible across the board are very athletic shapes, strong hips, and powerful bodies that look like they have speed, which is really what you want to see from the freshman stallion.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Winner's share of that $140,000 purse for the Lothenbach Stable. Trained by Chris Block, ridden by Tyler Gaffleone, Charlie's Penny. Perfect 2 for 2 at Churchill. Puts away Love Me Some Me, 6-5 at post time, 4:40. 2, 4, 5 in the Sunday feature at Churchill. Charlie's Penny. Tyler Gaffleone standing by with Paul in the winner's circle.
Thanks, Lafitte. Yeah, I am with Tyler Gaffleone. Had a monster weekend at Breeders' Cup weekend, but he rode a nice little filly today. Charlie's Penny, a Minnesota bred, and you got off and you told me, wow, this little filly can run.
Oh, yeah, she's handy. You know, she broke alertly, put herself in a great spot. Anytime, any slight movement, she just kept finding more, and, I mean, she got to the wire very easily.
She kind of lowered her head, too. You know, she didn't really need to lead. She relaxed. Like, she could maybe step up into some company, no?
Oh, most definitely. That was a very encouraging performance today, and I only see good things from here.
Well, listen, the whole world knows you're an elite rider. Breeders' Cup breakout this weekend. Let's start with Wonder Wheel. You told me you loved her, didn't get the best break, but you were able to save ground and weave your way through traffic. Take us through that trip.
All the credit goes to the filly. She ran such a tremendous race. She didn't get out of there very well. Got squeezed back. There was a lot of traffic going in that first turn. But turning down the backside, she got into a good rhythm. Going into the turn, just needed space, and it just kept opening up for us. And she took every opportunity there was.
Yeah. Now let's get to Caravel. I mean, did you know Golden Powell got left, or were you looking to your left? Were you looking to your left and not knowing, or did you just like, oh my God, I'm on the lead by myself here?
I jumped really good, so I took a peek inside, and I didn't see Golden Powell there, so I said, let's go.
Yeah. And then she's got more kick than people think. A lot of people think Caravel just goes to the front, but she can finish, and she showed it.
No, actually, I think she's better when she's off the pace, but you know, when that horse ran up inside her, she just kept digging and finding more. It was a very big race for her.
Okay, and then my last question is What was it like sitting behind Flightline? I know Hot Rod Charlie sat there, and just one of those things where they get so far in front, the horses can't see him, and sort of just packed it in?
Yeah, you know, that was a tremendous performance by Flightline. I don't think we'll see anything like that ever again, at least in my time. But it was such a privilege to be part of that race. Hats off and congratulations to the connections.
Well, Tyler, man, you've been the man here at Churchill Downs, and I'm so proud of you and happy that you got your Breeders' Cup wins.
Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that.
You deserve it. Tyler Gaffleone, 2 Breeders' Cup wins, and he gets a W here with a nice little Minnesota bred that's got a future.
Good weekend at the office for Tyler Gaffleone, and it's going to be that much sweeter when you have to wait a little bit longer when it comes to these bigger races, like 0 for 35 in Breeders' Cup competition until this weekend and that first with Wonder Wheel and the Juvenile Fillies.
And then you come back the next day and get number 2. He gave Wonder Wheel an amazing ride. Caravel, Caravel, he should get credit for that because you have to be prepared. John Velasquez used to tell me on my old Horse Racing Radio Network days, he leaves the room with plans A through Z. Plan A could not have been out jumping Golden Pal and being in front of him yesterday. That's just not realistic. But the gate opens sometimes and horses do funny things. In this instance, before the gate opened, the horse did a funny thing and he did not break. He just let her roll. And a different ride, she probably gets beat. But he put enough separation on the field, and he made them play her game. And they chased her around there, and they just couldn't get by her. It was an excellent ride. I mean, the ride on Wonder Wheel, he had to do a whole lot more. But they were both really good rides.
The versatility by Wonder Wheel at the highest level.
Amazing.
Wire to wire in the Alcibiades, and then coming from far, far back when the pace was hot in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies.
Same track, same trip. Sorry to interrupt. Right?
Yeah.
That's just, it's mind-boggling how you can see. It was almost like 2 different racehorses winning 2 different races.
Well, same with Forte. Breeders' Futurity, Breeders' Cup Juvenile, Wonder Wheel, Alcibiades, Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, and a championship. Anthony, 9th race here, Churchill. Thoughts?
I thought this was probably the most wide-open race I've handicapped at Churchill since they opened back up last Sunday. This has been a wild. This is a wild heat. I was alive. I just singled Sarah Hopper. I was alive to 6 horses closing out the pick 5 here.
Extravagate current 7-2 favorite. The nightcap from Churchill coming up. Also, I look back at yesterday's Breeders' Cup Distaff and what an absolute thriller. At the wire, Clarier inside. Blue Stripe, the long shot in between horses, and in the end, Malathot by a flared nostril. And Johnny Velasquez, yet another Breeders' Cup Distaff victory. That's next.
Here comes Malathot. Here comes Clarier on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's got to be Clarier. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathot grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathot has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. We're done at Aqueduct, one left Churchill. Coverage is always brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Any track, anywhere, anytime.
Love
Get
that
started, nairabets.com today. What's that?
Love that shot.
It's nice, right?
Yeah, love that. That's my favorite building on earth now that Shea Stadium.
Favorite place in the world?
Yeah. Love the Big A. And we're in there right now. Yeah.
Now we're here.
Now we're here.
And looking back at yesterday's Breeders' Cup activity with the Distaff and so many storylines going in. Nest, the 3-year-old filly, how dominant she had been. Terrific group of older fillies and mares. Malathot drawn inside, Clairiere, Blue Stripe, Society from the outside was going to provide the speed. What were your thoughts early on as this one was unfolding here, Anthony?
Kind of unfolded the way you figured. Society would break and get around. You didn't know how much pressure search results would put on everybody. I'm going to tell you what I did not. I'm not looking to pick on a rad for the second time in 20 minutes, but this was a little bit of a cavalier ride on Nest, wasn't it? 4-5 wide around the racetrack.
Way out in the clear.
Just way out in the clear. You can't lose that much ground against these fillies and mares. And yeah, when they turned for home, Blue Stripe, who was really digging in. I mean, what an effort she ran. Clairiere overcoming the trouble in Saratoga, coming up the inside, and then Malathot. You know, for a filly in Malathot who was a little aloof throughout her career, she's really put it together. Those blinkers really helped her in the last 4 or 5 starts of her career, and she's able to bear down Personal Ensign, beating Winning Colors, Beholder,
Songbird,
beating
and Beholder.
Songbird, right? There was already enough allure and tradition and drama to the Distaff, but I think we have a new mother of all Distaffs after yesterday. That was some horse race, namely the final 16th of a mile.
Blue Stripe in between horses, Clairiere down on the inside, Malathot on the inside, on the outside, and for everything she's done, Paul LeDuc is with us. Malathot, who did win here at Aqueduct. It was the attempted, I believe, kind of like where her career started. Highly decorated, a Kentucky Oaks winner, 3-year-old filly champion, and the class, the moxie that she displayed yesterday in deep stretch at Keeneland in the Distaff was amazing to watch.
Yeah, it really was. You know, I was sitting right behind Steve Asmussen, and he was a tiny bit upset at Joel Rosario, because when Joel rolled up with Clairiere on the inside, he had a tiny bit of a split where he could have maybe gone outside of Blue Stripe. It was about a 2 to 3 lanes, but I thought Joel made the right choice. And, you know, it just seemed like Cyberknife got beat on the rail. I don't know if the rail was good, but at the top of the lane, it looked like Clairiere was going to go right on by, but Blue Stripe re-kicked. And Malathot just is one of those fillies. So it's just knows where the finish line is. I think Anthony hit the nail on the head. Since they put the blinkers on, she's been so much more focused. And if you look at it, her and Clairiere have been trading punches. They're literally inches apart from each other, but Malathot keeps getting that little punch in. And, you know, you wonder if Clairiere would have got anything out of that race at Saratoga, but she ran a banger race, and Blue Stripe, my goodness, what a bad beat. And Hector Berrios gave that horse a great ride. He stuck in there in the middle, and when he saw Clairiere, she re-kicked. And for Malathot to tag her on the line, it's not by design. A lot of people go, oh, she just got up. I don't know if that's by design. She knows where the wire is, and so does Johnny V.
A fighter. Malathot by that much in the Distaff. Paul, the Breeders' Cup Classic, the margin of victory a little bit wider than that.
Yeah. Well, listen, when you got 2 horses in life, and poor life is good, right? You got 2 horses at the top of the lane in a Breeders' Cup Classic, 12 lengths cleared from Hot Rod Charlie, who basically Tyler Gaffleone told me he just gave up. I mean, they probably looked like little ants in front of him when they were going around the turn. And, you know, a lot of people are going, oh, you know, he didn't finish up that well. What? They went 109 and change. The teletimer originally had it at 108, so we'll never really know what they went for the first 6 furlongs. They've reclocked it, but I don't care if you run 2 minutes. You run 2 minutes anywhere, you are rolling sub 2 minutes. Obviously, a lot of people were looking for the track record, but the track wasn't playing that fast yesterday. It was a turf course. They were setting all the track records. This is the kind of horse that is just, I've never seen a horse like Flavian said. You're going 109 in a canter. he hit the nail on the head. Flightline could have won the sprint, the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He could have won any of the dirt races, the marathon, you name it. He could have won any one of them. I truly believe any of the races on the dirt all weekend, he could have won. And that's unbelievable from 6 furlongs to however far he wants to go.
I think that's the general consensus and growing sentiment. I've never seen anything like it, Paul. And I know it's very easy to be like that prisoner of the moment. And yes,
Yeah.
we've run out of superlatives and comparing horses, great horses of today to horses of yesterday, and the comparisons to Secretary. I don't feel though, Anthony, is any of it is prisoner of the moment or an exaggeration. I think when we look back in 20 years at what Flightline did during the course of his career, and specifically in the end in the Pacific Classic and the Breeders' Cup Classic, everything we think we're seeing right now, everything we're feeling right now, I think will be justified in terms of how he'll be viewed historically later on down the line.
You know what the funny thing for me is? For me, it started on the Met Mile. I mean, you don't break 2 lengths slow, take dirt for the first time. You're not on the front end for the first time. And you're chasing a horse who at the time in Speaker's Corner just won a Grade 1. Nice horse. He left him for proverbial dead at the 3/8 pole. Ran away. He won the Met Mile by 6 lengths, Lafitte. It's the smallest margin of victory in his career. It's the Met Mile. He would have ran a one. If he breaks that day, he probably runs a similar 120 Beyer speed figure to the ones he ran in the Pacific Classic and yesterday in the Breeders' Cup Classic, 126 and 121. He probably is closer to that than the 114 I think he got for the Met Mile, just a 114. I mean, he's the best I've seen. I have no problem saying that.
The knee-jerk reaction is to roll your eyes when there's those comparisons to the greatest ever. Not this time.
No.
Not this time.
It's just different this time.
It is absolutely different. Incredible performance and career. Flightline in yesterday's Breeders' Cup Classic. Equally, but incredible what Charlie Appleby has done in the Breeders' Cup overall and piling up win after win after win. Rebel Romance, yet another for Godolphin, Appleby, Buick in the Breeders' Cup turf. Mr. Doyle make it.
The level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Matoli running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Matoli's a monster! Matoli wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! Matoli, he did it again! Wins the mid-mile!
The only thing to be better than one Matoli is a few Matolis.
The mighty Matoli, who won the Fargo by 3.5 lengths, the new stakes record.
Blood Horse Plus, available through bloodhorse.com, provides exclusive, timely, and unmatched content to subscribers, including Fox Sports, Blood Horse branded weekly programs, a detailed stakes winners section, behind-the-scenes videos from Blood Horse staff, on-demand access to deeper horse statistics, and a $5 monthly credit to equineline.com. Upgrade to Blood Horse Plus today.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Honor AP, a mesmerizing horse from the very beginning, who captured the imagination of the racing world and proved his potential on the track. A Grade 1 winner, out of a multiple Grade 1 winner, with incomparable looks and an unbeatable pedigree. The speed, the bloodline, the physical. Honor AP. Only at Lane's End.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal racing experience. Looking to own thoroughbred racehorses and win at the highest level circuits? We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Experience the Adelphi difference. Join the club today. Contact us to get a taste of the Adelphi racing experience, and let's win races together.
Great to have you with us on America's Day at the Races. Here at Aqueduct, the racing is through. One left at Churchill Downs. Coverage is always brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Charlie Appleby, Godolphin, Anthony, they do unusually well in the States, and specifically in the Breeders' Cup. How about modern games? Yesterday, the Breeders' Cup Mile, last year's Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf winner. You could bet on him this year, and it counted. Mid-pack, under a ride, takes his cue, and watch him turn it on in the stretch.
You know, we didn't even talk about it just now. We watched it, but he did not have a great first 75 yards. Kind of shuffled out, didn't break, then he kind of shuffled out of there. Didn't matter. Absolutely didn't matter. Listen, I don't like to poke too much at morning lines, but at 7-2, I would have been homeless had he gotten beat yesterday if he was 7-2. I don't know how much money I would have bet on this horse at 7-2 yesterday. He's just, and you know what? After everything, he had to overcome the start and everything. He is just better than what he faced yesterday. He's not a length better. He's more than a length better than these horses. But after everything yesterday, it doesn't even matter, right? And you know what, Lafitte? He's only 3.
Yep.
Traveling back and forth across the pond, all that. Nothing bothers him. He's such a cool dude.
Third
he just
race
runs.
In 6 weeks up at Woodbine.
Look at him.
For the Woodbine Mile where he dominated. Ascot. And back here for the Breeders' Cup.
He's just built like when you think racehorse, that's what you look at. That's what you want to see. I mean, he just looks like he's going to come at you, and he's going to run past you, and he's going to do it at all costs. And that's what he did yesterday.
In the Breeders' Cup turf, Appleby, Godolphin, well represented, Rebels Romance, Stone Age, Warlike Goddess, Inside Horses, the best of the Americans. Warlike Goddess saving ground inside. And I think there was a lot of conversation and debate as to where the jockeys actually wound up. The fact that it was James Doyle who wound up on Rebels Romance and Buick winding up on the other Godolphin runner.
Yeah. Did it matter?
Nation's Pride.
Did it really matter? I could have rode
Not
this
for
horse.
Godolphin Appleby.
This horse I could have rode. I honestly feel like I could have rode this one. And you know what? I don't like the German form. I just don't like it. Comes in off the German form. Doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. They're so much better than our turf horses. It's not. And listen, this is no knock on this horse. This horse is by far the best. Isn't the best horse over there by far? Came in and he won by 2.5 lengths. Effortless.
James Doyle, first Breeders' Cup win. And for the Europeans at Keeneland in Breeders' Cup races, we touched on a 7-win streak that ended in the turf sprint, of which they ran 2, 3, 4. And then they take the next 3 and sweep the mile, Filly Mare Turf, and the turf.
Scary.
There with Rebel Romance.
Got to give my boy Channel Maker a little shout out. 6 Breeders' Cups.
It's right there with Kona Gold, right?
Good for him. That's more, right? I think that's the record.
Appleby in the Breeders' Cup. These are video game numbers. 9 wins from 18 starts. You don't bat 500 in the Breeders' Cup. It just doesn't happen unless you're Charlie Appleby.
I don't think I realized this.
It's unreal.
Wow. I don't think I've 8 of them since 2017. That's scary.
3 more for Godolphin Appleby in the 2022 Breeders' Cup. Absolute domination. Rebels Romance in the Longines Turf. Flight line in the Classic. A couple of days of top-class World Championship Breeders' Cup racing. And here at Churchill, 1 left on the Sunday program. The 9th race, and you're looking at 2 birds and Corey Landry drawn inside 7-1.
Back to the main track. He went wire to wire. The last time he ran on the dirt, that was at Beltara in a special weight race.
Farthest he's ever raced. And then El Ahijado, 1 for 50 lifetime.
Yeah, he got the job done a long time ago, and just one win was not good last time beneath the Twin Spires.
Number 3, contender, Mia Comet, and Luis Saez riding for Ron Moquette.
Yeah, 3rd off of a January layoff. 3rd time for the barn. Showed some speed in his last 2. See how much speed he shows today with the 1 to his inside.
Dr. Nash just missed in his latest late September.
Fresh gelding off the layoff. I like that he's gelded after the layoff. Get a better assessment of how it works.
Keep calm, carry on, and Rafael Bejarano.
Yeah, came from well off the pace to get the job done last time. Just one of only 2 horses in here to have multiple wins.
Cool Rags, who did run well on dirt at Keeneland.
Yeah, Florent Giroux's going to stay aboard here. Cuts back from the mile and 3/16 to the mile and 1/8.
Freeze Pop, the wire-to-wire winner at Keeneland first after the claim.
Yeah, 2 starts on dirt, a 3rd place finish on debut. Last time was a win. It was a turf start that was not very good sandwiched in between.
Declare the Moon, 11th start this year.
3rd off a 2-month break. Source ran okay for the tag 2 back. That got the Source eligible for this. And I don't know what happened last time on the dirt, but comes back in 2 weeks.
Cousin Larry, 2nd, facing similar at Keeneland.
The other multiple winner, 3-time winner. One of them came beneath the Twin Spires. Source ran okay at Keeneland last time when had a little traffic in the stretch.
And Extravagate, and a 14-length blowout winner at Keeneland.
Yeah, stretched out from a mile out of and a 6-furlong race at the P-Patch, Ellis Park, off avoided claim. This horse won in a common gallop last time. Brian Hernandez looks for another win on the card.
Field for the 9th and final, Churchill Downs. Back out to Paul on site.
Thanks, Lafitte. And it looks like, you know, there's 2 players in here that I actually like, and they come out of the same race. It's the 3. Mia Komet is a horse that lost a nepotism last time. And not my cousin Larry. There is a horse named my cousin Larry, but cousin Larry, I thought, ran a decent race out of that race. You know, Mia Komet was cutting out most of the fractions, and then when they turned for home, you know, this horse didn't get in a little trouble. Nepotism was always winning, but I do like the style. The horse is really good on numbers, is the 9. So at 5-1, I think it's a good proposition here against the 3. And the 3 might be a little bit better now. Third off the layoff or 2nd off the layoff. So I think that horse has got a little bit of shot. I thought the 1-2 Birds is another horse that could be a little bit sneaky in here. And then the 10. Listen, when you win a race by 14 some odd lengths, it's got to give you a ton of confidence. And right now, we're looking right now at the 10 at about 3-1. And Lafitte and Anthony, I've been thinking, I was going to give Charlie Appleby a call, thinking, hey, if I fly to Europe, maybe I can train with Charlie and I can make a comeback to the big leagues.
Whatever Charlie touches seemingly turns to gold, yes?
I would love it. We could use a catcher here in Queens. Just signed Edwin Diaz, apparently.
Cue the trumpets.
Yep, little narco. Still bitter over that, but we'll talk about that another day. Yeah, apparently
I'm with you.
Sugar's back, thankfully. So I would love to, oh man, Paul. That, and we talk about it all the time. That at bat in the 2006 NLCS. Man.
You'd light up. You'd light up.
Gave us one more at bat. Gave Met fans one more. He got a base on balls, no pun intended, from me for life for keeping that season alive. And then that, I can't even say it.
I was going to ask Paul why the Dodgers traded Yordan Alvarez.
I don't know. That Beltran at bat. Oh, my God. I still get bile in my stomach.
It's got a VHS of it back at home. You pop in when you get back.
16 years ago. Disgusting. Paul was so good that night. Where is he? Is he here? Paul, you were the best that night,
Hey,
Paul.
guys, I appreciate it, man. Adam Wainwright threw me a bunch of breaking balls. He didn't want to pitch to me, Anthony.
I know.
But I sent a text to Alex Bregman. We were lucky to get him on Saratoga Live. He's big in autism. We know he's into horse racing. I texted him last night, and I said, congratulations, Alex. I'm really happy for you guys. I said, I played in that ballpark a lot of times, not as much as you. I have never seen a ball hit that far that Yordan Alvarez hit last night, and he texted me back. It's literally the farthest ball he's ever seen hit. So 450 feet, 550 feet in my book.
It's funny you said. I thought 540. I said, is that a typo?
Flipped around. I saw a replay. That
Missile.
was one of the most, I remember Darryl Strawberry hit one out of the old Olympic Stadium in Montreal one day.
Yeah.
He hit it into the roof. Never came down. That was the farthest thing I ever saw hit until last night.
Ninth race at Churchill filing in. Travis Stone standing by. It is post time, the Sunday nightcap at Churchill Downs.
And they're off. Dr. Dash at mid-pack bounces out near the top. Freeze Pop is showing some speed. And Two Birds from that inside post is up close as well. Long shot El Ahijado tucks in behind to be fourth in the early stages. Two Birds, though, the clear-cut leader into the opening turn, steps out to lead by 2. Dr. Nash comes on to track the pace from second. El Hahihado cutting the corner down inside while third. Freeze Pop into fourth. Mia Comet reserved while fifth. Extravagate advancing up into sixth. Cool Rags toward the rail seventh. Declare the Moon in tight in between while eighth. Cousin Larry 3 or 4 wide. Ninth at the back with the trailer. Keep Calm, Carry On. And the opening quarter goes in 23-2. Pace is honest enough. They're heading down the back stretch run. And it's Two Birds unopposed on the front end, cruising along in front. Dr. Nash content to track from second. El Ahijado nudged along while third. Freeze Pop losing a bit of ground to the outside in fourth. Mia Comet circles up to the outside. 3 wide fifth with 4 furlongs remaining. Cool Rags is buried down toward the rail. Cousin Larry is launching a rally from the back of the pack, but is forced to go 4 wide, but is picking it up nonetheless. Extravagate is following that move as they round the far turn. It's still Two Birds in front. Dr. Nash is still right there second. Cousin Larry with a blitz on the far turn, up into third and only 2 lengths behind and a quarter mile to go. They're off the turn. Two Birds in front. Dr. Nash to the attack. Cousin Larry is there. Extravagate down the center. Freeze Pop toward the rail. 1 furlong to go. Dr. Nash brushes with Two Birds, but grabs the lead right at the 8th pole. Dr. Nash in front. Two Birds back into second. Extravagate is third. Down to the finish. It's Dr. Nash. Scoring by a length in the end, Two Birds settles for second. Extravagate was third. Freeze Pop was fourth. And Cool Rags was fifth.
Ran so well in his last race, just missing. Late September right here at Churchill Downs. Nothing would stop him on this afternoon. Dr. Nash goes on to a convincing win in the 9th and final at the Downs.
Nice price, too, Lafitte. 8-1 for a horse who, you know, Mike Tomlinson did something that's hard to do. Got this horse to the winner's circle after claiming him from Brad Cox.
Not easily done.
That's not an easy task. No. And this horse ran well in 2 of the 3 starts. I don't know what happened 2 starts back, but obviously it necessitated a September layoff, and he got the gelding. Like I said, you know, we don't keep track of these stats, but the gelding, it's almost like when you make an equipment change or a Lasix change with the race off the layoff, because you're not going to get a true assessment with the break. So I kind of love seeing, okay, let's run him. Gelding, and you can see the announced gelding is 3 days after he ran last time. So, you know, that's being reported correctly. He ran, he cooled out, walked for a couple of days, had the procedure done, 5 weeks till the next start, boom, 8-1.
So in a perfect world, you would have a first after gelding statistic?
I would think so. I tell you what, I think it would be really, really short. It would be a really low number. I feel like it happens way more often than it used to. I feel like people, trainers and owners, exhaust their options a lot more quickly now.
Yeah.
You'll see horses in for a tag. You'll see horses change surfaces. They'll stretch out in distance. There's almost this, I don't know if it's the world we live in, that it's just, there's this need for immediacy. Yeah,
that's the world we live in.
You know what I mean? I guess that's what it is. But there's just like, drop for a tag, right? We used to see it when we were kids. People would wait 3-4 years before assessing a stallion. Now, listen, this is not me giving a cheap pop. Run Happy was a great example. You want all you can get a Run Happy now, right? First 6-7 weeks. Oh, what a dud! Can we give him a chance? There's no chances given anymore.
There is after a Triple Crown, immediately after the Derby Preakness, immediately we are judging the crop.
Immediately.
Those horses that just ran on the trip, you can't judge that until a year or so later, until they're older horses, until you have more data. But yeah, there's a need to very quickly, right then and there, make those. Texas, a completely different conversation. Here, Dr. Nash does score at Churchill Downs. Those results forthcoming. Also, more thoughts on yesterday, on Friday as well. The Breeders' Cup from Keeneland in the books. Terrific weekend of thoroughbred racing. Championships decided. Flightline sensational in yesterday's Breeders' Cup Classic, and of course, now retired as our coverage continues here on America's Day at the Races.
Long
Launch your thoroughbred ownership experience with Flying Partners Racing, a New York and Florida-based racing partnership with winning percentages over 20% at Belmont,
Lone Rock to win,
and 25% at Saratoga in 2021.
Ice Princess.
Limited opportunities available now, with yearling partnerships coming this fall.
It is Tell Your Daddy.
Meet the Flying Partners team at our open house. Visit flyingpartnersracing.com to learn more.
When you enter Gainesway, you can feel the hallowed ground beneath your feet. 1,500 acres of the finest bluegrass land in Kentucky that once housed the famous Green Tree Stud in Whitney Farm.
It's a gorgeous place. When I look around, all I see is work, but it is an absolutely stunning property. Just immaculate looking barns. They're more like churches inside. The woodwork, the stained glass, the stone, the tile. I've said it a million times, if I could come back in my second life, I'd like to be a stallion at Gainesway.
The Gainesway roster of stallions includes the generational sire Tappet and stallions ready to make their mark on the sport. Expectations are high for McKenzie. As Street Sense's best son, McKenzie is a Grade 1 winner at 2, 3, and 4 from distances of 7 furlongs to a mile and an eighth. He consistently ran the lowest Ragozin figures of any stallion set to retire in 2021.
McKenzie as a stallion prospect is the first stallion prospect I was part of at Gainesway. You couldn't be more excited about him. The book of mares he got was unbelievable, so we're really excited about him at Gainesway right now. You know, I felt the mares we got in his first book was a great group. We bred a lot of fast early mares to him. We bred a very nice, well-rounded group of mares that can do anything, so we're going to give him every opportunity.
His first runner's debut in 2024. August has been a banner month for Gainesway. On the track, Kira Conti's 3-year-old daughter Spenderella throttled the field in the Grade 1 Del Mar Oaks.
Field sent on their way
to become Kira Conti's first Grade 1 winner.
Spenderella striding away, 4, 5, 6 could not have been more impressive.
In the sales ring, a Gainesway offered yearling topped the leaderboard when a gun runner colt out of Heavenly Love sold for $2.3 million at the Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale.
$2,300,000.
We've been very fortunate to have the support of a lot of successful breeders who deliver us quality product. We try to present that product the best we can, as professionally as we can. It's our goal to maximize results for our clients. We're all very fortunate to be a part of this place, and I think we all just want to do what we can to ensure that it will carry on for a long time.
That legacy, the tradition, stunning Gainesway Farm. Winding things down on America's Day at the Races, the 9th in the books from Churchill Downs and Dr. Nash. Coming off that frustrating loss late September at Churchill. Turned it on late, put them all away. Dr. Nash right there engaging the leader. Sharp effort today.
As a fresh gelding, it probably cost him more that loss than most.
You're not lying.
You're not going to do that again, Dr. Nash. You'll go buy him next time, I promise. And he did.
See how focused.
Yep. Mine's not elsewhere. People don't realize how important that procedure can be when you, all jokes aside, when you geld the horse, more often helps their hind end, pushing off, especially at the start, break a little bit more alertly, and without kidding around, get your mind more focused on the task at hand sometimes. Funnyside was a great example. Funnyside had to have it done. Funnyside could have lost his life. His testicles were twisted, and it affected not only his performance, but it would have affected his life. So, you know, and obviously if you think your horse is going to go on to become a Kentucky Derby and Preakness winner, you try to save those as best you can, but Funnyside would not have been Funnyside without being gelded.
Hadn't heard that particular part of the story.
Yeah.
The gutsy gelding.
Yes.
They called it Funnyside back in 2003. Yesterday in the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint, first of 9 championship races on the afternoon. You know, Chad Brown had won the Filly Mare Sprint at Keeneland in 2015, Wavell Avenue. He brought in Goodnight Olive, crushed throughout the wagering, and performed accordingly, Anthony.
Well, I'll tell you, not too many surprises over the weekend. And her victory was by no means a surprise. Her price was. Man, this looked like a little bit more of a wide open race on paper, Lafitte. She got smashed from pillar to post time. The money, every time you thought maybe, all right, well, some money's going to, nope. Nope. Just kept pouring in. The kind of thing where if it was like, you know, a Thursday at the Big A and you saw a claiming race with that money, you would be like, oh, well, I'm betting, this is who I'm betting on. But she was good yesterday. You know, Chad Brown has really done a good job managing her because she's not the easiest horse to keep on the racetrack. And he did a really good job. You know, when he ran her in the Ballerina, I think part of it was because she did not have a stitch of black type.
And that was her stakes debut, her greatest stakes debut, the Ballerina.
And this
she was
race,
5-1, by the way.
Yeah, and this race can be a tough one to get into.
Sure.
So, and this year, I mean, look at how big the field was with an 8-5 favorite this year. So Chad's always thinking down the line for something like that. And he ran her back quickly, which is something he was never able to do. I think that gave you a great sign that she won doing something she had never done before, and now she was going to get to play her game, have 10 weeks off, and be ready to roll. And she was.
Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. So many layers to this story. On the inside, Cyberknife battling bravely, and Cody's Wish ranging up the favorite on the outside in the Godolphin colors.
Well, what a good horse race, huh? What a real good horse race. Cody's Wish doing something he had never done, winning around the 2 turns. It was 5 for 5 at the 8 furlongs, but they were all 1-turn races. And here he is. It looks like he's just going to roll right on by Cyberknife. And Cyberknife, who's had Cyberknife really had a fantastic 3-year-old season. I know when I fill out my Eclipse ballot, it'll say Epicenter 1. It'll say Cyberknife 2. He's really had a sensational season. He almost gets the job done against older horses. I don't know if you wanted to be inside at Keeneland those 2 days, which makes his effort that much more impressive. But look, if you were looking for the story, for the angle, for the feel-good feature, you got the job done yesterday as the 2-1 favorite.
So glad this happened on a national stage.
Yeah.
And for everyone to see what took place. Cody's Wish, Cody Dorman, of course, who suffers from a genetic disorder. This was on ESPN this morning, Sports Center, the feature, the story on why we love sports. Why we love sports.
Right? People say it all the time, baseball, man, right? When they see these great horse racing, man. I mean, and you know, not to this degree, but there are so many great stories out there in our sport, right? I mean, nothing is as dramatic and nothing is as heartwarming as this. I mean, that horse getting the job done yesterday literally changed people's lives, and it did not have one thing to do with money. Nothing.
That's why I was getting text messages from people who don't follow closely on a day, don't follow horse racing, but just happen, it's the Breeders' Cup. It's on a national stage. You have many eyeballs that aren't typically watching. You don't have to know anything about horse racing to attach to this particular story and the reaction after the fact and the emotion. And these are the stories that you're right, they're a little bit more, they happen more often than you would think, but the general public doesn't have a chance to learn about them as often as we would like.
This is probably a conversation for another place, time, and program. But we always talk about how we can market the sport. And I'm sure there are folks tuned in right now who don't ordinarily watch horse racing that are watching the program right now. And, you know, when COVID hit, we started gaining new fans and stuff, and hopefully, and thank you if you have stayed with us. We always talk about how it's hard to market the sport, right? How team sports, you have the players and you have the laundry. And, you know, the trainers, well, the trainers have a lot to do. And the jockeys are always on the move. Market the stories. There are great, great stories out there that, you know, pertain to an individual or, in this instance, a circumstance. There are so many great stories out there. That's how you market the game.
Not many better than this one.
Nope.
And what took place in yesterday's Breeders' Cup.
It hits every year because it crosses all the T's and dots all the I's. If you are playing every day and watching us every day and your Naira Bets account is loaded up every day, or if you're tuning in for the Triple Crown and the Breeders' Cup, that story's getting to you. And it should.
Cody's wish in yesterday's Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. The Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf, more European domination. You know, Aidan O'Brien had never won a Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf. That changed on Friday. He had never won a Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf. That changed yesterday with Tuesday in Italian on the outside in the two-tone green of Peter Brandt, out where she likes to be, wheeling and dealing in the early stages.
This was a fun horse race because in Italian and Joel Rosario did what they needed to do to try to win. There was some talk of a rabbit and toy. I know the folks from Stays in Vegas said they were going to go to the lead, going to Vegas rather. Yeah, Joel said, come on, let's go. I'm going to play my best card. And if you get me, you get me. Tuesday got him. And you know what?
And she's a monster, brother.
I'm going to say something. I'm not trying to turn it on me. I bet a lot of money on an Italian yesterday. And I at no point was upset. I lost my money the way I want to lose my money. You use her best weapon, and you got run down. You know, I didn't think the European contingent in that filly and mare turf this year was a top one. They were all 3-year-olds. Anything formidable was a 3-year-old, and I thought that she maybe would be able to bully them around on the front end, and she did it until the last 16th of a mile, which was a question mark for her as well.
Special Filly Tuesday, special sprinter Jackie's Warrior. Not his day. Odds-on favorite. Breaks. He kind of felt like he was chasing more so than anything early on. Jackie's Warrior, 3 appearances at the Breeders' Cup, defeated odds-on favorite each time, opening the door for the new gun in the sprint division, and Elite Power has really come into his own.
Think if Jackie's Warrior had to say they'd move the Breeders' Cup to August. He just doesn't finish his seasons, Lafitte. That's really what it looks like. He kind of, and this year he tailed off, and now Cody's Wish went on to become a Breeders' Cup winner, so you can't really hold the Forgo against him.
He ran really well in the Forgo.
He really did. Best right, but fastest figure of his life. Now I'm going to say this, and this is the Bill Mott bias coming out in me, but I have some facts to back this one up.
Shoot.
Olympiad won 5 in a row. Cody's Wish won 5 in a row. This horse won 4 in a row. When you're one of the greatest conditioners, I'm not going to say trainer, conditioners of all time, when your horses get good, they tend to stay good for a prolonged amount of time. And you can incorporate that into gambling, right? In gambling, you're supposed to bet on streaks, not try to buck them. Bet the trend, don't buck the trend. This horse was trending the right way. Every race was getting faster. He had done it at different racetracks. He had done it with different styles. He had done it at different distances. If you had this much doubt in Jackie's Warrior, I didn't know where else she was supposed to go yesterday. And I had some doubt about Jackie's Warrior. So I went, I'm Bill Mott and Arad Ortiz Jr. I'm real brave. You know what I mean? But he was good yesterday, and he's turning into a sprint in a division that is lacking. He has really went and grabbed the bull by the horns, and he's had a real good season.
Are we sure? Is Jackie's Warrior the 2022 champion sprinter?
I'll tell you what. Bill beat him twice. 2 different horses to end the season. He made as big a case as any if he could. This horse won 5 in a row. I'm not going to be. I'm going to have to fill out that ballot at some point. I'll tell you what, my hand will be trembling a little bit. I don't like voting against my man Bill Mott, but, you know, Steve Asmussen and Jackie's Warrior danced a lot of dances, and he's had a really, really nice career.
But still like to say thank you to the Robersons for bringing him back.
Yeah, no question about it.
When 9 out of 10, he would have been retired Jackie's Warrior. And what so many great moments he provided. What he did this summer at Saratoga, first horse ever to win Grade 1s in 3 consecutive seasons. Just didn't work out at the Breeders' Cup. That's going to wrap things up for us on America's Day at the Races.
Thanks so much for joining us today. The 2-year-olds in the Nashua. On to the Remsen following that performance. 3 wins on the afternoon for Rad Ortiz. Churchill Downs. This Minnesota, but she can run. Takes down the feature at Churchill Downs, that $120,000 purse. And Flightline, final start of his career, sensational at Keeneland. Retires undefeated and a Breeders' Cup Classic winner. We'll see you next week.
War Dancer. The momentum continues with recent stakes winners on turf and dirt. Dancing Buck going wire to wire in the Grade 3 Belmont Turf.
Dancing Buck has opened up on the field. It is Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
And 2-year-old filly War Saichi with a wire-to-wire win in the Ladyfinger Stakes.
War Saichi asserted her authority immediately out of the starting gate, and she has not relinquished the lead.
War Dancer, the #1